Good morning, live from Chicagoland on day 2. This is Jesse Matthews in studio, joined by Evans Clinchy on my side here. And then also remotely calling in from Singapore, we have Jeremy Koo. Good morning, everyone. Evans.
I'm on the air. I didn't realize that.
You are on the air.
Just putting out some directorial fires, and now I am done firefighting, ready to watch some Scrabble.
Very good. All right. Jeremy, how's it going today? Or I guess tonight, given where you're at.
I'm feeling good. Looking forward to this game. Why don't you tell us about the matchup that's we're going to be looking at?
Excellent.
Yeah, for sure. So we had a little bit of some reshuffling of the roster of players in the last few hours, unfortunately. So the pairings that we had lined up for this morning have changed. We were going to be seeing Dave Wiegand versus Conrad Bessert-Bouchard on board 1 to start the day, but everything's kind of been thrown on its head. So we're now going to be watching Dave Wiegand versus Evan Borowski in the first game of the day, and then Conrad's going to be being on board 2 in game 2 of the day. So looking forward to Dave versus Evan to start, and then Conrad versus David Eldar in the second round. So that's going to be fun. Looking forward to it.
Excellent.
So it sounds like we're going to be going to the board in just a moment, and that's sounds good to me. We can do that.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, the announcements in the playing room, we're just getting wrapped up, and so we should be ready to play some Scrabble in just a minute, I believe.
Hey, for those of you who are joining us early in the chat, why don't you type in the chat where you are watching from? We'd love to see where everyone is tuning in from today or tonight if you are watching from Singapore.
Pretty much the same deal. Besides that, I'll just give you a thumbs up when we're good to start. We're just waiting on commentary to be ready to.
All right, Dustin is watching from Texas. Matthew Tunnicliffe says, I'm watching from the trunk of a car. There's a few ways I could interpret that. Should I be calling somebody? Should I be making sure you're okay? Let's see. Sinbad is saying New York. Mitch is saying from the end of the Oregon Trail. We've got some variation here. Very good. Excellent. Hi, Fern. I haven't seen you in a little while here. North of the border. Yes, a fellow Canadian. Very good. Bienvenue. Dustin says, when you're getting kidnapped, I still got to watch the World Cup. Yeah, priorities, right? Mec de Mac, good afternoon from France. Yes. Bon après-midi. King of Lettuce says, hi, Jesse, Evans, and Jeremy. I'm watching from my phone. That is some serious dedication, especially because you can't really see the letters that well all the time, depending on where you're at with your phone. So we'll have to let our voices carry through and
we'll have to dictate everything really well. Yeah. I just want to say shout out to Matthew's kidnappers. Very generous to give him internet while they're kidnapping him in the trunk of a car. It's just really nice of them.
I mean, I know when I've been kidnapped, it's always been dial-up. I don't get that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want that.
For the maximal torture, right? All right, so they are drawing tiles. Let us see what we have on Evan Borowski's rack.
An S is a good start. Ooh, S-H-E. All right, looks like not quite a bingo. Probably some sort of play like hey or yeah, or maybe hosey. All sorts of options that are kind of middling here.
Fern has tipped us off that it's a belated birthday for Matthew Tunnicliffe. We send our best belated birthday wishes as well. Did you celebrate with any sort of muffin or cake or other sort of delicious pastry on your birthday? Please tell us, what did you consume that was pastry-ish? Invalid. Hold. Challenge.
We were talking about Conrad earlier. I just want to shout out that Dave Wiegand has Banting arranged on his rack, which
yes.
is a moving tribute to Conrad.
Yes, Bant.
Conrad has been banned from board 1 for this round, but he'll be back next time. So anyway, Oye is the choice from Evan Borowski, and that gives him a 12-0 lead to start this one off.
Yes. Cal prefers Hoy in the chat. I was thinking Hosey, closely related to
I,
Mosey.
I think you're supposed to play. I think you're supposed to play Hosey, but it can be kind of psychologically difficult to give up the S for a 30-point play.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would lean toward Hosey as well. I don't think that the leave with Oya is quite good enough to justify giving up 18 points like he did, but it's probably pretty close.
Yeah. Well, he has drawn he's drawn a bingo through the E.
Oh, Hexarrays, is that?
Yes.
Hexarrays.
Very nice.
That would be some serious witchcraft if you managed to get that down.
Well done. The puns start right. You just open up your coffee and you're already punning. It's impressive work.
Les qualités aujourd'hui. Yes, all of the punning.
Looks likely to be blocked though, because I think Dave is gonna play tangible.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hello, Gerchi. It is nice to see you back in the chat.
Tangible is the only 86-point bingo, so it is head and shoulders above the other options here. And Dave, of course, finds his best bingo because he always does that.
This is a very bingy thing to do.
I think I noticed Evan is doing the thing where he plays with the board upside down.
Right.
I remember when I played with Evan a couple of years ago, it stuck out to me that he did that. So I guess that makes the producer's job slightly easier this round. They don't have to keep rotating the board. Evan just
Right.
gonna keep it in one direction.
Yes. Evan is one of those upside down players.
I think there's a few players in this field that keep the board upside down at all times. I think Jeff Teveno also does that.
He does.
Yeah.
The aforementioned James Leong, the Players Champion, he is also an upside down player. There's a few pretty high profile players that do that. Hello, Listeem. Nice to see you back. Welcome. Akrater, I believe, is the name that you've got in parentheses there. Hello to you as well. I remember you were here yesterday as well.
So not a lot of great options after Hexarray got blocked for Evan. There's no giant X-bomb plays or anything like that. Something like Ibex through the B is an option.
Yeah, Lewis in the chat. Welcome back, Lewis. He suggests Ibex as well.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Ibex and then Wakf.
Yeah, I think
quite quickly.
I think Wakf is pretty
yeah.
standard.
I'm sure Dave is happy to have a spot for Wakf. Good call. Important to note that Tangible does take an S. So a play like Hex's making Tangibles is actually 42 points. He might want to consider something like that. Be interesting to see whether either player is confident of Tangibles. Yeah, we're talking about Wakf WAQF. not Walk WOQ. That would be a phony. Good to clarify that for the chat. So Evan is taking his time here, and I can't blame him. It's not an easy turn to figure out. There's no one big standout move here.
Ibex.
Yeah, he is going to pick Ibex, and that's pretty solid.
Dustin, that's quite all right. There are quite a few Collins words that are doozies the first time you see them. Wakf is definitely one of those ones.
And just checking on Quackle, and Wakf is indeed the best play by far. Nothing to think about. If you see Wakf, it's clearly best. So to answer the questions in the chat, we had some mix-ups with the player list last night, some health and safety protocols, if you will, and we had to rearrange all the pairings. So we're going to have Dave playing Evan Borowski for the first round of the day, and then Conrad is playing the next round. So we're going to have Conrad versus David Eldar the round after this one. Yeah.
Perfect.
Unfortunately, a whole lot of shuffling around with the player list this week for reasons you guys can probably imagine. So Dave is thinking a little bit here, but it looks like he's going to play QI instead. That's interesting. I wonder if there's any
That's quite surprising. It seems like he missed Wakf.
Yeah,
it is the kind of word that you can kind of forget about because it's so strange. I've definitely missed Wakf before in some spots.
for sure. Yeah, I was briefly checking if there was any kind of bingo you could be fishing for. Like I saw wifedoms, but no, there's not quite a way to do that. No, maybe he just missed it. All right, so 108 to 41. And it's back to Evan, who has, I feel like maybe a bingo, but I'm not seeing it right away. Koshered, is that a word?
Yeah.
Trenches has been suggested as
And searched.
sitting on,
I know the word
yeah,
searched. I'm
and
smart.
searched.
It's the 7 is cheddars, right? But doesn't really go down on the board.
Yeah.
That's
So-
one where I probably can't pronounce it correctly if I want to go for the proper Hebrew pronunciation, but maybe Fern could help us with that. I believe it like cheder, I believe, or something like this, but I could be completely wrong. I know there are people in the chat who are capable and can correct me.
So Evan is taking his time here. There's quite a few floating letters you got to look at. You got to look at cheddars plus the T, plus the A, plus the N, check all your options and count all your scores. And Koshered is 76, searched is 72. So you got to do the math and add up what's the best one, but I'm guessing he'll eventually arrive at the correct choice of Koshered.
Here we go. Koshered is coming down.
Yeah, nice play. So interesting rack for Dave. It looks like he played the Q and drew the P.
I can't really see. I mean, nothing is jumping off the rack when I look at Dave's rack. You know, he wants to play something that will get rid of those clunky 3 and 4 point tiles. But
Yeah, I'm looking at that line to the left of Koshered. I mean, there's plays like WAP and WAF. Yeah, I see WAF being suggested in chat. That looks like the right option. WAF keeping IMPS seems pretty solid.
yeah, I mean, I would think that WAF is not ideal in the sense that, you know, you would rather get rid of some more of those tiles, but you can't do that while scoring reasonably. So
I think
Let's go for
WAF gets
WAF,
rid
yeah.
of the clunkiest of all of the bigger tiles. I think, yeah, it would be ideal to get rid of a few more of the big ones, but I think this is the most awkward of them, and you score well, so I like it.
yeah, it's true that the M and the P have some synergy, so that it's not that bad.
Yeah, I think IMPS is a pretty solid leave, actually. If you can draw 1 or 2 more good tiles with it, you're in business. Mispack, to pack incorrectly. I don't think that's a word.
I don't ever do that. Oh, Evan is playing pretty fast.
Okay.
Yeah, Eve.
Pretty fast and pretty correctly. Looks like Eve is clearly best, so nice work. Got ourselves a close game, 143 to 140.
Hubert Wee has typed mapstick.
Yeah, there are 3 8s with mispack plus a blank if anybody wants to find them.
Yeah, mapstick is beautiful. Nice spot.
Yeah, Mapstick is the one
Mapstick.
that is actually going to play. The long handle of a mop, also Mopstick.
That's
All right,
amazing.
then.
I love that. It's a beauty. We like seeing those doozies on board one. I'm really hoping. I mean, it's Dave. It's probably coming down.
It's probably coming down.
The long handle of a map. I don't know what kind of map you use, but my maps don't have handles. Simp sack. Nice. I love it. All these creative compound words.
So the other 8s in mispack plus blank are ram picks and pick maws. So an R or a W would be the other letters you'd be looking for here. But of those, only Mapstick is going to play on this board.
So Rampix, Rampike, Ranpike, and Rampole are all the same word. Interesting.
How many words do you need for a dead tree? I don't know, but I guess the answer is 5. Whatever.
Firewood. That's how I call it.
Oh, there's 6. Okay. So Dave taking his time. I wonder if he already sees Mapstick, but he's just looking for a better bingo. Maybe he's talking himself out of Miss Pack being valid. Miss Pack is not an insane phony. Like, it seems reasonable.
It seems like he's arranging Miss Pack almost.
Or he's arranging Imp Sack. Or he's telling us that he is SPAC. He's putting I'm SPAC. All sorts of interesting Dave phonies.
Well,
Sad.
if you're not going to play Miss Pack, that is probably the top, like the second best play, I would imagine.
Yep, it sure is. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Pack keeping CIMS is pretty good.
Tier. Acritor asks, who is the best phonier in this tournament?
I think you're looking at him. I think it's Dave.
I mean, like, if anyone's going to get away with phonies in this field, it would most likely be Dave, just because of how much he knows of the valid words.
It definitely depends on what you mean by best. Like, I think Dave is very good at picking his spots where playing a phony might actually be successful and phonying successfully. If you're asking for like most entertaining phonier, I mean, were you watching yesterday? Because we saw Jesse Day play Toadier. So, like, what do you mean by best? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jesse Day is literally nicknamed Phoners. So, like, you got to give some shout out to that.
So Dave has actually drawn another bingo,
Ooh.
despite the rather unpleasant looking 3-eye combination.
I'm trying to find it without cheating, but I'm struggling. Help me, Jesse. What is
Sorry,
it?
what am I looking at?
Dave's drawn a bingo, Jeremy says.
Oh, yeah, they mentioned it in the chat as well. It's really nice.
Oh, mini disc. Oh, sick.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice play.
So no bingo for Evan right now.
Yeah.
He's got options such as over fat through the V and Eve. That's his highest scoring play. If he wants to keep a stronger lead, though, he could do something like Fovea.
It also happens to block mini disc.
Oh,
So it's the
sad.
best- So it's the best play.
34.
Let's see. Yeah, and Libe Jofa, just to clarify, there's a different word, and I won't mention it on the air, that's slightly related, that would meet the earlier definition you mentioned, but since you've just looked it up with the bot, this one is not the same. But I can see where that potential line of thought might have come from. This one is considered non-slurry and is still in the dictionary.
Pack just means pack, like packing a bag. Oh, I guess it's a noun. Yeah, you can't do packing, P-A-K-K-I-N-G.
P-A-K-K-I-N-G.
There'd be stranger words with multiple Ks for sure. Emitic, yeah, that definitely looks pretty good. Silver fat.
Yeah, emitic, very nice. A couple of spots for it. You can put the D on Eve to make Eved, or you can put emitic to the left of over fat, overlapping 3 times. Scoring either 35 or 33, so both pretty good options.
Those look pretty similar to me. Probably want to play the one that scores the 2 more points in that case. I guess next to overfat sets up a hotspot for the Z. Maybe something he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, I mean, the emitic on the right making Eve is actually pretty decent defensively because, like, the C is pretty hard to overlap. And yeah, indeed, that's the one he's going to play. I think I like it. 2 points more, and it's really not that bad defensively.
Yeah. Well, it does set up the H. So drawing the last H will be, might be something that makes a big difference to the game.
Could be. So by blocking that N, Evan has also blocked his own bingos. No unseared, unerased, undersea, etc. And he's going to be settling for a smaller score here. Looks like a lot of his best options are to the right of Koshard, because Core takes hooks like Koru or Kora. So you can play words like do or O in that spot, like O-E-A-U.
I am on team do. I like that.
I do looks good.
Yeah, do making Koru is 28 points and keeping AERS, very solid. Looks like Dave has drawn the J. That's interesting. Not seeing any like fantastic J hotspots or anything, but still an interesting scoring tile.
Well, I mean, there's just a JUG next to overfat.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the standard one I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But I was thinking that actually, if you play UT, you set up the J. So now I'm thinking it's a reasonable way to do that. Probably not, because the rest of your rack is so, it's filled with one pointers, and
Yeah.
you'd rather preserve it. You rather preserve it for a bingo. Just play the J this turn.
Yeah, you're not going to
Something
make
worth
some
thinking
17-point play or something, keeping the J. It's, yeah. Play Puja backwards, says Dustin Dude in chat. I like that. Adjup.
Would not be the strangest looking word on a board ever, as far as valid words are concerned, even. I mean, because we have like what, all the stuff like falage and affalage, like there's no shortage of strange J words.
You can spell Henry backwards.
Yerna.
Yerna? Yeah, you can spell whatever you want backwards.
But you can't have an ab Yerna. That's not allowed. Only an ab Henry.
So Evan here is taking his time, and you can't blame him. These are not easy turns to figure out, these kind of middling, no bingo, no scoring play. How do you score 26 the best way kind of plays?
There we go, yeah. Daraf.
Yeah,
That's another
Daraf,
one.
there's another one.
I am assuming there also isn't an ab Daraf. It's probably just, yeah.
Just Abvarad, yeah.
That seems to be it. The backwards ones don't get to be abbed. When things don't get to be abbed, that makes me sad. I like abs.
All right, so used is a 32-point play from Evan.
Oh,
does
wow,
turn
I
his-
wasn't expecting that, using the S there.
Yeah. I guess it figures there's two more than he can draw. We'll see.
I think he must have overlooked the KOR spot.
Yeah, it's easy to not realize how many points it scores. Like, Do doesn't look like 26 points. It looks kind of piddling. He draws the blank, though. Interesting.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, Cal, I was actually, as soon as you type Mo, that is the exception. That one does work, ab Mo. There you go. There's always an exception to the rules. That's one backwards word that kept its abs. That's hard to keep your abs, especially during COVID. That was a struggle, man.
So we were talking before about Jug, and I do think Jug or Juga is pretty solid here. Just to the left of Overfat, scoring 33 or 35. Dave kind of shuffling his tiles, but I think he's going to arrive at the correct choice of either Jug or Juga.
Meanwhile, on Evan's rack, Lewis has pointed out Lavaterra in
Oh, very
two
nice.
places.
Very nice.
And Addigator asks us your predictions on who wins. Well, right now they're level, but it looks like Evan is going to be pulling ahead fairly shortly, given he should have, as Lewis said, two places to play Lavaterra. But as far as like who's going to win, I don't know. Like even with that, it's still going to be pretty level. Someone in the chat types Novak. Oh yeah, because the Wimbledon finalist today, Novak is playing Nick Kyrgios.
Right.
And in that case, as much as I'm a fan of chaos on occasion, I think Novak's going to pull that one out. I would not be
He's
surprised.
probably favored a little bit. Yeah.
I think Nick will probably get one set off of him. I would say
Okay.
4. In my household, my mom was a tennis instructor for a very long time. So it was pretty much required that we watched all of the Grand Slams every year. So whether I liked it or not, I got very immersed into that aspect of tennis culture at the very least. So yeah, I'm going to say probably Novak in 4.
So it looks like Dave is looking at Gauji, how we pronounce that, which I did see as well, and it does set up the S, but not in a great way, because of the shape of the board, you can't actually play a bingo ending in S for King Gaujis.
Yeah,
I mean, well, you have to be an 8 starting with D, which is significantly more restrictive.
right, or a 7-letter word that has the S like 5th or 6th instead of last. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a little more difficult.
for sure.
I think there's no reason to play Gauji and kind of give up the nice tiles.
Yeah, I might just play something like Juga. I think ENS rather than NS, just keep a slightly better leave. But I think all these plays are pretty similar, honestly. Oh, great question in chat. Who would win at tennis, Dave or Evan?
Ooh. If either of them played tennis? I was trying to think.
Evan is pretty tall. He's got that reach. I don't
He
know.
does. I'd actually go Evan
Although,
on this one. Wiggy has surprised us with some of his amazing abilities outside of Scrabble in life. So he could naturally end up being a decent tennis player, but I'm still going to go Evan.
I feel like whenever I've tried to play against Dave in like literally any game, I just get destroyed.
We
in
lose.
It. Like if there's a pool table, he'll just beat you. If there's a ping pong table, like it doesn't matter what the game is. He'll just
Just
find a way to
imagine
crush
Dave
you.
holding the paddle like the standard way upside down, like you see all the best players in the world do, where like no matter what, they just like are able to instantly flip it and put the perfect spin on it. I bet Dave has studied all the spins in ping pong or table tennis, I guess they call it on. Or I guess that depends. They kind of have their own bit of drama with what they call the game, depending on where they're playing. But anyway, I bet he would be a surprise, amazing player.
Wouldn't shock me at all.
So,
All right, so Gaji comes down,
yeah.
and it's back to Evan now, who's got 2 bingos, Lavaterra or Alterage through the T.
So Lewis is wondering if it's worth playing a jar instead of the bonus. It's interesting. Akratir says, I think most good players call it table tennis, but it's not nearly as satisfying to say. Yeah, I think from what I've seen when I've seen it on TV, the handful of times I have, it's usually been labeled table tennis, to be fair. And I think at the Olympics, when they were considering it way back in the day, yeah, I think I saw table tennis for that too. So running through the sim, I think the sim actually agrees with you, Lewis, that a jar fares better than playing Lavaterra. But it looks like Evan is going to opt to play Lavaterra.
I'm somewhat surprised to hear that, because Ajar is 24, and even though Lavaterra is 58, that's a significant difference.
Yeah, I'm curious what a human would do versus a sim. I mean, like, of course, putting an R in the AAA when you have AEL blank is beautiful, but a human might block that spot more often than a computer would. So I'm not entirely sure about the Quackle sim here. Don't blame Evan at all for just playing the bingo. I think that might be correct against a human. It might not be. It's close.
King of Lettuce asks, is the sim being simmed properly? Well, Evans is doing it right next to me. I'm pretty trusting in his ability, so I think it is. Saw is next, says Cal, as a question mark. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I was looking at Fez plays possibly as far as next options. So Saws is definitely right up there.
Saws making Koro at 62 points. Hard to fight with that. Oh, there's more punning in chat.
So here, Dave is facing a choice between playing the Z or playing the H.
Yeah.
I mean, just haven't thought about it much, but I think I'm inclined to play the Z first because the H spot is likely to stay there. You have the last H, the hook CH. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. So
the best equity play here is actually shown, SHOWN, parallel to Gaji with all the overlaps. That's 50 points. But Saz with a little bit of a weird leave, but 62 is 62.
It's hard to turn
so,
down 62 points.
Yeah. All right, so Saz does come down, but he hasn't hit his clock yet. Oh, no, he has. Okay, yep.
Lewis notes that WH fits nicely next to Gouge. And yeah, I mean, like, he still got it for the next turn. So the nice thing with Saws is it scores a lot, and you still have WH place on the next turn next to Gouge. So yeah, I can see that.
Oh, yeah,
logic
great point
there.
in chat that
Yeah.
WH still fits next to Gaji. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Verbalo says I was liking the shown. Yeah, I mean, like, I like the play as well, personally.
Yeah, it's those two plays are very close.
Yeah, I think so.
I think there might be a slight edge for Shown because the leave is better, and then your FEZ spot is unlikely to go away.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'd say so too.
Marlon Hill in the chat is mentioning 62 can be turned down for 50, and that's in reference to Shown versus Saws. Marlon, do you mind expanding a bit on your line of thought there? I'm happy to hear about it because obviously we might not agree on this one, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Please go ahead and elaborate. I'd love to hear. Lewis says, useful to have the H for CH2. Much easier for Dave to score now.
As for Evan this turn, he's got some options. That J is an interesting spot for him to use. He could play something like Ouija or Bijou. Both players still have plenty of time, over 10 minutes. Got 31 tiles to go, so about 1/3 of the game left.
I am shocked that Ouija is simming as high as it is. I don't think I would ever play.
Oh, I didn't sim it yet. This is just a static
Oh,
evaluation.
okay, that's much better. I was gonna say that should be nowhere near the top.
And yet possibly it is.
What do you not like about Ouija?
But neither of them have the S, but I mean, like, I think it leaves a lot to chance.
Well, setting up the S is good for him, right? He's 50 down. He might not have the S, but yeah, I mean, I think he benefits from the additional volatility, especially when there aren't any good lanes besides the end of tangible at the moment. He's actually taking out the lane for 7s next to Overfat by playing through the J.
Noah Slackoff points out Whale after the Ouija play is available for Dave. Yeah, that's a lot of points. Marlon Hill is
That is a lot of points.
Marlon Hill is saying the Fez spot was going nowhere, and that was his reasoning for Shown. And yeah, that's valid too, because I think if you were going to have one of the two spots gone, it would more likely be the one next to Gauge, however you want to say it. Perfectly reasonable. I can definitely understand that.
The only bad thing about Whale here is you're giving Evan a lot of hooks, whaled, whaler, whales, and he needs a big spot to hook his bingo to come back. That's exactly what you don't want to give him.
Is it actually better to play Whaler?
That's what I was getting at. Yep. At least with Whaler, you force specificity. Like it's got to be an 8 through an R,
Yeah. Well, this is another one of those words that happens to have a whole bunch of variations. So I guess Gaji technically would be how you'd say it if it lines up with all the rest. Anyway.
Oh, I see.
But then Gorgio kills that whole...
Sidebinder points out where is also an option, W-H-A-R-E.
Yeah, it looks like Dave is debating between exactly those two choices.
Yeah.
Based on what he's lining up.
Where takes an S, but only an S. So fewer hooks to worry about.
And logically speaking, if Ouija's been played... Yeah, from Dave's point of view, it's interesting. Like when someone plays Ouija, like he's going to see that it's all vowels, so he's not necessarily grooming his rack blatantly, but you could infer a potential S. I don't know. It's interesting trying to figure out what Dave might infer after that play.
Well, this is a situation where you're probably doing some range finding, right? You're not you can't be certain that your opponent has an S because they could just be dumping vowels, but the chance that they have an S definitely goes up after Ouija.
For sure. All right, Whaler's coming down, and I like Whaler, I think. You're forcing Evan to have a specific thing, and if he doesn't have it this turn, you can block next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Whaler is one of those counterintuitive plays where it's actually less dangerous to put something in the triple lane.
Yeah, yeah.
And Dave has drawn the S as it turns out, so he'll be relieved to see that.
Turns out that Evan did not need the R, he needed the E for buttoned, and he didn't get it. So no bingo here. I think if you're Evan, you might just go ahead and take out that R because you know that Dave is going to do it next turn anyway. It's not going to stay open. Like you might want to just take a play like Bort or Bird now.
Well, the problem with that is that that will leave him say 60 points behind, and on a fairly tight board, Dave can easily obstruct the remaining bingo lanes on his next turn. I guess there might be one marginal lane through Ouija, through the O of Ouija left.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
like hooking the P, those are not very likely. Because Dave can play something that obstructs the L of Lavaterra and the N of Tangible.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any kind of like creative way for Evan to open the board up some more. I'm not seeing much. This is tough. I see define WAF in the chat.
Yeah. I believe technically it's sort of as an acronym as in waste of flesh.
Correct. Yeah. So it's not a slur. It's just kind of an insult. It's like calling somebody a moron.
Mm-hmm. All these like acronyms in the South Pacific. You know? We had Ron's come up yesterday as a potential play. I forgot that was the definition for singleton. Nice. Someone looked that up in the chat with Dave's right.
Ah, singleton. Yeah. That's a hard word to anagram. Singleton. It looks like an ing, or it's just hard to find.
That's the thing, right? Like some of the words that are technically more common, I find to be the very hardest to anagram because I'm sure for a card game player of certain games that would be a very common word, but yeah, tough to anagram.
Like bridge, which Dave is.
Yeah.
So bunt comes down from Evan. That's very interesting. Maybe he's hoping for like a non-bingo triple, like out something. I don't know. So it's 376 to 304. Let me just update that scoreboard now. So a 72-point lead for Dave Wiegand here. I'll get the title pool up there in a second as well. There are... Wait, that is not the correct title pool. Hold on.
Hold.
All right, so there are a total of 18 tiles unseen to Dave, 11 in the bag and 7 on Evan Borowski's rack. Of the 18, it looks like we've got, 7 vowels and 11 consonants, so a little bit heavy. And some pretty clunky consonants like the P and the M and the V and the Y. So not great for bingos, which means it's not great for Evan Borowski, who's down by a bingo.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have trouble here.
Yeah, and the other factor is that of these lines that are open, the N intangible, of course, is a consonant. So, you would be hoping in this case you have a vowel that's open, but there isn't really a realistic one, given the V in Lavaterra cuts off any underlaps through the A there. So, yeah, definitely not bingo friendly at the moment.
Yeah, so the play of Anting from the first A of Lavaterra will block both the L and the N, which are definitely the best lanes. I think Dave looked at that briefly, but he seems like he's going for Glint instead. Maybe there are 9 timers, non bonus 9 timers through the TNR that Dave saw.
Yeah, I was just checking. There are 248 words with that pattern of a T and an R that are eights. All sorts of options. Boat port, clotburs, footwork. I'm going to stop reading them. There's a lot. Anyway, Glint, good play.
Yeah, I think I would have gone for anything myself, but
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, Evan's got quite a bind here.
Yeah, this is tough.
Marlon is suggesting you in the chat. I'm assuming that will be alongside the P and pack, unless I'm missing a different spot.
All right, so we should have the score and the title pool updated. It is Evan down by 90, and the pool looking a little bit better than before, but still not great. 5 minutes to go, a little bit more than that, actually. If you're Dave here, you got to be feeling pretty comfortable. Not 100% in the clear, but certainly 95%.
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, with this lead, if Evan makes a low scoring play to try and manage the board or balance his rack, Dave could probably survive a bingo.
Yeah, that's true. You could play Oi
Maybe-
and Linty for 26. That keeps you a little bit within striking distance.
Yeah, I think the play Noah Slotkoff was mentioning was playing you, as Marlon Hill mentioned, but on the top right, creating Ume and Ois, which is like, yeah, it definitely scores. I think the option still is, even with that, you need a bingo, like essentially to get back in the game. There's really only one realistic lane, which Dave can destroy next turn. So you kind of want to create yourself an opportunity, but if you don't score, it doesn't matter. So it's a tough spot because, yeah, on the top right, you could go purely for points, but what are you going to do after Dave takes out the last lane next turn?
Yeah, so just not a great spot here for Evan. I think something like either the Glinty play or the U play, like they're both pretty reasonable and there's not much better. And you just got to hope for some kind of miracle. I mean, I'm looking for some kind of creative board opening play.
Well, that's why I was asking for Marlon's clarification on you, because my assumption is Marlon's you is different from Noah's. But
I see, yeah.
just waiting to hear other suggestions potentially, because those are all of their own merit. There we go.
Oh, and he is playing
So
the
he's
far
playing
left
the
U.
U that opens up the board. So this creates some form of volatility that he can potentially use. Yeah, the King of Lettuce, that was my assumption as well.
So how many tiles are left in the bag now?
I believe it's going to be 4. Let me just get that updated. Yeah, it's 4 in the bag and a score of 394 to 315.
Marlon says, good assumption. Hey, Marlon, it's been a while since I've seen you, but I know a little bit about how your brain works. So I was assuming you meant the bottom left.
Yeah, so right now Dave just needs to play 3 tiles and score 30 points, and he will win even if there's a bingo, which there isn't going to be based on Evan's draw.
Yep, not looking too good for Evan here. He has given himself a nice scoring play of pivot, making pup. But that's not going to win. It's just going to cut some spread.
He'll need a few more of those pivots. Otherwise, there's no chance.
So Dave's checking the bag there. He will confirm that there are 4 tiles left. And I'm sure he realizes that as long as he just plays 3 tiles and scores well, he's going to be fine. If he wants, he can play Nom underneath Lavaterra, and that, you know, kills Bingo's, scores 11 and keeps ENST. It's simple and kind of lame, but it gets the job done. I was just looking at the list of moves in Quackle, and a lot of the statically best plays are not good plays because they overlap you and give Evan easy triples and stuff. You know, you can't play, you know, Mon making MO next to you. That's terrible. But yeah, I think something like Nom under Lavaterra gets the job done. Under 5 minutes to go for Dave.
Yeah, it's difficult to score well without having a poor leaf.
Yeah, Jesse was
I
pointing
mean-
like, oh yeah, sorry, go on. Yep.
I think even if Dave, you know, played MOYS, that would still be like 100% winning. Just maybe not spread optimal. I'm not sure about what would be spread optimal.
So I had a suggestion I wanted to plug into Quackle. I was actually thinking Mott, creating my, and then playing down just one further spot up. That was my suggestion. And
Oh,
Oh,
Dave's really smart. He has the case E, so he can play
Yeah.
Mo setting up emo.
there you go. Yeah, I didn't type in the inference. Yeah, so then Dave's play is better in that case.
He's also just up by 100 points, so it doesn't matter. He's just going to win.
This, yeah, spread finding right here. Very nice.
yeah, but this is a very nice play. I mean, you know, like the best players, they even when like they are guaranteed to win, they still make and find these kinds of plays. Like you know, this is the kind of thing that Nigel does all the time.
Mhm.
Even after he's beaten you, he's like, oh well, you know, I have the last whatever, I'm gonna set it up and score 70 more points, and you can't do anything about it. So
Oh, you thought you were just going to lose. Let me destroy you even more. We're getting a little bit of cheeky talk in the chat here. I'm loving it.
So whether Marlon knows his threes.
Does Marlon know an F?
Marlon knows his
three?
12s, people.
Yeah.
Of course he knows his threes. How dare you?
King of lettuce. How dare you? Indeed. The one and only legendary Marlon Hill. He knows more than a few words. I remember a long time ago in an Albany tournament when Marlon was sitting next to me and discussing the merits of playing a 9 that left a vulnerable S hook on the end versus a standard 7. And I heard him talking out loud with his opponent about it. He was playing me, actually, and he was looking at the table next to him. And he was saying to the guy next to him, he was just like, I know you play this, but I wouldn't. And he picked up and played a 7 somewhere else instead. Marlon's amazing. Just watching him play and the way his brain works, it's beautiful. Miss you, Marlon. Hope you're doing well.
One of my early games against Marlon, he puts out a bingo against me of Tiger Eye. And he stares at it for a long time, like maybe 3 or 4 minutes. And he's like hemming and hawing about it. And he picks it up and he puts it back down and he finally plays it. And after the game, I was like, were you not sure about Tiger Eye? And he just goes, oh, please, Tiger Eye's guys are right. Being like, not only do I know this word, but I know the crazy anagram for its for its plural.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got crazy word knowledge for sure.
Oh, yeah. And what was it? Gasparo was the really famous one.
Yeah. Gasparo. I think he extended EAU
Mhm.
at the opening to Gasparo. With the X, I believe.
No, I think.
Was it no X? I don't know.
I think it was EAUX is already down, and I think Pargets might have been playable, but Gasparo was the play Marlon opted for instead. Yeah, that was one of the more famous ones I remember. So Evan has played a port.
All right, so no spot for interns or anything like that. No crazy nines. I checked. He almost has like serotonin or something, but yeah, just not quite. Both players quite economical with their time. Evan using all but his final 10 seconds. And Dave using more than usual as well.
Dave actually would have serotonin if one of those ends were an O instead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's close. Yeah, so not a lot of great options here for Dave. I think his best play is Renins, Renins, on the left side of the board. You got to see the hook for oop to make noop, N-O-U-P. Okay, he plays soup instead. Yeah, that's a few points worse, but pretty close. All right, Sinner comes down, and Evan just barely gets his play down in time.
Vexil keeping a T on his side, and Dave will just play out after that. Good morning, Rebecca. Nice to have you in.
He does find Tot. There you go. Best. All right, so your final score is going to be Dave Wiegand 450, Evan Borowski 344. So 116 or 106, excuse me, point win for Dave Wiegand.
Nice game.
Dave was in first place going into today, and he's going to stay there, I would imagine. 7-1 now. I think Thomas Reinke was chasing Dave for first place on spread. We'll check on his result when we can. But yeah, Dr. Bing is binging away.
Indeed, he is doing that.
All right, I'm going to go check on my directorial duties, and I shall return in a little bit. And we're going to have Conor Bessel-Bouchard and David Eldar coming up next on the stream, so don't go anywhere.
Excellent. I'm guessing General Mond might be responding to my much earlier question about where people are watching from. I'm assuming watching from New York City in that case, so welcome. Nice to have you here. Marlon says he will visit Nationals Sunday and definitely Wednesday. Okay, I'm assuming you're talking about the NASC in Baltimore. That would be awesome to have you there. Not sure I personally will get there, but hopefully you get to connect with lots of old Scrabble friends. Rebecca, that blank is a V as in Victor. That is Lavaterra.
So, any final thoughts about this game, Jesse?
I think it was really well played. I mean, I can't really point to anything extremely obvious as far as things that swung the game. Just a couple of interesting conversation points. The choice of Saws versus Schoen, for example, on one turn. We heard a little bit from our chat earlier just about the merits of each of the plays. I'd say probably that turn was worth a little bit of discussion. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it was a very good, exciting game. Right up until about Whaler or so. I think both sides were very competitive in terms of winning chances. Very good plays, very good finds like Lavaterra, some slight inaccuracies, missing Wakf used, but those are relatively minor. So
yeah, and all things considered, it worked out. Let's see what else in the chat here, just to make sure I don't miss. So regarding the tennis question earlier, KP Hool mentions going to go Kyrgios on the field in Baltimore. Nice. There you go. Does that mean you're expecting to have a couple of walkovers on your way up to the top of the leaderboard? Is that the reference you're going for there? Let's just see what else we've got here. Fort Lauderdale for Huddle WR. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. Probably roasty toasty in Fort Lauderdale right now. I imagine it's quite hot down there. I was there this winter for some work layovers where it was more of a pleasant warm temperature. JMC Judy M. Cole, perhaps?
I kept AR8. I mean, it worked out because I picked a blank, but I mean, that scored by far more than anything else I had. This was the only like S like.
So for anyone in the chat, if you are among our tournament Scrabble players, where's the next event you are going to, if not at this one? I'm assuming Baltimore for a number of our North American players. How about some of our non-tournament Scrabble players? Have you ever been to a Scrabble club or done an informal tournament at work? I'd be interested to hear what you've got going on there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was thinking if Tangent Blur was good, and there was nothing because.
Yeah, like your Ibex turn, you could have played Hexes. It was like 44, but Ibex is probably a little better. I don't know.
I didn't. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You're saying with the S. Okay. Right. Yeah. No, I didn't even consider it, but I mean.
While the players go in post-mortem, we are going to go to a wide shot of the room as we get ready for the next round. Our next players on board 1.
Under there for that, but
So we've got a few players, pardon me, not players, a few viewers who are mentioning they've never been to a real-life tournament, maybe one day. We'd love to have you. Gertchie and Korob. Oh, Korob's. Okay. Oh, you were just being cheeky. Okay. You were just in Albany. Okay, perfect. Rebecca says, no tournaments on the horizon for me. Still can risk getting COVID. Yeah, fair enough. I totally hear that. Fair enough. Definitely different levels of tolerance and risk. No sound from me? Okay. Perfect. Can hear me again. Excellent. I think it's just that sometimes when we switch shots going from the board to the room, that occasionally happens. For those of you wondering who are watching from outside, apologies for that. Scrabble Kitty, have only played local tourneys. No plans to leave Calgary anytime soon. You know what? Actually, Scrabble Kitty, I started my tournament Scrabble career with NSA at the time, and that was in Calgary. So it was a tournament that Siri directed. Siri Tilakaratne is actually here in Naperville playing in this tournament. He's been the longtime director of the Calgary Scrabble Club. So I can relate. They do a number of interesting events in Calgary for sure. The marathon, I believe they still run in December. They do like 12 rounds in one day. They play on one day in December. Definitely got more than my fill of games. Basset Hound Zebra says, as close as I've ever been to a Scrabble club is driving Conrad to one before he was old enough to drive. Yeah, fair enough. And Rebecca says, Calgary is a hotbed of Scrabble. Yeah, there's definitely lots going on. A little fun fact, as far as, at least with NSA, which then became NASPA, the most frequent matchup as far as number of rated tournament games was between Siri Tilakaratne and Wayne Clifford. Have the most rated matches between any two players in the whole organization. But of course, now that we have multiple dictionaries and organizations, it's a little bit tougher to track that. But at the time when there was just the one main organization, North America, that was they were the leading one-player matchup by far. I believe Stu Goldman, rest in peace, he was second on the list with another player. I just can't remember who it was. Marlon says on Jesse's phone yesterday, as in Jesse Day, that game almost made me have a heart attack. That is in reference to Toadier that was played with a blank D among many valid options. An invalid option was played instead. Yeah, that was interesting times.
Yeah, Jesse does have, as in Jesse Day, obviously has a kind of kind of strange small quirk that very very occasionally he will play some like strange phony that doesn't look good to anyone else, but he just like it's like something just like it slips for a moment.
A little glitch in the matrix there. So,
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe actually, I'm not sure how much it happens in like his games on the whole, but maybe it's being streamed, getting a little nervous because anecdotally such things seem to happen on stream.
I think Jesse's pretty used to being on stream by now, especially like he's been in multiple finals, including against Nigel, back when Mind Sports did the broadcast for the World Championship in
Yeah.
Torquay. Like that was a pretty long one. I think Jesse's probably past the point of nerves related to streaming. But yeah, that's definitely a factor to always consider for anyone who's on board one. Marlon mentions wasn't even the best play, pointing to Mediator as a candidate play instead. Yeah, I'm on your side on that one. I would agree.
Watching the hair, by the way. My hands evolved in. I mean, they didn't.
Josh's endgame made me pass out. Fair enough. Korab says, well, calm yourself, Marlon. I want to see you in Baltimore. It's like, well, I kind of have a conflict of interest with this because I want Marlon watching. But yes, I also think it would be good to have Marlon in Baltimore. So yes, keep calm and carry on, Marlon. We definitely want you here. And we'll continue to will for optimal play on board one so you don't pass out. Looking back at the room, it looks like a number of players have resumed with the next round of play already. I'm guessing they're just ironing out the last couple of kinks for board one before we continue. Also, it involves, this is Conrad and Jesse Day, I believe, for the matchup. So since it involves Jesse Day, it probably means that he likely just finished his previous game since, as we've discussed as a theme, he always uses all of his time.
Well, I'm not. The camera is rather small, but I don't. Is that David Elder sitting at table one?
Take Conrad and David. Pardon me. My bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Commentators, can you share with us more about David Brown, please? I can try and find out where this person's at in the standings, but I have to be honest, I have no idea who that person is. So other than sharing where this, yeah, once we have
there has been a conspiracy theory going around that David Brown is secretly Nigel Richards in disguise after he beat Adam Logan in the very first round. But
I heard a different David Brown conspiracy theory. I heard that there were actually 3 Reinke twins, and David Brown is a secret third one.
So Reinke triplet.
Yeah. So I guess there's all sorts of misinformation out there. Who knows what's real?
Misinformation in the world nowadays?
Yeah,
Who would have ever thought?
All right, resetting the scores. Yes, I can do that. 0.
okay, so our next matchup in round 9 is beginning. We have Conrad Bassett Bouchard versus starting the game versus David Elder replying. A very exciting matchup. Not quite a top of the standings clash, but pretty close.
Yep.
David Elder currently 6-2 with 573 spread, and Conrad 5-2. 5-2? I must not have this updated.
He's 5-3. He just lost, I believe.
I see that 5-3, and well, I will report his spread once this updates.
It's whatever it was
not
before
updated
minus
yet.
a couple hundred because he got crushed, I believe.
Okay, so 1 or 200 points then.
Yeah.
And, Conrad has drawing his first rack.
I guess some people are seeing Conrad's hair for the first time. Conrad got his hair dyed by his partner Darren. They do fun things with their hair every month, and Conrad decided that he would randomly this time. So he asked Darren, and they had no problem doing that. So yeah, now Conrad is rocking blue hair.
I called it blue and he corrected me, said it was teal. So
Yeah.
I made sure to get it right the second time. It's teal.
It's technically
UX
teal.
loser. Oh no.
Yes, Conrad, I did notice that Conrad had arranged UX loser.
So Conrad is a user experience designer. He's a UX designer, but UX loser is what he's calling himself apparently.
Trolling us on Twitch already. I love it.
Yes. So Lyrex there looks like the best play, and that's unfortunately for Conrad, give the R that David Alda's looking for. And in keeping with what David was talking about when he came on stream yesterday, he's playing the obvious moves very quickly, taking 14 seconds to put down Eucharist,
There you go.
which is the David Alda school of time management.
Yeah, when there is no other option, play the one that stands out, which is perfectly fine. All right, so Conrad's doing something. I want to point this out, something that for all of us on the table. So notice Conrad still has just the 2 tiles on his rack. He's just played 5. When you have someone make a really fast play on the other side, I think this is good. He made sure that he finished tracking all of his own stuff. He tracked everything that David Eldar just did. And then after that was all done, he put his 5 tiles up on his rack. Because it's really easy to screw up with your tracking and scorekeeping right at the beginning. And this is something that can bite you in the butt in a really close end game if you don't have that all lined up and perfectly done. So very nice demonstration of a good management technique there, keeping everything perfectly tracked, organized, sorted, and then added his next letters onto his racks. There'd be no mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, very professional. I'm actually not sure about the rules in the US, but I think according to international rules, you should make sure that you finish drawing tiles before you track or do anything else.
Yeah, he did. He had all
we all
5
have
on the
that rule.
table.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
a worldwide thing.
No, I wasn't saying he didn't. I'm just as a general reminder for the viewership.
yeah.
It's one of my pet peeves when my opponents tracking before they draw
totally,
tiles.
totally, yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah, 100%.
You ever do the passive aggressive, like shake the bag at them to remind them? Like I've done that. All right, Vivex looks like a good play from Conrad. That's strong equity play and pretty decent for the board as well. So yeah, nice play there. And despite David's bingo, Conrad leads.
yeah, David now has another rack with 5 vowels, and unlike the first one, he's not lucky enough to have a bingo. So
Conrad's keeping with the UX theme. Now he's El Delfino.
I was waiting for dongies, and there it is.
Yeah, going for the dongy option. Very good. We'll allow sidelong for very little, says Alec. Yep.
Oh, good. So the records are updated. Conrad's 5 and 3, and David is 6 and 2. Yeah, those are correct. Okay. Looks like first place is a tie right now between Dave Wiegand and Jeff Teveno, who are both 7 and 1. Thomas Reinke lost his game, so he's down to 6 and 2. Bunch of other 6 and 2s as well. We got Eldar, we got David Webb, we got Femi Awade, and so a lot of players in the mix here. Best play here for Eldar looks like it's going to be the non-bingo double-double of Lionize through the S. Just blow up the rack and score 28. And move on with your life. Not much else to do here.
Alec has pointed out that indigos would go down for Conrad as a result.
Yeah.
Allison is here cheering on Conrad. Very good. Nice to see you.
Yeah, so Lionize gives back both indigos and sidelong. Indigos 6 more points, but sidelong doesn't give back the triple-triple. Interesting choice for Conrad, who is a fairly defensive player. We'll see which one he chooses. Assuming that Lionize comes down, which it does. Here we go.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Indigo
I mean,
for 66 or sidelong for 60. What do y'all think in chat?
I wouldn't hesitate to play Indigos, but I'm not sure that that means that Indigos is correct. I just think to myself that 6 points is a lot, and I just be like, okay, Indigos it is.
Yeah, my prediction is that Conrad does hesitate to play Indigos. He
Hmm.
might play it, but he'll hesitate.
Yeah, I'm generally not too worried about stuff like opening up a triple unless I'm very far ahead.
Yeah.
So Jeremy Hildebrand likes sidelong. Alex Dings, hello, likes sidelong as well.
If the difference was smaller, like 2 points, 3 points, I would probably play sidelong. But 6 points is a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
David can play poo. Yep, very insightful.
He's got a lot of poo on his rack.
Based on the rate at which David's drawing vowels, this might be one of those end games where everyone has consonants and you're struggling to find plays.
Marlon points out 6 points is not a lot considering defense. Yeah, and I was going to point out, because I know Conrad's playing style. I'm a little biased, of course. I know Conrad's playing style, so he'll be very heavily considering going for something like sidelong instead, just because of its defensive nature.
Oh, Waven pointed out that Conrad is looking at Oldenings, which is a phony, but he might be considering it.
He is.
Oldenings, I see. Oh.
Oldening is good, but no S. And it's a very good play if it's valid, but it is not valid.
It's a very good
He's
play
got to
if
think
it's
about
valid.
it.
He's thinking about it. Yeah. I know that look. He's thinking about it.
Oh, yeah, he definitely gave the look. He's like
Yeah.
staring into space frustratedly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the sim says about, the relative value of sidelong versus indigos. I agree that defense is a consideration, but I'm just not sure how many points indigos gives up compared to sidelong.
I'd say, relatively speaking, sidelong seems benign just because it ends up being an I. Like in the absolute worst case, 1 in a bajillion scenario, you'd have like Dersey or something like that on the left that would hurt you. But other than that, I can't see that being too devastating as far as response plays.
Okay, so it looks
I
like
think I know
he's
that look.
discarded.
He just gave up on
Oldenings.
Oldenings. He just like shook his fist at it and then moved it. I've seen him do that. And now he's going to play Indigos, I bet.
He's got sidelong in a different way lined up on his rack. Yeah, so now he's thinking about sidelong.
Okay. You always like when players arrange their racks like this so you can know what they're thinking. As a commentator, it's really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I myself am terrible. I just like stare at my letters, don't give any hints, and then just play something after 5 minutes. I'm sure it's a commentator's nightmare because like they don't know what I'm thinking or what I'm going to do.
Also, something fun, I don't know if you have noticed, but we can see, because of our omniscience in this case, that he's probably thinking about sidelong. But if you're thinking from David Eldar's point of view, you still have 3 separate sets of letters on the rack, even though in this case, it's not a disconnected 9 he's thinking about. He's just thinking about an 8. Kind of nice, clever little poker-related thing there. He's not giving any tells as far as what he's thinking
So you're
about.
saying the bingo's going to catch him by surprise? He's
No, no.
expecting a 4-letter word?
No, I just mean like from Dave's point of view, it looks the same as what he was considering before, with like different clumps of tile separated. I think it's really clever.
Okay.
Because like usually you would think if you're thinking out loud, like, and you're kind of giving away what you're thinking about, you would put side off the left and then on the right if you're telegraphing kind of. But he's got the same separation of 3 clumps of tiles, even though last time he was thinking about a 9 and this time he's thinking about an 8. I think it's cool.
Okay.
I actually can't remember the last time I really noticed like how my opponents were arranging their tiles on their rack. I have heard things like quote unquote advice that you might give away information if you arrange your tiles in a certain way. But
Conrad 1000% considers everything like that when he's considering plays, what his opponents are doing and what he is possibly showing.
He's going to move Indigos and now play sidelong.
the classic demonstrate to your opponent that you found all your bingos.
Should put down Oldenings too, just to be thorough.
I would have started with that for like
He just talked about it. He literally just pointed through the L and the N.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He's saying it out loud. Interesting.
He has not hit his clock yet, so we're still waiting on him to make a decision. Oh, there goes the clock, it looks like. Yep.
Yeah, he's opted for
So
sidelong.
sidelong it is.
So it looks like David Alder's looking at Napu. Oh, he's actually playing it quite quickly. I was surprised because he also has Opa next to sidelong, which seems to be at least worth thinking about. But
I like
also,
Napu.
also Power making keeping EOO as an option.
I like Napu a lot.
All right, updating the score now. It is 134 to 117 in Conrad's favor. So it's Conrad now on turn, and he's drawn, ooh, J, Q, all sorts of fun stuff.
Matthew Tunnicliffe says he didn't Napu much time with that move. Nice.
What does Napu mean?
To use up.
Ah, okay. There you go. So you want to play off the Q first or the J first? It's got to be one or the other pretty much. You got an easy spot for Jaw. You got a spot for plays like Quay and Quare. It's interesting.
Looks like Marlon between the two, probably an answer to your earlier question, Q or J. He's saying get rid of Q first. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I mean, one option is you play the J now, hope to draw an I for QI next to sideline for 45 next time. I mean, that's one way to do it. Only 4 I's you can draw, though. Yeah, I mean, Jaw right away is 38 points.
I think you should play the Q. It might be difficult to get rid of if you play the J. You know, you play JA here, and you might not have you might be playing QI for 21 next turn.
Oh, wow. In chat, define Jacquerie. He almost has that. Wow. If only the U were like 1 square over. That's incredible. You hate to see it. That's brutal.
Mm.
All right. Looks like he's zoomed in on JA here. Seems that it's pretty close between playing the J and playing the Q.
Yeah, I think JA is fine as well.
Yeah.
I just worried about having to waste another turn getting rid of the Q. Depends on what exactly it draws here.
Yeah, I'm in line with Marlon's line of thought here. If you've played sidelong instead of indigos to be defensive in the first place, you wouldn't play Quare because that wouldn't line up with what you're trying to do. I hear that. I agree.
So not really much to do with the hue that he's drawn there. It's going to be difficult for him.
Well, over on Eldar's side.
I'm pretty sure that David, being a poker tournament player, is well aware of the word rebuy.
Yeah. Although he's relatively successful at the poker tables, he probably doesn't have to rebuy chips very often.
Good point. Good point. Anyway, rebuy forming Lionizer is 36. That appears to be the strongest equity play. If he wants to go for a better leave, there are ways to do that, but they score a whole lot less.
Libe Jofa asks, what dictionary is this tournament using? It is the CSW 2021 edition. Some call it the 2022, because I think that's when it was finalized. I believe it's 2021 is what it technically is on paper.
It came out like right around New Year's, so it's
Yeah.
kind of both 21 and 22. Yeah, it's borderline.
Darren Q asks, hey guys, any link to follow on the live standings?
Yes, that would be at Coco Skull. Oh, the bot can already answer that question. Wow, look at that bot. So powerful.
Amazing. Thank you, Jomi, for that one.
Yeah, cocoscuttle.org/WordCupLive. There you go. And there's a link for Division 1 and for Division 2 there. So it's all there. Yeah, so David's really thinking here. I wonder if he's considering, rebuy versus something like IU. A couple of spots for IU to the right of Napu and to the left of Ugariz.
I think his concern with rebuy is that it's not it doesn't shape the board in a way that he wants because he's down by what is it 55,
5, yeah.
and he's closing down the top right, and if Conrad manages to make a play that obstructs closing down the bottom right, I meant to say, and if Conrad manages to make a play that obstructs the top left, then he's going to be left with not many spots to have a comeback bingo.
Yeah, I mean, there's that open E in Ugaries, and there's the open L in Lurex. There's some spots, but yeah, maybe not fantastic ones.
No, because I was thinking like if it's 5 tiles next to side long, you could block the E and the lanes for 7s.
If you want to get real crazy, you can just swing the board open with Abre on the right side, making EA under Lionize. 30 points and just a wide open right side of the board, but that might be a little too crazy.
Akrater asks, is there any merit to playing Grubai or something into the left triple word score, open some lanes and prevent a potential big play there? Not if you're not playing the Y. On this turn, in this position, you have to get rid of the Y. The Y is just destructive to your rack if you can't bingo with it or do anything highly scoring with it. So you definitely want to get rid of the Y here in whatever you do. And in this case, rebuy was the option he played.
Yeah, I think rebuy is fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just play rebuy and hope that Conrad cannot completely shut down the board. For instance, with his actual rack, Conrad is not going to be doing that.
So a couple of ways to play the Q. You've got just the same old QI we were talking about last turn for just 21. You've got queer through the U and rebuy. So you got some options. I wonder if the one tile fish hits very many bingos. Oh, it sure does. Creaser. I guess you're blocking Creaser by playing QI, though. You can't play Creaser. Mercury's, that's cool. If you draw the M, there's Mercury's through the U and the I.
Viva Jofa says, David almost had Catitude. And as was pointed out further up, if Ugaries was a Y instead, David would have Audacity with the rack that he has. But in this case, no.
Yeah, lots of fun stuff you can hit if you fish that Q. Interesting.
Conrad is playing QI ultimately. Yeah.
If he draws an I, he's got the anagram pair of receivers and reservice, which both play through the EV.
Very nice. Let's see what he pulls here.
To be clear, my brain is not finding any of these. The computer is.
You're cheating. Cheater.
I'm a cheater.
Always got an E. Dun, da, da, da.
I forget whether that was one of the things that hits a bingo.
Dun, da, da, da.
It is not. Sad.
So Hubert is suggesting Yucca as a potential play here for David Eldar. I would imagine that's among the candidate choices.
It looks like he's thinking about Yaud in the same spot.
Yeah, one of the benefits of Yaud is that you want to put a D there for ending a bingo possibly later on. It's better than an A. Conrad needs a D for Screeder, so don't play Baud, B-A-U-D, because you'll get tripled on.
Yeah, that would be bad. That'd be very bad.
All right, Yaud looks fine.
Yeah, so Yaud ultimately leaving opportunity for potential 8s ending in more common endings, the EDs or perhaps OIDs. Yeah, there are choices that could come up.
Yep. So we got a close game. 16-point lead for Conrad, who's now on turn.
I'm looking at the board and quickly I'm thinking Surge is one of the nice options. I see that in the chat as well.
Yep, Surge appears to be best by far. Not much else competitive with it.
You can't argue with that leave.
Certainly not. Yeah, it's the best score by a significant margin, and ERS is a very solid leave, of course.
Akrater says, "Scream!" The sound a very large bird makes. Fair. Or maybe that's the cat with attitude that was mentioned earlier.
David almost had Catitude. What? Get out of here. Catitude.
Cool.
So there are three possible floaters that David Alder would need to make an 8-letter word.
Ooh,
So anyone in the chat know what they are?
I'm having some trouble right now. Viatical, is that a word?
Wait, hang on.
Yeah,
Looking at
that's
Brett?
one.
Yeah, Jalamokas finds Sylvatic. Nice.
Yeah, and there's one more.
Ooh, I'm trying to not cheat for once. I'm trying to actually find a word this weekend. Not coming to me. Is there like lactivic?
No.
I'm entirely making that up. I don't know. All right, he plays Era. Interesting
Oh.
choice from Conrad. I'm sure he has his reasons. Maybe he thinks that CEERS is a
Nice.
really good lead for bingos on this board. I don't know.
Interesting choice. Huh.
So no incredible standout options here for David. Something like vid or livid underneath that Q. Those are, well, I mean, livid's a little crazy. Maybe just vid is reasonable. You set up a spot for avid and you have an A.
Yeah, I don't really think you want to play Livid after your opponent plays ER.
No, of course not. I caught myself. No, but vid is interesting. I would consider vid. There are longer plays available, like vitiate and cative into the E, but I'm not really sure what the merits of that would be. I don't know. I like vid a lot, but open to other ideas. I'm also not sure what Conrad has drawn here. CEEIORS. What can he do with that next turn? Can't fit Creolize. Marlon suggesting Via and Van. Oh yeah, so in the bottom left corner you can play Via, making Van. 24 points. All right.
Gone for vid.
Yeah, Eldar picks vid. I like vid a lot. Gives you a pretty decent chance to bingo there next turn, I think.
Yeah, of the options that came up, I think Vid is what I like best as well.
I think if you're thinking from Eldar's point of view, after a play like Era, you have to pin Conrad on having an extremely good rack. And that would be very likely taking out the bottom right quadrant. And the top right is at the moment dead just because of the nature of buybacks. So with Vid, since he has an A, he's creating an opportunity for himself to potentially respond, assuming Conrad bingos the next turn. So yeah, I can see the line of logic leading to that.
There's an incredible play that's been spotted in the chat.
Yeah, the foodie, very nice.
Very nice spot.
Non-bingo, but it's a huge double-double and it's fun.
Well, crazy play, which David Alda is definitely capable of finding.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
We saw a cool non-bingo from Eldar yesterday as well. He played, it was deer-like, not
Deer-like,
reed-like,
yeah.
through the two disconnected E's with a leave of blank. That was probably the play of the day on board one yesterday. We really enjoyed that Eldar Wapnick showdown.
So he's going to play Corgi in the surge spot.
Yeah, he could play Corgi or Searge. I don't think he wants to play Searge, opening that triple-triple. Oh, Corgi has come down. Okay, yeah, sorry. All right, so 30 points for Corgi, and Conrad pushes his lead to 239, 199, a 40-point game here. And Clafouti should give David the lead, assuming he sees it.
I mean, Clafouti has got to be like the best player by so much. It's it's one of those
Actually,
things.
there is another really cool play. There is a 5-letter word of filii, Filii, forming Jol, Jol, in the bottom left, which is 42 and a better leave. But
he played Clafouti.
He played Clafouti. I mean, that's better. Don't get me wrong. Clafouti's the best play, but filii is also pretty cool.
And Hubert points out that Slocund is available for Conrad now.
Very nice. We will see whether Conrad knows Slocund. It is. He
It's
does.
coming
Okay,
down.
good. Nice.
Yeah, he knows. Well within his range. Nice play.
All right.
Yes, as is pointed out, en français, it's with an S at the end for clafoutis, but it's pronounced the exact same way, since the S's are usually not pronounced in French. The exception is for me as an Indigenous person in Canada. They refer to us as Métis in English and don't pronounce the S, but in French you say métis.
So we're just finishing up the pairings for the next round, and we can let you guys know that the next round is going to be Thomas Reinke versus David Webb here on table 1. So
Nice.
looking forward to that matchup coming up next.
So it looks like Slocum has been held. Eldar, I'm assuming, is writing down the rack to see if it's within his range of words that he knows for sure. That's a technique we could talk about in the second here, how some people determine when to challenge. And it's based on range finding, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, what I meant by range finding was slightly different.
Yeah, different use of that word, I think. But I'm sure Eldar has studied Slocum dozens of times, but it's just, there's a lot of words you cram when you're preparing for a tournament like this, and it's just, sometimes your brain is a little bit mush when it comes to these things. You got to make sure you're sure of the word. It is only 5 points to check it after all.
Yeah, but what Jesse was talking about was that, if someone plays an unfamiliar word, you can write down the letters in alphabetical order. And if the letters look like letters of words that you have studied and you haven't studied the word that has just been played, you will most likely challenge, because the thought process is, if this was a word, I would have studied it. I haven't studied it, so it's not a word.
Yeah, and sometimes by writing down the rack, even if in the moment you can't remember if it's a word, you'll recognize the rack at the very least. Be like, oh yeah, I've had this come up in, say, Ziziba before, or perhaps playing Aerolith, something like that. So that can sometimes be the way to jog your brain if you have that little freeze ever so briefly.
Looks like Eldar has separated the W and the G on his rack. He does, I'm sure, see the hotspot for Wig for 39. Toward the bottom left corner, putting the W on the triple.
Pretty obvious play.
He does play it, okay. All right, 46-point lead for Conrad, and he's on turn.
Marlon suggests for Conrad, AOHM, as his next play.
Ooh, he's got Homa for 46.
Yeah, that'll be alongside Slocund.
Yeah.
And in the process, that would take out a juicy spot for Eldar, Zed, and Blank. I'm not sure.
Ooh. Yeah. Zed and Blank, you say? I don't immediately see any bingo or anything, but that's still an interesting draw.
Mm-hmm.
That Avid hook is still open for somebody to use someday. And then, of course, after that, the David hook, which he's got to spell his own name, right?
Obviously.
Yeah, Homa is better, says Marlon, and I think he's got to be right. 46 points. Can't argue with that.
What is the balance of vowels and consonants like? There might be a case for keeping the A if it's sufficiently
there's actually very few vowels left. It's a good point. The pool is 26 tiles unseen to Conrad, and it appears to be, if I can count, 7 vowels, 17 consonants, and 2 blanks.
Yeah, David exhausted a lot of the vowels, in his first few turns.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I said 2 blanks. This is going to be a very interesting endgame.
Very good. Here comes Homa. Nice play.
Yeah, and Aditya points out in chat that if he hadn't played Homa, then Zori would have been huge in that spot. So you're very, very happy you blocked.
Nice play. I mean, and one of the things, Conrad, that makes him so good is just his awareness of board vision, what's out there, worst case scenarios. He's well aware of all that. So I'm pretty sure he was playing in that spot every time.
All right, so no bingo and no humongous Z play for Eldar either. He's going to be playing the Z for 30-something probably.
Conrad's drawn some of those A's.
Interesting. Eldar now down by 92. Deficit is growing and growing. Yeah, it's a frustrating spot here for David Eldar. I mean, it looks like a great rack, but there's just nothing super great to do with it on this board. And it's, the walls are closing in here. Your deficit's getting bigger and bigger as Conrad just keeps on scoring well.
And something to point out as well from Eldar's point of view, you're asking about the distribution of the pool. And at the time it was from Conrad's point of view. Now it is from David's point of view. Conrad has just played an A. He did not necessarily have to play, given the distribution in the pool remaining of vowels and consonants. So you could infer, potentially, from David's point of view, that Conrad has at least one other A to hook on the left side. And that's one of his only 2 spots he could bingo in.
I mean, you could also infer that he just wanted 7 points. But yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That's just things you might consider, like when you're getting to more the meta game. So then he could potentially infer that and then just think, oh, I have one lane I could use at the moment, because he doesn't have an A, it's a blank, of course.
Yeah.
So there's just like little things to consider, because Biz, as much as it scores, would take out that lane that he could actually play in.
Yeah.
Whereas he doesn't have an A for the other one at the moment, unless he makes his blank an A or draws one.
I see an interesting suggestion of just dropping the Z, E, Z, O, and you set up your D.
Yeah, that's great. I would definitely consider that. I mean, that big goes almost every time. If you look at the pool, I can get the pool up in a minute, but it's pretty decent letters.
That's a nice play. I like it. And in the chat, there's a few suggestions of the same thing I see there.
There's 22 tiles unseen, and they're almost all good for bingoing.
Yeah,
he does play it. Very nice. Yeah.
Great play.
You don't want to draw like the W or the Y. Actually, no, even if you do draw the W or the Y, maybe not the Y.
Yeah, and this is great because it doesn't take out that one main lane that he had access to without an A. This creates a spot for his D. He still can play a 7 alongside Slocum. Yeah, it's a great play.
Yeah, I imagine.
All right, we're going to get the title pool up on the screen in a minute, and you're going to see a whole bunch of really good letters and a Y. And Eldar did not draw the Y. He got the T. He's almost certainly going to bingo in that spot if Conrad doesn't block it. And even if he does block it, there's probably other places, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, but Conrad's going to take more than a bingo's lead, so Eldar needs to, Eldar will hope to draw the second blank after this bingo and bingo again.
Yeah.
That's what he needs to win the game.
Yeah.
And I like playing in this spot because I think Conrad can infer he's probably going to concede a bingo on the next turn. But if Eldar plays up there, he's, in many cases, Conrad's inferring a D. So DA is very possible as far as things that are there that is hookable on the top for responses after that. So Brad is like, okay, go ahead, but you're going to make the board volatile possibly for my benefit.
All right, 18 tiles unseen, 11 in the bag and 7 on Conrad's rack. Oh, and Conrad's drawn the blank. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
so there is a GG in the chat.
It's probably GG, let's be honest.
Conrad has unblockable bingos.
Yeah, he's got amnesia in like every spot on the board. Amnesia everywhere.
Oh, anemia next to Slogan puts the M on the triple.
And
nice. Yeah.
Sonic Rick points out no more vowels in the bag from Eldar's point of view.
Oh my gosh. You mean like literally no more?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's painful. Well, not from Eldar's point of view. Eldar thinks he's going to draw AAEI, but he's not going to.
Yeah. Yeah.
You hate to see it.
As in fact, there are no more vowels in the bag.
Yeah.
Because we know both racks.
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible. So,
yeah, he's looking at an with AAEI blank, and Conrad has literally all 5 of those things. That is brutal.
Conrad kept AMIN, right?
Yep. So
he literally drew the blank and the last 2 vowels, the 3 best tiles in the bag on his 3 tile pool.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good draw.
So Eldar's going to bingo, and he's going to draw into a tile bag that features the following tiles: HNNPRSTTTWY.
Yes.
That is the entire bag.
And as is pointed out in the chat, that bag is only good for Welsh.
Yeah, so Eldar guaranteed to draw 7 consonants. That is awful for him. He's going to lose by over 100, I imagine.
So, I mean, ignoring for a moment that we know Eldar's going to lose, what is his best play? Where should he be go?
That's a good question. Yeah, so he's got Tritide in both spots. I mean, if he wants to get really desperate, he can play Tritide on the far right and open a... No, that doesn't open triple. I'm blind.
I think the position on the left.
Okay, he plays a tired. That's fine. He is hoping to bingo again, and he does have, spots on both the left and the right side of the board. Little does he know, he's about to suffer
Anemia.
greatly.
Probably anemia.
I actually like this choice. So like Tritide and EF is kind of obvious to like open up multiple sectors of the board, open the triple lane. But by playing DA and with no O's unseen, the only tile that goes on top is the blank. And the other, is basically thinking he needs to draw the blank to win. So it just benefits him to make the blank as powerful as possible. So I think that's a very nice play to try and win the game.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Eldar draws, I would say 7 of the better consonants available to him. That's better than most draws he could have gotten there.
He's not going to feel that way at this exact moment.
Of course
but
not.
Once he sees what actually was available to him, I think he'll be like, yeah.
He's leaving HRTW in the bag.
Yeah.
So is Conrad possibly thinking about not playing a bingo?
He's going to see that pool and know that he's fine. I'm assuming he's just looking at what he could play that would offer too many points back as a non-bingo. So he's very likely seen anemia already and is just considering what it might give back, but it won't really. So,
Well, anemia does give back like just WHY, which is like a 35-point play.
It is.
Or even more than that, I can't count. So you might want to just not play that just for spread reasons. You're going to win, don't get me wrong.
No, I mean, I was thinking he might want to fish and try to use the DA spot himself.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It takes some like permuting through the remaining tiles to figure out, if I play one tile, what can I draw? Very complicated. I certainly wouldn't do it in this situation where I already won, but that's just because I'm lazy. I just play anemia and forget about it.
There's something to be said for laziness. Like, you don't want to waste too much brain power. It's a long tournament, take your guaranteed win and don't work too hard.
I think there's too many ways that this could potentially... I don't know if there's too many ways it could potentially go wrong, but it could go wrong, fishing where you don't really need to at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to get bingoed on. He knows that with the pool, but just like some spread plays might happen in some cases.
I think it's a matter of choosing which one.
Meanwhile, Eldar is just sitting there stewing like, can we please get this over with?
No, he has to know. Yeah, he's lost unless something really, really weird happens. But no, he's lost.
Well, I mean, the pool unseen to Eldar is anemia blank HRTW, so he doesn't know Conrad is a bingo, but he's probably pretty suspicious of it.
So Domino says he has to play the bingo. He's only thinking about spread, and I would agree.
Oh yeah, he's going to bingo. We just don't know which one.
Dan Trapdoor, there's an excellent question. What does courtesy draw permitted in the bottom mean? So there's different rules as far as when you're playing in tournament Scrabble play. If you play a word and someone is not sure of its validity, they're allowed to ask you for a hold. So when you put someone on hold, they're not allowed to draw their tiles. They have to wait because according to the rules, once you have drawn tiles and they're out of the bag, you're no longer able to challenge the word. So when you put someone on hold, they can't draw the tiles, and they have to wait until the player challenges, or if enough time passes, a courtesy draw means you can take the tiles out of the bag and keep them separate from the tiles in your rack by placing them usually upside down on the table so that no one sees them. So courtesy draw permitted on the timer means that it's the time where the player who's on hold can say courtesy draw and then take those tiles out of the bag and put them face down on the table usually. Or some people have a second rack and they put their tiles on that rack. But as long as you don't mix them in with the main tiles you had left over, then you've done the correct thing. There's a whole bunch of rules and what ifs if you mix the tiles by mistake and someone challenges, but we won't get into that.
30 seconds is the rule here, yeah. All right, so David with his ruck of NNPSTTY, all sorts of fun stuff available. Just kidding, there's not.
Yeah. I mean, just as an exercise, we could try to find the best end game for David, although.
So the highest scoring play is Yup, just playing the Y and the P through Lurex. And it looks
I
like
don't think that would. I'm not sure that would lead to the best sequence though, because he'll have NTT and S left.
well, then what do you suggest as an alternative?
Alec is suggesting to block Thraw, maybe
Yeah.
S and Y saving Putty for next turn. Yeah, solid line of logic.
So what's the play that blocks Thraw? Do you want to play?
I think he's saying maybe
Snai.
Snai would be the play,
said
S and
Snai,
Y
okay.
to block Thraw, saving Putty for next turn.
Ooh, there is another place to play the HRTW though. Who can spot it in chat? It is
Actually,
hard.
Cohen did.
Oh, they already found it. Okay.
Yeah, Cohen
Y'all
and
are
Wally
good at
did.
this.
Is
Yeah.
this the same Wally from Wally Timer? If so, hello.
I would imagine that's Enoch. Yeah, that anagrams to his name.
Yeah.
Nice
Nice play, man.
So the best play is just Yup because it's the highest scoring and it blocks weather. So, but you got to see weather to know that, and that is not easy to spot.
Great play. Nice to have you in here, Enoch.
So David really thinking this through. Oh, or our video's frozen. One of those two things is the case. No, he's thinking. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, he's here. David usually tries to play spread optimally, even in a lost game. So he's probably trying to figure out how Conrad can go out. I assume he will see weather and then he will just block it and let Conrad play through all.
Conrad's got weather lined up on his rack, so he's seen it.
Nice, yeah.
Rebecca asks, will there be much of a break between this game and the next? We've
Not
tended
really.
to have about a 5-10 minute break on average, but what do
Yeah.
you think this round?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Okay, I think this time we'll probably take a brief break and fix to a wide shot of the room before we go to our next matchup. If that answers your question, Rebecca, you'll have time to grab a coffee or whatever you like between rounds.
And I think we got to bring in Mr. Nibiu, who I see in the chat is at his computer now. So Wabin can join us for the next game if you'd like.
T.S. Merlion suggests to block with Yente.
Oh, nice.
The question asked is who is Nibiu?
I think
That
he's
is-
joking.
Okay. You need to add emojis or something that indicates. Deadpan doesn't work when you're typing in a chat.
Do
Sorry.
we have a Wabin emote? We should have a Wabin emote. We'll get right on that. That's not a Wabin emote. How dare you?
I think Yente is also pronounced Yenta. Yes, both are, I believe, the same word.
Just assume everything WTF says is trolling and you're good. Yeah, pretty much.
The trouble is, like in the past, when I've done that in other contexts, people get mad when I don't actually assume that what they're saying is legit. And they're like, but I had that as a legit question. It's like, but you're trolling like 97% of the time otherwise. So it's just like, you got to help me out here.
Now, see, that is range finding.
That's a form of range finding. That's valid.
All right, waiting on David Elder to find Yup. It's a really hard word. I'm just kidding. This is actually a hard endgame because he's got to see weather and process how to block it and all that. But
Yeah, this is one of those end games where like the kind of like the best play is the same play as an intermediate player would make. But
Yeah.
like kind of like you go like one round, you like start with Yup because like it scores 30 points and you're like, wait, but I should try and block my opponent's outs. And then you could like figure out they figure their outs. They figure out that yup is actually the play that blocks your opponent's best out. You're like, okay.
So it's like the obvious play is best, but it's for not obvious reasons.
Yeah, in this case, it's for a completely different set of reasons.
Will Conrad misthrow because the blank is an A?
Ah, the old miss the blank thing. Yep.
Otherwise, it seems a bit strange that he isn't just playing it.
Maybe there's a way to get more points in the endgame from like one tiling away your H and your W because Eldar's Rack is so bad. No, I doubt it. Asking Quackle now, and oh, actually the best play is not Thraw. You can play Ether, keep the W, so you get 20 points for Ether, and then another 22 for Juan, putting the W in the bottom left, and that is actually better than going out.
So some other suggestions, How, then Newt, then Rhett/Yair. That's Lewis's suggestion. Huddle WR mentions How for 30 or go out. Yeah, so it looks like there's some discussion of other options that involve not going out.
Oh, I see. Because you need to find Ether. If I was thinking that it's wrong not to go out because David Elder can just play like tens in the Ether spot, but you need to find Ether to block that.
I mean, if they see weather, I assume they see Ether as well.
Well, I think part of playing Yup is assuming, someone as hybrid as Conrad has spotted both of the outs of Weather and Thraw. So you just think might as well take points, That's my line of thought with that. You might play something different if you assume your opponent misses one of the two potential outs.
All right, so Quackle confirms the best sequence is Ether first, and then David plays Tot to block the spot for Juan, and then Conrad plays the W for WHO for 9 and out. See if Conrad can process all that in the next 2 minutes. Wouldn't shock me if he could.
Two of our best endgame players on board one right now, so
For sure.
yeah.
Both players who have the mental stamina to like play these endgames perfectly, even though it's a long tournament, and like I was saying, laziness is easier.
Yeah. Well,
Of course, Eldar's played those like marathon 20-hour poker
Yeah.
sessions, so he's been through long grinding
He's been there, done
sessions
that.
of games before.
And in this one, I think he's probably already figured out his several sequences, and he's just waiting for Conrad to pick one. It's like,
Boring.
yeah, I've lost. Hurry up. I'm still looking back, just thinking about summary things for this game while we wait for this to play out. I loved Clafouti, this beautiful play. The principle behind Zeddy and Zedo, I loved.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
very
He does
nice.
play Ether.
Yeah, great play.
Well, he's still thinking
Yeah,
about
very,
it.
very impressive that even after such a long game in a one position, he finds the best end game.
Well, he's going to make a 2-second play for his last play if this stays down, so he's just thinking about it a bit longer. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, in terms of the game as a whole, I think Kafuti is a beautiful play, but I don't know, in terms of like creativity, I think Attired is actually my favorite play because setting up the blank like that. But,
Literally scanning the board. Does that mean he's mistrapped?
He's just checking for W's, making sure there's only one, and then confirming it's a W. I would guess. I don't know.
He stopped roughly mid-board.
Because he found the W, so
Yeah.
he was done. Yeah.
He was up in this. Yeah. I keep forgetting I'm moving my mouse and they can't see me.
Yes, they
moving the
can't see
on
your
the
mouse
screen.
cursor, Jesse.
I'm cueing us only.
I get what you're saying.
Fastest retracking endgame in history. There you go. He's blocking the W spot. Conrad will likely play who immediately after. Oh, aw. Yeah, that's a thing.
Oh, same score. Yeah.
514, 530.
Great game. Beautiful endgame.
Sorry, did you need a second?
Yeah, I don't think there was a was there even an inaccuracy this whole game?
I can't really point to anything that I would say is inaccurate. There's obviously a couple of moves that we could discuss as far as choices. There's a fair bit of discussion between indigos and sidelong, some of the merits of each one. I like sidelong personally. Understand the reason behind indigos.
We liked Surge a lot better than Era when Conrad played
Oh,
Era.
Yeah, I think Surge. Aside from Surge, this game was like basically perfect.
Yeah. Two world-class players. That's what you're going to get a lot of the time. Unless they, play toadier. It varies.
I didn't think it was.
Marlon prefers How over Ether in the sequence for the end game.
All right. I'll be right back. We're going to have David Webb and Thomas Reinke coming up soon. I will be there in a little bit.
Very good.
See y'all soon.
Off to further directorial duties is Evans Clinchy. All right, so we're just going to take a quick little break here. Again, that's be roughly 5 to 10 minutes before our next round here. Just want to thank Jeremy Koo for stepping in with remote commentary, and we're going to have Waybin join us on the next round. And until then, this is Jesse signing off from Chicagoland. We'll see you again in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yep. Bye everyone. See you tomorrow.
Lyle for the 2022 World Cup. Jesse Matthews back here live alongside Evans Clinchy.
Yo.
And we are joined by another of our fabulous remote commentary team. This time it is Wei Bin from Singapore. Hello.
Hi, Jesse, and hi, Evan. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. I feel quite welcome. Well,
I was going to say, welcoming us to our own broadcast. Amazing.
yeah, welcoming you guys to your own broadcast. Oh my goodness, I am. Yeah, it's pretty late here, but yeah, it's quite an exciting game actually. I actually don't know Thomas very well, but I mean I've seen him and his brother on Twitch chat quite a bit. Yeah, but I don't think is this like actually their first Collins tournament or something that they're playing in?
My understanding is one of the Reinkeys plays Collins primarily, and the other one plays TWL primarily.
I think they're both moving in
Are they
the
both?
Collins
Okay.
direction. We had a tournament, a cocoa event in Wisconsin where those guys live about a month ago, and I believe Thomas won that one. So he's getting some experience.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, and we quickly see an exchange from Thomas. He exchanged, I think, OOOLU or something. That
Yes.
probably is.
I wrote down his rack just in
very
case.
sound. Yes.
Let me just quickly change that score from 0-0 to 0-0.
And David Webb seems to have favored, but he seems to have missed it.
So he played Fovea, keeping D blank.
Oh,
Yeah. Possibly thinking, well, not thinking of the American spelling.
spelling. It's not proper. You have to have the U in there.
Yes, maybe a little too quick in that game, in that move. And we see that now Thomas has the blank. You can see some sevens, and Fovea actually takes an E hook behind, so he can make use of that. I don't see anything from the A at the moment.
Ooh, there is one double through the O for 86. Who can spot it?
It was
There's one double
that
double.
Oh,
already.
you spot it.
Yeah.
Y'all are good at this.
Yeah, geologger.
Yeah,
Oh,
geologer,
Very nice.
like a geology person.
Right.
Oh, yeah, the chat, the bot has the definition. There we go.
People are pointing at, of course, egg. Defogger has been pointed out as well, although less good. Yeah, it's still a nice spot. And over eggs. Very nice. To exaggerate absurdly. Love it. Exaggerate. Yes, yes. It would appear as though Thomas's exchange worked out pretty well for him.
Well, he picked up the egg. He picked up the egg after the change, so it's not sure if it's considered an exchange.
He was he was projecting the exchange and literally got the eggs back.
Yeah. Are we updating the scores or?
My bad,
Yeah.
I'm on it, 30-0.
Okay.
I was doing pairings and didn't pay attention, but yeah, 30-0.
Yeah, I can always do that automated thing.
An update on the standings. Dave Wiegand and Jeff Teveno both won last round. They are now 2 games clear of the field. First place, Wiegand at 8-1. Second place, Teveno at 8-1. Third place, David Webb at 6-3, 2 games back.
Yeah, and Thomas
So
is also 6-3, so 2 of our top contenders.
And we got Dave and Jeff. We're going to play each other on board 1 next round. So that's going to be fun. That'll be a repeat because we saw them yesterday. But this time it's a repeat that's intentional and it's not our pairings being broken.
Yeah.
Because those guys are clear of the field. They got to play each other again.
So it looks like Thomas has opted for
Regorge.
Yeah.
With the R as second R as a blank. That's a slight point sacrifice, I suppose.
Yeah, it's more than slight. It's 12 points less than Geologer.
Yeah, well, it scores the same as Defogger, so I
Yeah.
suppose he missed Geologer.
And as is pointed out in the chat, Samoyeds is now available as a double-double since it was not taken.
That's yours as well, but that scores less because of the blank R.
All right, looks like there was a challenge, so +5. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess playing Regorge over Defogger has that slight advantage. I think Regorge is slightly less obscure, slightly more obscure.
Yeah.
It's an interesting definition for regorge because disgorge is the word that I know more commonly.
It's weird that the re and the dis are synonyms and not opposites.
Yes. Engorge, yes, Mitch, I know that one as well, but in a very different context.
All right, calm down.
So it looks like David Webb is taking his time to spot his varying options here.
So there's 2 double doubles. There's through the O, Samoyeds, and through the U, or through the R, excuse me, Daziers. Yeah.
Yeah,
These are the only ones.
He's lost some tempo with the first move, though. I mean, he could have. I think he played that a bit too quickly, maybe.
Yeah.
But well, thankfully he has double doubles available, so he won't be behind on score.
With Thomas's rack of AGIINRW, there's only one possible 8. Wonder if anybody in chat can find that one.
That's a blank H, right?
That is correct. Blank H.
Yeah.
Nice play.
Yeah.
Well, I probably might not think that there's only one, so I'll probably like spend a lot of time thinking about like through the G or something. But I don't think so. In this kind of scenario, I guess you're just gonna be spending, lots of time just running through every letter. I guess if you see Samoyeds, then it's fairly obvious. But the problem is that, you might want to spend a bit more time just to think in case there's another play that doesn't expose as many triple letter scores. Samoyeds actually, it opens up the A and the E. That might not be too ideal. Yeah, but it's just too many points.
I think at this early stage of the game, I wouldn't be worried so much about the worst case scenario with the X. Later on, I could see it. I'm not sure on the second turn I would be as concerned, but yes, absolutely, it is a potential worst case response.
Yeah, there is another one open already at the O of Regorge. So, and there are plenty of other scoring opportunities available. So I wouldn't be too worried myself. Yeah. I guess he was just being extra cautious.
Nice find.
And he plays the highest scoring play. So interesting time for Thomas. He has his rack lined up. He has weight lined up.
Presumably alongside Samoyeds.
Yes. And he has another, he has Diwani, but not quite the right spelling of Diwani there. Probably, in this scenario, it's just playing something that gets rid of W and I. Besides weight, I might also consider maybe just WAI, potentially. Because the D is actually useful for regorge, and Wade also takes an E back hook. So that might be something I'll think about, but I think playing the D is probably pretty good as well.
Ultimately, Wade. And that cue draw for David Webb messed with his otherwise great mojo for that post bingo draw.
Yeah, you need the U for a quinto.
Yeah.
So interesting. Would you guys play Wade, or would you guys play like WAI?
I think it's close, but I would lean toward Wade. Just it's a little too content heavy, the DINR. But like I said, I think it's close.
I think because you have the S already, Wade is fine. I'd consider the D.
Oh, he picked up the S.
Oh, sorry. I was looking away. My bad. Never mind. Way I think is better because there wasn't an S then in that case. I think I like, as much as yes, it's consonant heavy. I think without the S, since I was looking a little late, sorry. I think Way is better than Wade personally, even if it is consonant heavy.
Yeah, so we have a slight difference in views, I guess, between the three commentators, among the three commentators. Yeah, I guess David's play seems fairly, I mean, it's just getting rid of the Q somewhere. That's my guess. And there seems to be one good spot for it, just playing QI.
Yep, the top left seems reasonable.
Yeah. So the thing is, in this scenario, I mean, just to share like what a lot of players at this level are thinking about, between something like QI and placing the extra N, you're also kind of thinking of trying to leave good letters for your next, I mean, something that's really bingo prone. And I think the N really helps that rack as well. TORE versus TONER. So it's a slight point sacrifice, but your letters are that much better. And yeah, you actually maximize your chances of getting a bingo the next turn. Yeah, in some scenarios it makes sense to place the N, but in other scenarios, I think in this case it's just like it's just a few more points, 4 more points, I think.
And David has Montero on his rack. Whether it would go, actually, at the moment with Wade, it would go down. Montero goes there.
Yeah, but Thomas is probably going to block it with relink.
Yeah,
that seems to be lined up on his rack. Well, he can't play something like rank, hooking onto EWK as well, or NERK. But relink, I think, is quite a nice option. David now has remotion. So I think, yeah, he's probably going to spot that. Montero's was actually slightly harder to spot, I think.
and yes, non-metro. I've gotten to play that one before. Nice little spot there, Cesar.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Oh, nice.
I actually got challenged on that one a long time ago playing it. It was very satisfying.
Nice.
So all the re-ink and relink and well, I was thinking of rank also, but somewhat similar. All the re-ink puns.
Yes. Thomas Rank, yeah. Thomas has drawn a bingo, but it's a totally asinine one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's the rankest of the rank? The rank brothers.
The rankest. Nice. Are we talking rankest as in they're highest in the rankings, or like the other rank?
Does rank mean smelling bad? No.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's an unpleasant smell technically.
Okay,
it has an older use of the word.
Yeah, it means it's a dialect for unpleasant, horrible. Oh, it's remotion is going on the board.
And that will leave a spot for asinine or insane.
A better spot, I guess.
Yeah.
It was really playable.
Oh yeah, the R. Duh. Thank you. Another R. You're right. Charles is the NWL brother. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. One of them is primarily more Collins leaning, and the other NWL leaning.
Nah, they're both Collinsy. Anyone who's everyone who's anyone is these days. Is that what I'm trying to say? What's your question? Everyone who's anyone. Yeah. Yeah, pre-motion. That's a word. Jucko. All right, so remotion comes down and it's 218 to 133. Let me update that score.
Yeah, so what's better now, Asinine or Insany? Asinine seems to open fewer vowels, I guess.
But Insany slots the S further down, where you're not giving away easy 7s plus S at the end for 8s. So I guess it depends on what you're thinking there.
Yeah, but I guess he's also behind by like 80 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably wants that S open.
Yeah, so the one tricky thing about this, about Wade, is that it does not take an S hook. So, yeah, against certain players, some people like to dangle words that don't take an S. But I think Wade is a fairly common, I mean, most people know that. A lot of top players know that it doesn't take an S. Yeah, but still, sometimes it's useful to bait your opponent in that way.
Asinine comes down.
Yeah, I probably would have taken Asinine myself.
Me too. I like it.
And now the question is, what will David play?
Rewax is pretty strong.
Where does Rewax go?
On RE, off of Asinine.
Oh, okay.
He's got Jaxie for 53, making Wade within E.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I saw Jaxie,
Yeah,
but
wait, there we go.
yeah, I saw Jaxie, but
If you want to take out that triple, there's Vixen available.
keeps V and W.
Yeah. Vixen would keep Jaw, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's not bad, I think. Kind of closes that part of the board. Yeah, pretty well. Jaxie I think Jaxie gives a lot of potential for responses, but it's just a lot of points to pass up.
I mean, if you get that spot yourself, you could have Va or Val and, score 40 next turn. 41 maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe your opponent's forced to play somewhere else for some reason.
Yeah, possible. And if you pick the O, you have Val on, well, beside Samoyeds, which is still a decent score.
So the census is pretty close between all three of these plays, Vixen, Jaxie, and Rewax. The best one by far defensively is Vixen. Your opponent scores about 5 points less after you play Vixen. For obvious reasons with the wide open triple.
Jaxie's coming down.
Jaxie's 53 points right now. So that's pretty good as well. Yeah, he'll take 3 instead of 45 and be happy with it.
Well, I mean, I don't like the V and W leave. Sometimes it's just you have he has 4 clunky tiles, so just getting rid of 2 of them helps.
Yeah, I mean, it's got some merits to it. Like if you're not going to bingo anyway, you might as well keep some potent scoring tiles like the V and the W.
That was kind of why I liked Rewax as much as it was fewer points, because Jive, you're able to literally manage it next turn. But Jaxie is really strong. I mean, I'm not going to stick to Rewax solidly, but that was my logic for it, is you're leaving yourself options. VW here leaves a worst case draw nightmare scenario.
Yeah, if I were playing Blitz, I think I would play Jaxie in a heartbeat, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Looks like Thomas is looking at Bound through the end, taking out that triple and scoring 30 points. Looks pretty intuitive.
He's also thinking of Dobu, which is not a word. Well, I mean, anything that goes beneath Jaxie would probably be a strong candidate for the best play.
Yeah, he's looking at Dub for 31 under Jaxie, I think.
Yeah, because that spot is just a lot of points if you can, play something that overlaps 3 letters underneath Jack C.
Yep.
Just a lot of points. So
Yeah.
you really have
He said
to.
he gets 31 for Dob, and if David takes it, he's going to get like. Oh, he doesn't have an A or an O for Val or Val.
Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
he has wealth, lots of wealth.
All of the love. Looks like Marlon was Team Vixen for the last turn.
Yeah, I do like Vixen. Controls the situation better, I guess. But I guess the thing about well, it might not really be a Collins thing, but I think in at least in the games that I play nowadays, I realize that just maintaining a good score and not sometimes I think doesn't help to think too much about like being defensive and all that. Sometimes it's very difficult to prevent scores nowadays. Yeah, that's just my kind of observation.
Yeah, I think with Vixen and then Rewax as the other two plays, I think where they differ from Jaxi is I think they both have built-in prevention of total worst-case scenarios, whereas like Jaxi obviously scores more, but that VW leave is gross to have to handle the next turn a lot of the time. So I don't know if I think it's not always so much about defensive against the other player, but defensive against ways that your rack and your next turn could possibly go wrong. I'm thinking is
Yeah, okay.
that.
So Merva from David Webb, which just happens to block the PSI hook, which I
Yeah.
think Thomas was saving for the next turn by his choice of bound. So he has something like Pupil, yeah, which he arranges on his rack. Right beside 5-tile overlap beside Asinine.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good score. I mean, it kind of closes up the board a little. So he.
If you
but-
want
but
to
he
swing the
does
board
have-
wide open, he's got Applaud.
Oh, okay.
Applaud is 36 and just forks things wide open.
Wow, that's a very nice. Yeah, that's a very nice play. Applaud is very nice.
If you're down by 60, you don't make that, or you do make that play maybe, but if you're up by 60, you never would. So it's an interesting positional choice here for Thomas, whether he wants to go crazy with it.
Yeah, it's really a lot of risk though. I think Applaud.
Yes.
Because the A is just dangling right there.
And he goes for Pupil at the end of the day, which is definitely lots of points.
Yeah. And interestingly for David Webb, I mean, he has a 6 plus an S, but the 6 doesn't take an S.
Yeah, no Frowies.
Yeah, so he has Frowies, but only Frowiest and Frowsier are good. So those are the only 2 8s as well.
Oh, nice.
Don't worry, I didn't say that from memory.
We're all cheating here.
Now. Big now.
Joe among in chat says, "You call this the end of the day? It's like noon in Naperville."
It's true, but it is very
It is
late
in
in
fact
Singapore.
noon exactly, 12:00. Meanwhile, it's like ungodly late in Singapore.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, interesting whether you want to choose to kind of use the S right now or maybe keep it for the future. At the moment, there's 1 blank, 2 blanks on the board, 2 S's, 3 S's. Oh, so that's basically the only S.
You've
that
got
you
the
have.
case S, yeah.
Yeah.
So that relinks hook is exclusively yours.
Yeah, so maybe it's worth just playing something like Frau or something besides Samoyeds.
Yeah, you could just play OW. I mean, Fires is a pretty interesting stem to fish with.
Yeah, that's true as well.
The pool is full of A's and E's and T's you can draw. They'll go really well with fires.
Yeah,
Usually see
he
something
does play that.
Greeks,
Yes,
yeah.
very nice.
And he is going to play OW. I love it. I think it's a great play.
And I
Yeah.
think Thomas's is pretty straightforward next year. He's got Gatch lined up already.
Dr. Gatch.
Yeah, to what extent is Scrabble a gacha game? Never mind.
Yes, I do want fries with that. Thank you for asking me that. I tend to want fries with that.
Yeah, usually it's that's a pretty good choice, is to go for the fries. Although last night we had pretty underwhelming fries at the brewery we're at.
I thought the fries were just fine at the. Okay, whatever. We can debate this later. People didn't like the fries at that place.
Further down into each of the fry containers, they were okay, but at the top they left some to be desired. The burgers and the cheese curds were amazing, but the fries I thought were just
So the interesting thing about Thomas's, how he's arranged his rack now, it seems like he might have just reacted to what David played, which is just 2 letters, 2 tiles. So he might be thinking of playing something like Wretch instead to kind of restrict the S hook on relink. He may, I'm not sure whether that's what he's thinking. I probably still think Gatch is still superior overall, but he might be thinking of trying to add something to that line and make it slightly harder for David to play something through, something hooking on the S onto relinks. It would be an inference, I guess. I mean that he has an S.
It's unfortunate because if he does not play Wretch, there's no bingo for David. But if he does play Wretch, he's going to get back Fiercest. So the ironic thing is that
Yes.
by blocking, he's actually going to open a bingo.
And I think the other thing with Gatch is if he does put that down, and then David Webb were to play a bingo, that would give him a potential side lap in response. So I don't know if I would go for Wretch necessarily, because it's kind of conceding ground, but he does, and that will give David a bingo back.
Ooh, you hate to see it, or you love to see it if you're on Team
Well,
David Webb.
David loves to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Wretch, probably just a 2-letter fish somewhere.
Yeah.
Play FE or something. I don't know.
Which would give Thomas a chance to come back potentially and maybe even keep up with a bingo of his own after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, basically, like, I like Gatch because in a perfect world where David had a bingo anyway, Thomas would have had a chance to play one in response, but now he almost certainly would not if he doesn't get one on this turn next to Merva. So this will be very interesting. Alec points out you hate to see it with the C in,
Well
in
played, sir.
quotes. Very good. I am a fan.
So David is taking a think here, but I'm guessing it's just a check for better bingos. He has just the one.
Yeah. Well, just one random thing which I spotted just now on the OW turn. David Webb actually had 4 paws through the PA. Yeah, which
Ooh, yeah.
yeah, but I just thought that it would have been very interesting if he had played 4 paw dangling the S. Yeah, so yeah, but it's a terrible play, but would have been so
4 paw for 17 points, yeah.
yeah. Oh, he might be missing Fiercest?
Ooh, that's not the
Ooh,
play he
okay.
got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to play Fiest.
Which is still a lot of points,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. But I guess the thing is, if you don't see Fiercest, then the S is not very particularly useful in this position. So maybe just get the score. Yeah, it's a unfortunate miss though.
Yeah, it's a good point about the S, like with the line of logic there, because on the left side next to the M, if you were to get a bingo their next turn, the S would not be at the bottom of the word. It would be further up, so not as meaningful. So that's a fair point.
Yeah, but he does maintain quite a sizable lead. I mean,
Yeah.
a bingo lead.
Yeah.
So interesting. Not sure if Thomas will play. Oh, what's going on? I think the play was probably held for a bit. Yeah.
So he's perhaps thinking of like feisty. Maybe he's thinking like along those lines, because with feisty, for example, you would have EI instead.
Well, we were talking earlier about being new to Collins. I think
Yeah.
Fias is Collins only, so Thomas might
It
not
is.
have known it.
It's not in North America for sure.
Yeah, looks like a challenge indeed. All right, so +5 for David Webb, putting him at 368. Let me get that edited. There we go. So it's a 72-point lead now for David Webb over Thomas Reinke.
I think it's comparative, right? Fires, but a fire also takes an S.
Oh yeah, why would that? Huh.
Well, I know. Is it the French definition? Interesting. I'm gonna type that in the chat.
And fires has it has a hook. Obviously.
Yeah, so I see Jocko in chat pointing out that if there are any words that are spelled bound blank a blank, you can make an extension making fiesta. Unfortunately, there are no words spelled bound blank a blank. Just check for that. That would have been really cool.
Yeah, so now I think Thomas has really got to think about whether he wants to kind of play on column 2 now, because that kind of gives David a chance to play something to the triple word score and just seal off that line.
Yeah. And it's the last realistic remaining one, unless you have less common 9s with few ball there.
Yeah.
You consider like UGH, UGH.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, UG there, but I think he does spot UH there, which is very nice. Kind of fits in the middle of things a little bit.
So U, and yeah. There you go.
Keeps the hope alive, I think, or keeps that line alive, and there's a slight outside chance of playing something to the C, I guess.
Yeah.
The C of Wretch. Yeah, but I think other than that, I would probably be thinking of trying to open up something along or close to pupil, something that opens up some horizontal lines. Yeah, but I think, I guess another thing that maybe needs to be said is that actually at this stage, I mean, it's the score line is he probably needs a bingo, but it's also wrong to assume that you must have a bingo.
Yeah.
So I've been in some situations where I've had a high scoring play, and sometimes because you think too much of trying to get a bingo, and you kind of don't see some of these plays. Yeah, so I think that's a common mistake that a lot of people make. You just keep thinking that you need a bingo, you need to keep your lines open, but actually you don't see that you have I mean, not in this case, but in some cases, like you have like a 40-point, 50-point play that brings you much closer, and then you actually don't need a bingo to win.
Yeah. So in this case, one of the issues as well is exactly as you pointed out, you don't necessarily have to bingo to make the gap smaller, if not take it away, because Thomas has Zari on the next turn on top of Fauvier. And given David's rack right now of all 1-pointers, unless he's deliberately trying to take away high-scoring non-bingo options, it's pretty likely to stay open. So I'm really interested to see what David Webb's going to do. Because to me, Thomas is almost certainly playing Zari or something similar on the next.
Yeah.
I see Ricky in chat asking how many tiles in the bag. That would be 12. So pretty getting pretty close to the pre-end game here.
Even Zar below Jack C, I mean, it's a good score, and it keeps one vowel. I mean, Zari plays off all your vowels. So
yeah, I mean, like obviously if you keep a vowel in this case, that's more ideal. absolutely. Just pointing out there's two high scoring options that aren't bingos necessarily. So
Yeah.
looking really interesting now as far as how that goes. And what do you
All
do
right.
with your David? Because if you're looking at possible things your opponent has, you are looking for things like Za that's a little bit more apparent. But then if you do see the potential of both Za and Zari, then he's got to really start thinking about how he can keep his lead because he would consider that his opponent no longer needs a bingo necessarily to come back in the game. So it makes this next move of his where he can't really score that much realistically. It makes it quite interesting.
All right, we're getting a request for the unseen tile pool in chat. I'm going to put that up for you right now. It's getting there in a second.
QPR suggests Olia or lean along Asinine. Yeah, those are both looking pretty reasonable here to continue to maintain a sizable lead.
Yeah, and it also blocks bingos into the sea.
Yeah.
I like lean, 27 points. The pool is a little bit consonant heavy, so EOR is just fine as a lead because you're going to draw more consonants.
Lewis suggests Irene next to Asinine.
Yeah, similar idea.
Yeah.
That works too.
I think the nice thing with Irene is it also uses up one more tile. So getting you that tiny bit closer to the end of the game. David's lined up lean, so he's considering that at the moment.
Yeah, this looks like a solid choice.
Yeah, I like I like not playing too many vowels in this turn. Just playing two is fine, I think.
Yeah, and that's what he'll do at the end of the day is put down lean. Nicely scoring.
I see a lot of discussion in chat of bingos in column 2. I think you're going to lose even if you do bingo in column 2. Your bingo is going to score so little, and your opponent's comeback is going to score so much on column 1. At this score, you're probably just going to lose. But we'll see. All right, so he does choose lean? Okay. 395 to 329.
Yeah, I think he needs to get a Z score first and then do something else, get a bingo after that. But his lines are very limited now.
Yeah, I think Colin was saying you play Za, you hope to draw AE for a bridge and brigade. That's your dream scenario.
Or you can also play Zari and hope for a bridge and brigade.
Sorry, though.
Yeah, so he's considering Zari for second here, but one thing you want to permute as well after a play like lean is considering the pool. Obviously, you don't have omniscience in this case, but you can't really infer as much. Like one of the things with Irene, if you were to play that, is you would infer a lot more vowels in your opponent's rack. With lean, you can really only assume there's some reasonable balance of at least one vowel and one consonant, and it's kind of chalked up in the air for the other one on the opponent's rack. So Zari, yeah, that leaves, yeah, the leaves not as nice, definitely, but I can see it. It's more points.
Oh, he almost. Oh, dirtbag. He does have a playable bingo.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a draw!
Beautiful draw. So
Wow.
dirtbag and am and goo.
He was almost gonna draw a bridge, but but I guess wow.
This is getting interesting.
And well, Dave has a very nice rack as well. So the question is whether, I mean, he can actually just play something to block that line, I guess, like the C's, Cone, beside Merva.
Yeah, Cone is very nice. There's 5 in the back, so Cone would leave 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I would do.
Yeah,
if
Cone is really nice.
Yeah, probably just think whether there's Aerolith on the board. I mean, Aerolith, like, maybe there's, besides Aerolith, what other bingos there are to the age. But I think it's just a matter of probability, right? Just trying to play, block as many bingos as you can and leave the bag. Well, you can actually even empty the bag, I think. So that your opponent doesn't, like play something like Opal and open the final line.
There are a lot of bingos in the pool through the age. There's regolith, there's aerolith, there's daylight, bolthead. There's a lot,
Okay.
but not super likely.
T light, I guess. Yeah.
Now, if you're David, what do you do?
I think cone is great though. It gives you the best probability of preventing bingos, even if it's not 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's either cone or just emptying, because if I empty, like it just stops my opponent from having any chances at fishing for anything if he doesn't have anything. I mean, if he bingos, I'd probably lose anyway.
I mean, fishing is never going to work because he's not going to fish for a bingo that plays in 2 spots. And if it only plays in 1 spot, you just block it. Like, I think you're probably fine.
It's really interesting thinking situationally here as well, because one other difference, when I am assuming both players' point of view for a second here, is if you just put down Za, yes, it scores, but Za versus Zari, you can almost, like, it almost looks like you're grooming your rack a bit more with a play like Za. Zari does not really look like a grooming play at all. It just looks like something you're going for points. So if you're not immediately thinking block, I think you're more likely to block after a play like Za versus Zari, because considering the pool, Zari just doesn't look like you're grooming your rack one turn away from a bingo the same way Za does to me.
I mean,
He is playing
you know
cone.
your opponent wants to bingo
Yeah.
though. Like it's
Yeah,
kind
you
of
do.
the name of the game at this point.
But he's making the safe play, which I think is the
Yeah,
right thing to do.
cone is great.
Yeah.
I like cone. Yeah.
So he has dirt bag. Does he think that it takes an H? No, just kidding. It's because bag age is
Yeah, dirt bag H.
yeah. So dirt bag age.
Going for the Gaelic spelling. PH things at the end of everything.
All right, updating the score and the tile pool. Score is 413, 375, a 38-point deficit for Thomas Reinke with 1 in the bag.
So a very
Dirt bag.
well, kind of improbable draw, dirt bag, but very sadly blocked.
You hate to
But well, I think he did the right thing to block it anyway.
You got to think of the only ways you can lose, and most often, and that would be the ways you would lose, as if there was a magical pull. So I think it's the right call.
Yeah.
There's just many more ways that you could have things work to your favor with that column. Then yeah, you can still draw 8s to the H, but probabilistically speaking, especially after a play like Zari and given the pool, yeah, blocking that is the right thing to do.
Yeah. I suppose, I mean, going back to like whether you play cone or something longer, I was thinking like maybe if Thomas had set up something like Opal, like he plays 1 letter there and then somehow he draws something which plays in 2 spots. Yeah, but I mean you need to actually run through the words and actually see whether there's anything that does play in 2 spots. Yeah, but that's one kind of horror scenario, and I think even if that happens, maybe David can still survive. I'm not sure. Yeah, but now I think we're just trying to play the pre-end game the best that we can. I don't think Thomas has any way of getting back into this.
Yeah, I think Quackle says that Thomas is just losing, but there was one play that Championship Player said was 1 of 8, but I think that's just Quackle being nonsense. I'm just checking all the end games, but I think there's just nothing here for Thomas. Quackle claimed that playing Rid in the top right, making Pally, was 1 out of 8, but I think I just permuted the end games and that's not true. I don't see how keeping BAGT could possibly lead to a victory for Thomas there. I think Quackle's just being screwy.
It's not like magical 11 or 12 or something that it's looking for.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. Maybe chat can enlighten me.
Jeremy asks, has there been a stream game that came down to the end game? We've had a handful of close ones. I don't know if it was end game, but I think it came down to pre-end game in a couple of cases.
Well, yeah, the very first game of the tournament between Chris Leip and Moiselle Beg was awesome. I mean, it was a pre-end game, like how do I stop my opponent from bingoing kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's been a true end game, like bag empty, count the scores of the plays and that kind of end game.
Yeah. not a classic endgame.
But I mean, me personally, I think pre-end games are more interesting than end games. There's just so many permutations you got to think about. They're really fascinating.
Yeah, we've had a few pre-end games, definitely, but no like classic endgame streamed game yet.
And Git goes on the board.
Yeah, totally fair.
Is that a G? Is it GID? Okay,
Gid, yeah.
Yes.
Looks like Thomas is just losing, but GID is fine as a spread play.
Yeah. So now the question is, what's the best out sequence for David Webb?
I'm looking at Thomas's rack, and I'm thinking of Paul Blart, the Mall
I
Cop.
thought of Cold War Cop too. One of the worst movies America has ever made.
And the worst part is, I think there was actually a sequel. I think there was more than one
You're
Paul Blart
unfortunately
movie.
probably right.
I have not watched either, and I have no plans on doing so, but Blart just stands out as one of those words. And yes, Blart is actually, in fact, a verb.
So just over 2 minutes left here for David Webb. Not a lot of time. It's probably, to the players in the moment right now, not 100% obvious that David is just winning here. Like, we have the omniscience that we have, and we have the computers that we have and all of that. But if you're sitting there in the room, only up by 11 points, it probably feels pretty tense.
Yeah. This is one of those where if you
Well,
but of time you think, okay, as long as I make a valid move, I win, is probably kind of like where you get to if you take a little bit of time on David's side. That's
I mean, my thought is that, yeah, probably you win, but you just don't do anything extremely bad, like don't phone me or don't. And I think, yeah, I mean, if you might lose a bit on spread if you don't play a perfect endgame, but I don't think you're going to lose the game most of the time. Yeah, I mean, most of the things you do. So Thomas seems to be recounting the scores for Cone.
You know what? He's got just under 2.5 minutes. This is an excellent thing to do as well, is if you're not sure, like again, we have omniscience of all the letters. We know the scores correctly because of Quackle, but checking for any potential human error in scores, that makes a difference in what could be a much closer endgame. So definitely worth making sure it's absolutely correct, because you could very much change the way you play depending on a scoring mistake.
Yeah.
It's so easy to misscore by 10 or something similar to that in some cases with a really small arithmetic error. So definitely worth checking when you have that bit of time left.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if Thomas is thinking of playing Bound Lar. Just
more lined up like that, yeah.
Yeah, or something like that. Bound Bar, maybe. Bound Bet. Yeah, making Fiesta. But I mean, could be a way of trying to steal a win. But in this, I think it's maybe. I suppose David will probably challenge it. Depends on the scoreline. Depends on the scoreline.
So with perfect play, David would win this game by 19, assuming that Thomas plays Blit, which is his best play, and then David goes out.
So he's putting down Blit. Yeah.
And the best play for David is pretty straightforward. He's got Tor and Toe for a whopping 11 points.
So what was the best sequence for David actually in that?
Oh, when he played Vey?
Yeah.
His best play was loading. And there's a bunch of options that are pretty similar. He can play Yor instead of Tor. He can play that first and then keep TET and go out with Tet. Tet parallel to Wade, making Ute. But I think a lot of sequences are pretty similar. He's going to win by 19-ish in a lot of cases.
Yeah, okay.
Toronto goes down. That's the end of the game. We'll just get some official final scores here for you.
Yes, sir. It is a 19-point win indeed. The final score is David Webb 448 and Thomas Reinke 429. Nice win for David.
Pretty close at the end there.
One of our closer games we've had on table one in these first 11 or 10 rounds.
Yeah, so I would say this one came down to just solid, rational pre-endgame play here, going with Cone to take out the worst case scenario there. Thomas has just pointed out by tapping Cone that he had dirtbag. I can't see what his mouth is saying with the mask on, but I'm almost certain that's what he said.
Of course, yeah. Context we can infer, yeah. Yeah, nice job by David to make some responsible choices in the pre-end game and prevent any sort of disaster scenario like a bingo from Thomas.
And yeah, just for those of you out there who maybe are aspiring, to jump up another level, or are seeing this for the first time, you can see there were some mistakes. Like there was not a perfect game here played by any means. You can see that at the end of the day, David won despite that opening error and not seeing the bingo. So there is the opportunity to recover, even if you do make plays that are not the perfect plays at the beginning. Yeah, sometimes there is a little bit of a luck factor that comes in as well, even if you do not play perfectly. So.
Yeah, I think strategically David made pretty sound choices. On Thomas's end, I think Reg maybe slight. Well, I don't know. I think he had his reasons for playing that over Gatch. Yeah, but it's not. I mean, I think the main thing that you need to avoid is big strategical errors. That counts for a lot sometimes. Bingos also are important, but
yeah,
not always. Yeah.
I think it would really just be word finding. If we were to categorize anything that could be team deemed, an error here, it would just be related to word finding in this case. So just the opening one, of course, maybe Geologer over Regorge just for points. But
yeah,
nothing strategically really. If you want to look at categorizing mistakes, really more word related personally. Although to be fair, as is pointed out in the chat, Pupal versus Applaud.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice.
Yeah.
I would love to ask Thomas if he thought about Applaud.
I think that might be the strategic related one as opposed to word finding categorized.
Well, we don't know. He might not have seen Applaud either. So
that's possible.
Yeah,
that could be word finding and thus strategic as a result. On that note, we are going into our lunch break here in Chicagoland. If the trend continues, that means we're back at 2 o'clock local time.
Yes, sir. About 90 minutes. Yeah.
So 12:30 on the nose shortly. So that means we have an hour and a half off stream, and then we'll be back around 2 p.m. local time. So until then, thank you, Wavin, for joining us from Singapore.
Thank you.
Evans and Jesse are signing off from Chicagoland. We'll be back at 2 p.m. local time for the next 4 rounds of games today. See you later.
See y'all.
Bye, everyone.
unlock the iPad over lunch. Give this screen a break.
really good players. I think they're leading the pack, both of them, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, glad to have you back, Aditya. And yeah, we got Dave Wiegand, who's 9-1, first place, and Jeff Teveno right behind him at 8-2. So two of the top players in the field going head to head. Oh, and they're starting now. Let's get into it. Okay. No time to waste. Dave has a rack that is a little bit blurry on our screen. I'm trying to figure out what he's got.
Yeah, I think he's got upvote with the C.
Cup vote. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so with a rack of cut vote, it looks like upvote is pretty clearly the best play, and that is indeed what Dave Wiegand is going to play. And we're off with a score of 28-0 in Dave's favor, and I think the scoreboard is going to update automatically as soon as I hit save. Does it work? We'll find out soon. Something just crashed on us? I'm not sure. Okay, it works. Good. All right, so 28-0 Dave, and it looks like we got a pretty blah rack for Jeff Teveno, a bunch of O's and L's and stuff. What do we see with this? If he wants to just kind of make a longer word and kind of blow up this rack, he can play dollop. It's only 18 points, but it kind of gets rid of all the O's and L's.
Someone points out almost lollipop. That would have been wonderful with this rack.
Oh my gosh, is it Dolly Pop? Or no, you need more, it's like Lollydop. Yeah. I wonder if we can make this window bigger so we can see the tiles better. I don't know.
No, I'm bringing back the
Bring it back to Twitch.
Yeah.
All right.
too laggy.
Oh, sad. Okay. We're going to fix our technical difficulties and whatnot, and we will hopefully be able to see the chat. Okay, there we go. That looks a lot better. Cool. So Lollop is indeed played. That is a 16-point play, and back to Dave. Well, that was a short-lived effort to switch our chat window out.
Yeah,
All right.
we use both.
So Dave's got some heavy scoring consonants here, the B and the C and the W and the Y. What to be done? Looks like one option is playing Viewy from the V and upvote. Be a nice way to get rid of the clunkiest of the consonants and score 28. There's also shorter words like U and way, Y-E-W and W-E-Y. There are options here. Dave Wiegand in first place in the entire tournament. He is really just cleaning up, 9-1. I believe Winter, the only player to take him down so far. He has 9 in Winter.
9 in Winter.
And we've already seen him a little bit on board one this morning. He had a great game against Evan Borowski that he pulled out. We saw him against Jeff actually yesterday. This is a rematch of a table one game from yesterday between Dave and Jeff, where Jeff managed a measly 299 against Dave the first time. I talked to Jeff at lunch and he said his goal was to break 300 against Dave on the second try. So he's already on his way. First 16 points in the bag. All right, Viewy does indeed come down from Dave, making it 56-16. And I think Dave Wiegand has clappers.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Think you'll find that?
Unfortunately, no Scrabble because the L's in the wrong place, but clappers is the next best thing. Wonder if Jeff's plays are likely to block clappers from happening. You got to block 2 different L's, so it's pretty hard to do.
I think he's going to score both a score and do well with that. Yeah, Koji is quite good for that.
Yeah, Koji in the bottom left forming KY would be 50 points. It's by far the highest scoring option. I shouldn't say by far, there's other high scoring options, but it's the best. And he does indeed play it, and here comes Clabbers, I bet. He's already got it lined up, ready to go.
Yeah. Chris Donates a lot, says when you get that racket 9-1, you gotta feel good about winning. Yeah, you definitely feel pretty good about your chances after that, I would say.
I'm just wondering, what is Dave waiting for? Seems like an insta play.
Bicarbs. Nice.
And we're going to see the other L used as well the next turn.
Oh, yeah, dialyzer, very nice.
Oh yeah.
Clabbers.
Jeff gives him a nod there, like, okay. That's pretty impressive. All right, so Dave goes ahead by a bingo early in this one. Just getting that score updated for you. It should be 142 to 66. There it is. Okay. A little bit of a lag on the Quackle laptop there, so we're trying to get the scores updated as fast as possible. But Dave with the one bingo advantage that I think Jeff is about to erase with a bingo of his own. You can play dialyzer through either one of the L's. You're going to score either 92 points or 93. So take your pick. You're going to do pretty awesome either way.
Yeah.
It's crazy that there's 3 L's open and both players draw bingos that go through an L only. Actually, I guess not an L only in Dave's case, because Cabbers plus an I is scabbier, and also crabbers and scrabbed. So a few words possible with Dave's 7-letter rack, but Clabber's the best play on this board by a mile. No doubt about that.
So out of the 2 dialyzer plays, I actually prefer the one up top, the one that scores 1 point less, for a multitude of reasons. Like it obscures or rather makes the use of the double letter score tougher. Both 2 double letter scores, in fact, one on both of them on the 4th row. So I think I like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you put the D 2 squares away from the double letter score, it's easier to have a word with a pattern of like consonant, vowel, D.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're less likely to get scored on after the higher up there dialyzer. I can do a quick sim and Quackle and verify that it's better, but I bet it is. Oh, it's extremely close. They're just both equally great plays. Yeah, evaluation of, pretty much identical.
What about take a look to see what the average score response is on both of them? Just curious if
Yeah,
they're very
yeah.
different.
They're not very different. Your opponent's going to score a ton either way, 53 or 55. I guess it's just a pretty open board all around. You know, there's that E in Clabbers right next to the triple. There's obviously the triple lane with the I. This is going to be a wide open board, and of course, these are 2 great players in terms of word knowledge and word finding. So open boards with them are pretty entertaining to watch. I would say if you're talking about best word knowledge in America, these might be the 2 best. Just not even just 7s and 8s, but like 9-letter words, 10, 11-letter words. These guys are just walking dictionaries. So seeing the 2 of them on an open board is a lot of fun. And Jeff's just drawn a blank. Not sure what Jeff has, but it could be something. Oh, Ultimata, nice find right away by Sidewinder in the chat. Beautiful. Unfortunately, it's blocked by Fount.
And Fanta is not the. I'm thinking of the soft drink, Fanta. No Fanta, none of that. Yeah.
There is a ridiculous bingo available to Jeff that he actually might know. There is a twice disconnected 10 through the E, R, and E. If anybody can spot that one, good luck to you.
Seth Lipkin says, in quotes, if you're designing a word game, remember that Dave Wiegand exists.
I remember that. Yeah, John was designing a game, like basically a jumble time clone where you anagram words, and he put all the links of words up to 7, 8, and 9. And then he was like, I remembered you need to have words longer than 9, 10, 11, and 12 because of Dave Wiegand existing.
Lewis McKay guessed tetrametal correctly. Very actually, no, hang on.
Extremely close. It is like tetrametal, but change the blank. It is not a T. It is tetra M-E blank A-L. What's the letter? The answer is tetrameral. Yeah, there you go.
David got it. Very nice.
So good luck finding that. It's not even the best play. Like Stomatal is the actual best bingo here.
Yeah, which GT Man has put in. Very good.
Yeah, but tetrameral is the insane play here. This is definitely one of those slow down and take your time racks. Not easy to just go through all the possible permutations of not only what could the blank be, but what spot on the board am I playing a bingo in? I mean, there's just so many places to go. There's that open triple. There's just all sorts of things you can overlap. There's just bingos everywhere. It turns out there are only two possible. It's only stomatal and tetrameral, but good luck knowing that as a human who's got to permute through all of this.
I think someone pointed out Mulata as well. I think that would also play. Yeah, someone pointed out Mulata in chat.
I believe was deleted from the dictionary.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't gone through those words.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones where it's like, I actually know what it means. So yeah, I can see that being deleted.
No, I just checked the dictionary we're using, the Collins 2021, and it's definitely not valid. So.
All right. Okay. So I assume Mulatto is also taken out.
Yeah.
They are both the same.
All right.
One is male, one is female, but yeah, they're both the same.
It's also interesting that the D triple is going to be open for the third turn now, and it's not going to be taken most likely.
So we're discussing among the directors what matchup to put on stream next round. There are a lot of good candidates. Maybe I should share them with chat and see what chat thinks.
Ooh.
So
I'll vote.
Yeah,
I'll type.
All right, I'll just read them off. Table one, or I shouldn't say table one. Matchup one, Dave Wiegand, David Whitley. That's one option. Evan Borowski, David Webb. David Eldar, Jeff Teveno. Austin versus Conrad. And Puneet Sharma, Chris Light. And I'll just note that Puneet has won 4 in a row and is now in 12th place. So that's a possibility. So I'll just put those 5 out there and y'all can discuss these candidate games. I've been teasing Puneet all week about how we're going to put him on stream and embarrass him. So I would love to make that come true, but I'll leave it up to you. I don't want to put my thumb on the scale too much. All right, a lot of votes for 4. I mean, yeah, it's Austin and Conrad. I can't go wrong with that. A lot of votes for 4. All right. Sounds pretty conclusive.
It's looking pretty early.
A lot of 4s in chat. Okay.
Okay.
Looks like no bingo here. Okay. Tough words, not just tetrameral, but also stomatal. Obviously, tetrameral is hard. All right, so it's 188, 173, a very close game here.
And Jeff has got meta tag, as is immediately pointed out. Very nice. I come from that time where meta tags were actually important when making websites, not so much anymore.
Tagmata is also pointed out. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
All right, so what's going on here? Dave Weekend is looking at a kind of
Oh.
awkward rack, right? A bunch of V's and stuff.
Looks
Oh,
like
he's
played
playing Vogie,
Vogie.
keeping ice. Okay.
And now we're back to Jeff with that lovely rack.
Comes down straight away.
Nice.
It's going to be meta tag.
You love to see it.
Yeah, nice play. That is slightly better than the other options. There's also Tagmata and Stigmata, but yeah, Metatag is the only 67-point bingo. A couple of points better than the other options. Very nice.
For any of our coders or programmers out there, I have literally not done website-related stuff in over a decade because that was one of my previous career paths. Metatags were quite important back when I was finishing IT school, but it's probably more about SEM now, isn't it? Search engine, or am I thinking of the right acronym here? Anyway, one of you can correct me, but meta tags probably don't mean so much anymore. SEO, yeah, there you go. Search engine optimization. That's the one. That's probably more important now.
I was just looking at the standings to see who we haven't shown yet on table 1. All of the top 6 players we've seen a lot, like Wigan, Teveno, Webb, Eldar, etc. We have not yet watched Marlon Prudencio or David Whitley or Samuel Kasaga or Puneet. So
that's true.
Those are some players we'll keep an eye out for, and if there's a fun matchup involving any of them this afternoon. Oh, and Will Anderson. Yeah, good call, Muffin. Yeah, I didn't even think about Will. He's a little bit farther down the standings, I believe.
I think he's had a rough go.
Yeah, he's 4 and 6. Yeah. There's some good players that are 4 and 6. Pete Armstrong's 4 and 6. Joel Wapnick is 4 and 6. Moyes is 4 and 6. It's just, this is a really tough field for everybody. But yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out for new player, lots of promise. Yeah, there you go. Will is very promising. I agree.
Suggestion of perhaps Gopher from Dave Weekend.
So Dave's down by 25 here. Definitely still anybody's game. I wouldn't really say he's behind. I mean, he's got basically just a tempo to catch up here. He's got Fog Rice as a rack. Okay, so Gopher looks pretty strong. You guys were right about that. There's also the possibility of Forgo into the O and Vogie at the bottom there. That's a 36-point play. Pretty similar equity-wise anyway to Gopher. Are you making up? I thought we already finished this poll.
Oh, did we decide that it was concluded?
I mean, there were so many 4s in chat that I kind of figured we were we were all set. But,
okay, sure.
I mean, if you wanted to formalize
it, that's fine.
I don't know.
Yeah. Should we address that on the stream?
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't hide anything about it.
No, I mean, the players in the playing room are already aware of it. Yeah.
So just to clarify in the chat, someone has mentioned Logan as an Adam. Logan's result seems wrong. He was public about this, so we're not sharing anything new. Unfortunately, Adam Logan tested positive for COVID, so he is isolating in his room and will no longer be playing in the event.
Yeah, really unfortunate. He's a great player. It was really a pleasure to have him for the first day, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to make it for the rest of the event. Anyway, so what just happened? Oh, Gopher did come down. All right, so Gopher was played by Dave. We got ourselves a fairly even game here with Dave ahead by 12 points.
Yeah, and he looked perfectly fine, perfectly healthy, normal yesterday, Jeremy. So I'm assuming it was just very sudden.
Yeah.
In this case, all the standard protocols we went through in the playing room as far as a reminder about masks and the importance of them, and for those who have tests to do the tests, and just the usual precautions, which I think we're all used to varying degrees at this point in time.
Yeah, and I talked to Adam a little bit remotely, of course, and he said that he's been very thorough all day about masking and hand washing and everything. He's doing everything he can to stay safe, and as far as we know, everybody else is fine. It's just Adam caught the virus and isolated right away, and we're hoping everybody else is going to be all right. All right, so Jeff Teveno's got 3 Ds and a W, all sorts of fun stuff. By far, his highest scoring play available is SWAD, SWAD, making dialyzers. That's 43 points. Hard to pass up 43 points, especially when it keeps that one vowel. Honestly, DDEN is one of the better leaps you can hope for here.
How do you like something like WADD right there? I
Oh,
think
yeah.
DENS is really good on this. Probably, I don't know if it's around 20 points better, but yeah, I prefer WADD over.
It's a lot of points to give up. I totally get how synergic it is to keep the S. That's a lot of points, though.
Yeah, do we think that DENS is 19 points better than DEND? It's better, but 19's a lot. I'm guessing those are the options Jeff is evaluating here. He's letting his time get a little bit low. He's still got 11 minutes. He's fine. Ooh, we got a poll coming. All right. Can choose between SWAD and WAD.
Something like wadded is nice, but like here it's going to give back Zirik, which is going to be a bummer. But yeah, I think the whole premise of the ward play is to keep a very good rat leaves. If you're playing wadded, I think you might as well play sword. And
yeah, there's an interesting question in the chat from Alex Dings about whether the S is really a good tile on this board. It looks like there's no great like S hooking spots. Although I will say that just in general, the S is a nice consonant for having balanced leaves, even if you're not pluralizing stuff.
So it looks like he's going for what?
Oh, that's
for neither.
Okay. 22 points instead of, well, 24 was WAD. Not a huge difference, but the two Ds is a little clunky. All right, so Jeff with a small lead here. And it's back to Dave, who's got 2 I's and 2 R's and an X. Kind of clunky rec for himself. Meanwhile, Jeff has drawn a bingo of Dispend, which appears to not play. One candidate move here for Dave Wiegand is just XI underneath upvote making text. And if he plays that, then Dispend is coming down. So you don't want to play that if you're Dave, but you can't know that. Yeah, like if you play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like something like Ferric here.
Ferric,
because it doesn't give away the S, and it also sets up a spot for the X. So if nothing, you're probably going to get some cheap 40-point play the next turn. That doesn't look too bad to me.
Yeah, if you draw you draw any A, E, or O, and you got X, X, or Ox. Yeah.
Yeah, Rex under Gopher is suggested, but the leaf doesn't sit quite right with me. Yeah.
Looks like Jeff is alphabetizing those letters. I'm sure he'll recognize the alphagram for Dispend.
That's a pretty safe assumption. I would agree.
He tends to see the words. Wonder what Dave's thinking about right now.
I think he's going Ferric. Yeah.
Ferric, nice play. Yeah. All right, so Ferric comes down, and now an unplayable Dispend.
Oh, interesting. So results of our first poll. Finally decided to try and do one. Glad you were participating. Looks like WAD over Squad was the overwhelming favorite for people who are voting on that play. Cool. I'm going to do this more often. I forgot that was actually an option.
Like the polls? All right.
Until Wabin told me about it and reminded me how to do it, I forgot. We're going to try and do this more. Thank you all for participating. I will keep doing it.
A very interesting point that was brought out is keeping the X for the I below dialyzer. And that's also a very, very important thing. You could just pick many consonants and still like get something there. And if not that, then maybe a 40-point play along Ferric. So I think that's a really good move, more so because of that.
So Jeff does finally catch in that dialyzer spot, and yeah, spaded is a great play, 46 points. Quackle definitely saying you got to take that spot and score 40 plus, and Jeff does indeed do it this time. The sim actually likes spade, keeping your D a little better than spaded, but it's pretty close. They're both good plays. DIN versus IN. I guess the DIN leaves a little bit better. But nonetheless, Jeff takes the lead, and Dave Wiegand has got the second blank.
Immediate suggestion is, of course, Nix for 51 in that
Yep.
X bomb spot.
Nix looks like the pretty obvious best play here. I expect to see Dave play it pretty quickly.
We're not going to do a pull on this one.
How many seconds should Dave spend on Nix? 5 or 10? That looks like he spent about 15. All right, Nix obviously comes down and Dave retakes the lead. Little back and forth game here. 327 to 308 in Dave's favor. And looks like not a very good draw for Dave. He had HIRU blank, and he drew 2 more vowels. Jeff's got a pretty bad rack as well.
Now-nowy.
It is very now-nowy. Seeing a suggestion in the chat of Anir.
Yeah.
I guess I'm... Oh, there it is.
The
Yeah,
top,
Anir at the
yeah.
top through Clabbers. Yeah, nice.
Manuhiri if Jeff floats an N.
Yeah,
That's sick.
Manuhiri, yeah.
Nice spot.
Someone points out Pune, and I think you can extend it by adding 3 more letters or 2.
Right. That's
Uh,
right, yeah. Yeah, in fact, the best equity play here does appear to be Punani, the 7-letter spelling. Punaani. Be a great way to get rid of these 1-point tiles and score a little bit, 25. And it would also not float the N for Manuhiri, much to the sadness of Mr. Wiegand. There really aren't that many plays that float the N for Manuhiri that are actually realistically going to get played. Yeah, computer saying the 3 best plays here are Pune and Punani and Punani. So you really got to see that spot where you're going to make a significant. Oh, is chat being rambunctious? What's going on? You're giggling.
I'm going to deny that one. There we go.
I forgot you had the. Oh, okay.
That's fine. Yeah, AutoMod was pretty good on this one with the the collective terms. Yeah, Puna is fine. That is Quechua. Punani, I'm actually surprised that it is that definition because that's basically what I understood it to be.
All right. What actually got played? I missed it. You guys were talking about things.
Yeah, thank goodness we're protected from Mulata, so we can
All right.
play Punani.
And Nuria was played. All right. So an interesting points versus leave dilemma for Dave Wiegand here. His best scoring play by far is Hodge into the J at the bottom. That is 39. It's way more than any other option. But the leave of IIRU with the blank is pretty garbage, not going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
So do you do that, or do you go for a more leave-heavy play, like dumping off HUI somewhere? Looks like Dave's going to want the points here.
He's going pointsies.
The good thing about that play is you're Dave Wiegand. So if you draw a hard bingo, you're going to find it because you're Dave Wiegand.
Exactly.
You don't need easy bingos. Oh, and it looks like he's drawn on my area, which is like a medium hard, but not that hard bingo for him. He'll be fine here. Meanwhile, Jeff's got more 1-point tiles he's got to play through. First, he played through it with Anuria for, what was it, 12? And now he's going to have another 24 to that.
I think he'll do quite well with Bez and Bay just by dumping EA there. That looks like something I would do, EE or EA. And yeah, I think respaded an ear. Yeah, that's also lovely.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Okay.
So he's going for Row and Anuria.
All right, just playing off the O and the E and hoping to draw a bingo. Understand the logic there, of course. But that is going to leave on Meyer for Dave to pounce on here. And assuming he finds that, it's going to be pretty much lights out for Jeff. I don't think he's going to come back from down over 100. Yeah, Unmeyerier, if found, would put Dave up by 115. Usually when Dave has a bingo, he just plays it right away. So I guess there's a slight chance he's missing it. It is a new word, so he hasn't studied it as many times as he studied the words that have been in the dictionary all along. Nah, he's finding it. He's arranging on the rack, UNM. Okay, we're good here. Unmeyerier is the only, it is the very clear best play, and he does indeed find it. Nice work.
Teach me how to wiggy. Teach me how to wiggy. Like pretty much at this point.
So Jeff has a bingo of Siennas, but it won't play. And the bag is empty. Dave's going to draw the last 6 tiles, EEHIQT. So Dave Wiegand will improve to 10-1. He is clear of the field by a couple of games now.
Yeah. Insanes, yes, very good. You're so close.
Just a dominant performance by Dave Wiegand throughout this tournament so far against everybody but Winter. He can beat Eldar, he can beat Jeff Teveno twice, he can beat Conrad, but Winter is just too tough. Oh, Sannies is a word. Geez, you guys in chat are teaching me stuff. So it's Siennas and Sannies. Those are the two. All right. Anyway, none of those things play, so Jeff is just out of luck. On the bright side, he said his goal was to break 300 this time, and he did break 300.
Well done indeed.
Assuming he doesn't phony this turn, he's going to probably even break 350. Like if he plays insane, that puts his score at 355. That's pretty good.
My childhood Scrabble set instruction said good players break 300, so there we go. Yep. Yep.
I think I had the same set. It was the maroon colored cardboard box with the board in it. Yep, I remember that. So Jeff is just kind of shuffling around with his letters trying to find something, but there is just nothing to be found. Like your best plays are going to score like 24 points. It's just kind of sad. For Jeff, this is really 2 matchups in a row with Dave, including the one yesterday where he just couldn't really get very much going. He did get Dialyzer for 92, and he bingoed with Metatag as well, but just a lot of difficult racks after that, and he was just kind of settling for these lower scores. Was hoping to draw a bingo, and it just never quite happened. Toussaint for 8, says Jucko. I love it. Definitely want to play Toussaint for 8. You can play Toussaints, right? Yeah, it fits. You can play Toussaints for 9.
Shoot for the moon. Why not?
Inferior endgame, Jucko. You got to play your S.
Strong.
Well, the problem with Toussaints, it gives back heat, H-E-T-E, for like 50.
Big now.
So I guess you got to play Toussaint for 8 instead of Toussaints for 9. Jeff continues to look for something fun. He plays Esme. That's fun.
I think that's probably to block the QI spot there.
Oh, smart. Yeah, just checking with Quackle right now to see what the best play is, and the best play is Pines from that P in Spaded.
Yeah, Alec pointed that out in the chat
Oh,
as
nice,
well.
yeah.
So nice spot.
Yeah, Pines blocking the Q and keeping ANS, but Esney also blocks the spot, so pretty similar idea there, and it's back to Mr. Bing, sorry, Dr. Bing, excuse me, who's got an obvious place to play the Q with QIN, and he's going to do that right away.
We use our titles of respect here.
Excuse me, I'm sorry,
Doctor.
I misspoke. It's fine, it's fine.
I think the nice thing with Esney here as well is that it allows for the Cheens and Sarah if you choose not to go out. That's worthwhile.
So he like baits his opponent into giving him the spot for the
Yeah.
Q play. That's clever. Why are we defining Rochambeau? Has that come up in the game? I missed something.
The game of rock, paper, scissors, Japanese. Cool. The more you know. How you get to that from Caillou, I'm not sure. But cool.
22 now.
Oh, he's just going to go up. So Caillou is saying,
Looks
yeah,
like
there you go.
21 points for Sane, and that appears to be the best play. Nice work.
4-7-0.
All right, so Dave Wiegand's going to get the win by a final score of 470 to 379. And as I take a quick look at the standings, that's going to bring Dave to 10-1, and it's going to drop Jeff to 8-3. And then there's going to be some other 8-3s potentially, as Webb, Eldar, and Borowski are all at 7-3.
Oh,
But no
Dave,
matter what happens, Dave is
Two
two wins and a
clear.
whole bunch of spread clear of the entire field.
that's nuts.
I was close to
So this is Dave's tournament to lose right now, but there is still a very, very long way to go. 20 more games.
Yep. Crazy strong showing from Dr. Bing so far. It's just like, yeah, some nice plays from Jeff here, even if it just did not go his way.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really back and forth start with Dave getting the apt bingo of Clabbers for 86, and then Jeff answering right away with Dialyzer for 92. It was very close out of the gate, but just scoring never stopped for Dave Wiegand.
Indeed.
The big X play, the big J play, and then Unmyrier as the dagger to finish it off. So just a really complete game from start to finish for Dave, scoring 470 and getting the win.
Lewis comments that Ferric was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an excellent play. I agree.
Yeah, as you pointed out, Aditya, that was a cool idea to set up the X by playing Ferric.
The chat is pointing out Jeff is going overtime. I guess they just forgot to pause at the end of the game there.
I see Dave on his phone submitting the result right now. So as long as he submits it, it's binding. The clock becomes irrelevant.
-10 or riot. Nice.
We have no power to control these things. We're
We don't.
several rooms away down the hall.
We are watching from afar, indeed. Oh, thank you, Mitsurugi. Appreciate that. We are doing our best to make this entertaining for you, whether you are a seasoned Scrabble player or have never played outside of your family room at home. We're trying to make this successful to everybody, so we appreciate that.
He's a seasoned Scrabble player.
Yeah.
That's Paul Gallen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that he's not experienced. It's just like
It's been really cool
balance.
since we're
Yeah.
on the official Scrabble Twitch stream, twitch.tv/Scrabble. We're getting a pretty diverse group of audience members. There's seasoned players and people in their living rooms just trying to learn, and it's been cool having this diverse audience.
Yeah, we've even had a couple of rating parties on here so far. That's
Yeah,
fun.
yeah.
ALTMAT.
It's been really enjoyable bringing you guys all the action, and we're going to keep it up. 3 more games today, starting with Conrad Bassett-Bouchard and Austin Shin coming up next. That's going to be pretty great.
Yeah. In the meantime, slowly wait for them to complete their postmortem and for a switch of gears on board one. We're going to take a really quick break here in Chicagoland. We'll come back to you roughly 5 to 10 minutes or so once the next players are ready to go. Until then, Jesse and Evan signing off from the playing room or close to it. And Aditya from the other side of the world will be back with you shortly. Thank you.
See y'all soon.
Yeah. I looked for quite a while. Yeah. Like Milano was on the sauna notes and they're good now. So. Come on.
These are custom. Oh, I used the wrong one. Just kidding. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Jeff missed a twice disconnected 10 when he played Dalt. He had Tetramural.
Holy shit. You should tell him he missed something. Don't tell him it was a 10.
Division 1 players, please pause for a second before starting round 12. We're double checking to make sure that the right pairings are posted. I'll be right back. Thanks.
Thanks, Jesse.
Okay, Division 1, all of your pairings are the same except for the following 3 pairings. On board 14, it's Mark versus Winter. Board 15 is Will versus Joel. Board 16 is Wasim versus Moe's. Sometimes at least one repeat happens and you feel that's this large.
From Chicagoland, Illinois, my name is Jesse Matthews, here joined by Evans Clinchy in studio. And we are joined by one of India's finest, Aditya Iyengar, remotely for commentary this round. Welcome back.
Hi everyone. We just witnessed a really nice game. I think Dave Wiegand just pulling off the pack, but I think it's really good, and I think the poll for the next round has given us a really good game. All of them have been great, but I really look forward to watching Conrad. I love watching him. So yeah, and we
Yeah.
know with Austin that scoring never stops. So hopefully we have another cracker up here.
Well, it's a fascinating matchup in that sense because Austin, of course, with Austin scoring never stops, but Conrad is one of the better defensive players in the game. So we're going to see whether he can stop scoring. It's a great, classic clash of styles, if you will.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I, of course, am naturally biased as one of the people who knows Conrad the best. So definitely always enjoy watching him play, even better when it's on stream. Of course, I'll never give away secrets, but I can definitely tell you sometimes the way that he thinks about some stuff.
Yeah, I am unbiased personally. I consider them both good friends, but just in terms of Scrabble style, I enjoy Austin's scoring never stops approach.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of rooting for that style of Scrabble to prevail.
I love both. I love both. I'm very much looking forward to it. Let's just see.
Anyway, I think we're maybe a couple of minutes away from actual Scrabble happening. Oh, Austin's in his seat. He's ready to go. Good for him.
We're just waiting on
being
Conrad.
prompt.
Yeah.
And I see some blue hair wandering our way. So I think we'll have Conrad in his seat in just a minute. Now I hear Conrad's voice. Ooh, we're making a poll. This one's going to be fun. I have no idea what the results of this poll will be. This will be interesting. Oh, now I know who's going to win.
Our poll is up.
Yeah.
I'm going to log into Twitch just so I can vote for Egg. All right, so it's going to be Austin Shin going first and Conrad Bessar-Bouchard second, I believe. So we're going to have Austin drawing his opening rack in just a little bit here.
Scrabble Kitty asks, are you doing interviews with any players after? Just the winner. Generally speaking, Evans, I'll let you wait in just a second, but so far, just to speak to what we've currently done, really only David Eldar has been in here because he had a bye in the very first round and he knew where the commentary room is, but we're slightly out of the way. So it hasn't been anyone so far, but go ahead.
I think what I might do, and this is on me, my bad, I should just kind of make it more clear to the players, especially the top contenders who are on board one a lot, that we've got an open door policy. If y'all want to just wander in and say hi at any time, you're welcome to. I'll probably start saying that more to people like, Dave and Conrad and Austin, et cetera, because it'd be fun to have them on for like little guest interviews here and there if we can. Apologies for not doing that yet, but we do intend to, as the week goes on, start doing more of that.
All right, so Austin has gone for that first draw there.
I like how Austin's shirt matches Conrad's hair.
Yes.
It's just blue all around.
We got that. Oh, wait, we got to go aquamarine here.
Excuse me. Oh, yeah, no, Conrad told me teal. Yeah, teal is his new
There you
nomenclature
go.
for it. All right, so an opening rack that's not super great for Austin. H and a bunch of vowels, and we'll see.
Jeremy Hildebrand suggests Hutia.
Oh, Hutia is a good word. There you go. Score 24 and balance out the rack just fine.
And he also asked, is this a yoke? I assume that is a little play on joke, giving
Oh
the
my
J
God, who
the
did
non-standard sound. That was Jeremy Hildebrand.
Of course it was.
The man from Acme asks, do people complain about losing to a blue hair when Conrad beats them? That's funny. I like that.
Nice.
Very good.
All right, so Hutia does indeed come down for a 24-0 lead for Austin, and it'll be Conrad now on turn with an interesting little rack of kind of awkward scoring consonants. B, P, V, G all at once.
Yeah, so there's definitely some clunkiness to deal with here. Aditya, of all the options that untangle this a bit, what do you think as far as ones you would go for?
For starters, you need to get rid of at least 2 of the BGPV. So but I like something like Gabbert is okay. Yeah, I think Gabbert is decent. Otherwise, you can just play Pav if you want to play shorter. I think Pav is also fine.
Yeah, I mean, one benefit of PAV is it does keep one vowel, keep BGOT rather than just BP. Not that either one of those leaves is super ideal. Just in terms of static valuation, PAV comes out a little bit ahead. I can run a quick sim and let you guys know about that, but Yeah, Pav looking pretty solid here. 24 points is the best score possible. In other news, go Egg. 57% of the results voting for Egg to win this game.
Yeah, so Egg is the winner of this round, apparently. And then in second place will be Conrad, and in third will be Austin. I'm not sure how that works. Only 2 people are sitting at the board, but the crowd has spoken. Egg is winning this game.
Conrad lined up big board for a moment briefly there, so I don't think that's the best play here, but that's something he did consider. That's an interesting option.
I would say that's big flex, bro. I don't know if he would ever have seriously considered that. I think it's just kind of fun showing us the words. I mean, I don't think he would play it. It's not his style. I could be very wrong here, but
yeah, Pigboat gives up back a very obvious hotspot. Like next to the A in Pigboat, there's like an easy, 45-point play.
Yeah,
because you get that double letter score in there. So I would agree with you. Not his style. Oh, good. Terrible laggy internet in the stream room is back.
yay!
You love to see it. Not.
All of the happy fun times.
So what do we think is his style? Do we think he likes Pav maybe?
That's interesting. So my guess is he's considering the positional advantages of probably some of the top plays we already talked about. So things like Pav, for example, obviously scores the most of all the options. But then looking at something like Bog to see what it does to the board afterwards. And then you mentioned Gabbett as well, just what all those do for the board after they're played relative to what he has left in his rack. That is what I think he's likely considering right now.
He probably also doesn't want to give back easy hooks to his opponent. Obviously, Pav does take an E, and all 12 E's are still unseen. Turns out also...
From a defensive standpoint, I think Vogue is quite good.
Oh, Vogue, yes.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Vogue. I know. He's definitely thinking about one of the Vogues for sure, along with Pav. But
yeah, I bet Conrad loves the Vogue plays, both above and below Hutia Vogue plays for 19. Probably wouldn't have a strong preference which one is better, the above Hutia or the below it. They're kind of the same. Neither one gives back any like super terrible hooks or anything.
I think my slight preference is for Vogue below, just because you can play down from the V in a way that you can't necessarily play up from the V if you put it on the top placement. I'd probably go for the lower Vogue if I went for one of the Vogues.
Also, the lower Vogue sets up BAP above it, making bug.
It does.
You have those letters. So Conrad taking a long think on his very first move, almost 4.5 minutes now. All right, he is going to decide on Pav.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Quackle Sim does agree with Conrad that Pav is the best play, even though it does take that E hook. And as luck turns out, Austin doesn't have the E, so we'll see who draws the first one of the game eventually.
What he does have is Hogward, which he's lined up.
Oh, nice. Hogward. Yeah. Very cool word.
And I think Hogwart takes an S as well, so that's the closest we'll get to Hogwarts.
Nice. Yeah. Computer saying that Hogwart is the best play here by far. And as long as Austin sees it and is sure it's good, I would expect him to play it.
Completely unrelated to Squidward. For all those SpongeBob fans out there. I also see a solid reference to Hogwarts in the chat. There we go. Ooh, this is an excellent question from Zev. Where can I see the current standings?
If only there was a bot.
Scrabble Kitty has put an exclamation mark, well, the command, sorry, using the exclamation mark for Collins Division standings. And then we did have some questions as well from other players who may be watching or here at the venue to see scores from the NWL divisions. We are working on adding a feature to the chat so that you can check the standings and matchups for players in all the divisions that are featured here. In the meantime, as far as the broadcast is going, just because of some different agreements that involve Scopely, who's involved with this broadcast, we are featuring the Collins only games just because of the lexicon and any potential issues that surround words that could potentially appear on the stream. So as a result, it's Collins only games that will be broadcast on the stream, but we will be building in a feature so you can check standings for all the divisions and all the books.
All right, so Austin does indeed find Hogwarts and play it. Nice work. That is the best play for sure. And it's back to Conrad, who was, I'm sure, hoping for an L for obligato and did not get it. Oh, and there might be a challenge on Hogwarts. Okay.
Hogwarts, the way to the bacon, says Jeremy Hildebrand. Yes.
Whenever I go Hogwarts, I show the bacon I'm eating to Jeremy and make fun of him. Like, I get to eat bacon and you don't. So
Going Hogwarts, I go hog wild. I'm getting all sorts of bacon. Yes, yes.
You go cow wild more often.
I do
here.
cow wild more often as
Yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to hog wild, but yeah. All right, so Austin is drawing, so it looks like the hold was released.
Oh man, the options for streaming next round, there are many good ones. I don't even know where to begin. Like, I don't want to put the entire list in the poll. We can't even fit that many
All right,
options.
can you pick, let's see how many options are in the
Well,
poll.
let me start with just a philosophical question. Should we repeat more of the same people we've watched already, like your Wiegans and Eldars of the world, or should we branch out into new people? Because, like, it kind of feels silly to show people who are on, like, board 8, but at the same time, there's some fun people we haven't shown yet. Like, for example, the number 1 seeded matchup is Wiegand Eldar, which is obviously a great matchup. But we could also show new people, like we haven't shown Marlon Prudencio and Jason Keller. They're playing each other. Samuel Kasaga's playing Jesse Day. So, all kinds of options. People are saying no, but I'm not. Okay, I'm seeing a new faces, new faces. Okay.
We will definitely have full options to allow choices.
And then there is one matchup that is a combination of a new face and an old face. There's Conrad against Puneet, which would be fun, but I know Conrad's like, I've been on stream too much already. I don't know if we want 2 Conrads in a row. There's all sorts of considerations here. It's tough. All right, I'm being reminded to add the +5 to the score for Hogwarts and save that. It should be 59-24. My bad for not fixing that earlier. Anyway, if we want to talk about actual Scrabble, we can do that. Interesting position here for Conrad with these 2 O's and the B and the G. I don't know, Aditya, what do you think? Any thoughts on this turn?
Well, at first sight, something like Oboe, parallel to Hogwarts, looks okay. Yeah, I think a short 3-letter play is probably what's on the cards here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oboe and Boo, very similar. There's a couple of longer words you could consider, like Baguio, B-A-G-U-I-O through Hutia, and also Biodot through Hogwarts. But I think maybe the shorter play is best. You might be right about that. All of your plays are going to score somewhere in the 21 to 23 range, pretty much. So no.
Wait a minute, is this good? Never seen this before.
I'm sorry, what?
Is the word you just played?
Woobit only works with OU when it's
Oh,
W. I think.
that is not. Well, he didn't hit his clock yet. It looks like he's still thinking about it. Yeah, this is a phony. He should not play it. But he's got it on the board. Sometimes Conrad will put things down, think about it, and then pick them up again. So we're not sure he's going to commit to play.
I think someone mentions Woobut. Yeah, that's the one. Woobut and the many Woobits, W-O-U-B-I-T. I think this is the mashup of that.
Yeah, all these variant spellings.
Austin looking very calm, not giving any tells one way or the other.
One letter off either way. Yeah, and that's the tricky part of the rack here. DJ Larry Parker says, play it. Let's get some drama.
Let's get some drama. I love it. And it looks like he's picking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like he's going to put down Oboe, which is the best actual play.
Yeah. OO was on the board for a split second. That was probably on purpose. He's probably doing like his own version of Uwu before finally moving it over to Oboe. I bet that was on purpose.
That was for you, Jesse.
Yeah.
That was moving tribute.
Uwu.
All right, looks like Conrad does play oboe and hit his clock. So we are officially locked into the 23-point play and a 59-47 Austin Shin lead here.
And as someone pointed out, the X bomb, it's like it's gonna come right away.
Is it Redox?
Yeah, or well, he's lined up something else, but I'm sure he'll see it.
Oh yeah. I see.
What's that?
So they're talking about
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Redox making oboe. Yeah. No thought to play Clorox.
Yeah.
JK, not a word.
And it's mentioned in the chat, Codex was blocked as a result of this play. Yeah, Codex would have been slightly blockier. But Redox does the trick just fine.
You know, it's funny. I bet you Conrad is really annoyed right now that his bingo of animating isn't going to play, but after Redox, it does play.
Yes.
So, interesting little turn of events.
Mm-hmm.
Austin gets his X bomb, but Conrad's going to get his bingo.
And we're going to have a lovely volatile board after this as a result. Jeez, I'm combining several words today, several times when I'm talking. Pardon me. Volatile.
All right, let's after Conrad plays his bingo, let's start the poll.
Indeed.
I'll give you some options in a minute.
What do you think? 5 options?
Sure, I'll think of a top 5. All right, animating does come down. Good job, Conrad. All right, David Wiegand and David Eldar. Should I do Punit and Conrad? I mean, Conrad twice in a row would be a little bit much. Yeah, we'll do it.
Also put it in the options, it's fine.
Okay. Chris Lipe, David Whitley. Jason Keller, Marlon Prudencio. And Jesse Day, Sammy Okasaga. All right, let's do those 5. We're being told no, but I'm not sure which game the no is in response to.
That might just be the Tim Weiss style of no. No.
But to what? What are we being noed about?
That's true.
Nice. All right, here's your poll. Got 5 game options. The poll is, which game do you want to watch in the following round? These 5 pairings are on the list of pairings, and you get to pick which one to watch. So take your pick, and we will post the pairings in a couple of minutes.
All right, Wiegand versus Eldar has the early
Whoa,
lead.
okay, overwhelming favorite there. Can't really blame you guys. Those are 2 of the best players on earth.
Mm-hmm. And solidly in second is Jesse Day versus Samuel Okasaga.
Yeah. I'm glad there was one Punit vote.
Yeah.
Even though showing Conrad for a 3rd time today would be a little bit much, but
Rebecca points out, didn't we just see Wiegand versus Eldar this morning?
we saw Wiegand versus Evan Borowski, and we saw Conrad versus Eldar.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, just to keep in mind, we certainly like to gauge your interest, and we'll often go the way you want to go, but ultimately we reserve the right to make the choice of match.
Absolutely, we do.
So can't promise that it will be going the way you vote, but we will generally take that highly into consideration.
I mean, it's Wiegand Eldar. What are we going to do? Say no to that?
That's pretty tough to say no to, except we have 13 for them and 10 for Jesse Day and Samuel Okasaga.
Oh, man.
And we have not seen the 2 of them. Have we seen Jesse Day on board 1 at all? Just once? Yeah,
Absolutely,
once.
we have. We saw him play
once.
Toadier.
Yeah.
How can we
Sammy, we
forget?
have not seen yet, to
That's
be fair.
true. Yeah.
So I would say that, yeah, based on the way you're voting, those 2 are definitely going to be our 2 candidate choices, and we'll make a decision.
Should we
on
go
that
to a
shortly.
runoff? No, or should we just pick one?
Yeah, I think we will definitely pick one of the 2 shortly. But it looks pretty clear what you're all looking for here. Thank you, everyone, for voting so far.
What do you think, Jesse?
Oh, it's tough because they're both fantastic matchups.
What are their records? Because, I mean, if they're like out of contention, Jesse Day is 6-5 and Sammy's 6-5. I feel silly not showing Wiegand, who's 10-1.
I mean, that's valid. That's valid.
Have them play a 4-player game. There you go. Everyone wins / everyone loses. I don't know.
Jeremy Hildebrand points out there is one E on this board. Yeah. Did you mark that one down?
Oh, my bad. I'm behind. I'm sorry.
Perfect. We'll have you put in calf. Thank
Calf was the best play. Good job, Austin.
you.
Austin has made the best play every turn. Actually, they both have. They're good at Scrabble, I suppose.
Ampha Roaster has asked for a definition of pitchfork. Is that implying that if we pick the wrong game, you're going to charge at us with pitchforks? I have that animated GIF of The Simpsons where they're all like picking up the pitchforks and the torches and walking towards. I think that's from The Simpsons movie, isn't it? I could be wrong.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
I believe it's from The Simpsons movie.
Well, hey, if y'all want to hunt us down, good luck.
I mean,
it's an expensive Uber to Naperville. I mean,
that would be like really, really motivated murderous thoughts.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it looks like ultimately it was, for the poll at least, Wiegand and Eldar with 14 votes and Jesse and Okasaga with 10 votes. So we'll definitely pick between those two as far as the next matchup. Thank you all. Evans and I will very briefly discuss it, and then we will make a final decision for you shortly.
Yeah, we got to pick soon so we can post pairings.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you pick. I'm going to put you on the spot.
You're going to let me pick.
Mhm.
Okay. So my thoughts in this particular case is, of the two, who are we most likely to actually see in the next 3 days on this broadcast because of their position? And
Lots
in
of
those
Wiegand,
shoes,
sure.
we would see Wiegand and Eldar either together in the same match or again in the future. But based on the standings, I think it's unlikely we'd see Jesse Day and Sammy Okasaga again, as opposed to standings. So my preference in this case is for Jesse Day and Sammy Okasaga.
Done.
I'm thinking like a broadcaster. I'm sorry. I think that's the one to do.
No, I think that's great. I think you're totally right. I mean, there's no wrong answer. These are all great matchups, but I think that's a great reason. I'm going to let the other directors know that our pick is JG and Sammy, and we will have that game for you coming up. But in the meantime, nice game here with Conrad and Austin. We got Austin ahead by a little bit here, 159 to 144. A little bit of lag on my laptop as those numbers update. I think they eventually will. Ooh, and Conrad has drawn a cool bingo.
Frenzy.
Yeah, Prenzy.
In the meantime, Conrad's going to play a misprint. Is that in reference to...
Oh, is Prenzy a misprint? Like, is that not supposed to be a real word in the dictionary?
Well, I believe it's defined as Shakespearean of some sort. Yeah.
The definition of Prenzy is Shakespeare, a word of unknown meaning. That's great.
Key Lime Guy, I vote that we spend the next 20 minutes debating who to show next. Nice. Here comes Prenzy. It's a close to insta play. Very nice.
And of course, Conrad plays the more defensive 81-point Prenzy rather than the more offensive one. True to form. Oh, wait, I think I missed a play. What did, sorry.
Dolly was played. Ugly and then Dolly.
What was the rack with Dolly? Do we remember?
I think he kept SIC, if I'm not wrong. Maybe the chat can.
They put
Yeah.
the cycloids minus the other C, I remember. And yes, the chat's confirmed.
All right, apologies for my lagging behind in scoring, but yeah, we should have a 225 to 194 lead for Conrad. So he's up by a little tempo here.
So Goji's been played, and the chat's pointed out Henad is available if Austin doesn't block.
And good job by chat. Henad is indeed the only bingo.
And Conrad's lined it up.
Very nice.
And the H gives a big bingo, says Matthew Tunnicliffe, for Austin's next rack.
Oh, so much potential. Look at that. Yep. There is a 176-point bingo that plays through Henad if Conrad plays Henad. That is brutal.
We're getting juicy here.
It's interesting, though. You know, we've talked about Conrad passing up points to play more defensive bingos, but the other placement of Henad making Dow on the left side is just way too big a sacrifice. He's not going to make that play.
I wonder.
I mean, you can't possibly know that your opponent's best play the triple through an open H.
No, you can't.
Like, what are the odds of that?
I mean, H is usually, I mean, I'm not going to say super safe letter to play there, but here it
Yeah,
goes.
here it goes. And Austin is going to be happy to see that H, to say the least. And yeah, chat is all over it. The word is Tashist, and it is going to come down, I would imagine. Austin, with commanding knowledge of those 8-letter bingos, I am pretty sure he's going to find this. So Henad puts Conrad ahead by 90.
He's lined it up in 2 seconds.
And he lined it up in 2 seconds. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, Austin down by 90, and he's about to be up by 86.
Yeah, here it goes.
Ooh. And if you're Conrad, you hate to see it.
Mm-hmm.
He just shakes his
Yeah.
head. Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah.
We should have a heart rate monitor on Austin, says Jocko. Yeah.
I was like, how about on Conrad?
Well, his just stopped. There's nothing to monitor. If you zoom in, you can see the moment where his heart breaks right here.
Yeah.
You got that reference, buddy.
Yes. Yeah, we're full of all sorts of goodness from our childhood here. Very good. His hair went blue-eye. Nice. Sucks.
His rack sucks
Yeah.
more.
Yes. Well done.
All right, so
Trolling the chat. I
updating the
love it.
scoreboard, it is now Austin 398, Conrad 312 after the monster bingo of Tesh East.
Yeah.
Well, Conrad's best play just sucks. He's got sucks for 39.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so sucks making Sow on the left side is one option. You can also play it from the S in Tesh East, but that's for a lot fewer points. What's the Twitch chat catchphrase?
I believe that sucks more.
Oh.
Sucks to be Conrad right now. Yeah, and he had to be feeling pretty good after Henna, to be honest. It's still super unfortunate that played that out that way for him. Yeah, I don't really expect something like that after Goji.
Yeah. It's hard to really infer too much
Yeah.
from Goji one way or the other. You don't know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, you can't infer anything. I just mean, certainly not the sequence you'd expect.
But it's like generally when
Yeah.
you put an H out there, you're not expecting an H
Yeah.
triple.
Yeah.
Oh man. Not fair. Just not fair.
That just made me think of VeggieTales. I don't know if there's anyone else in this chat who has any idea what that is, but that made me think of a silly song with Larry, the hairbrush song. Because when you said no fair, that's like one of the last verses. No fair for my hairbrush. But yeah, that might be just my very strange upbringing. I'm a very strange individual, so I mean, or individual, pardon me. I sort of V-swap here.
How dare you? All right, so Conrad taking a long think here. I wonder if he's considering the two different places to play sucks or if there's some other kind of play he's considering.
Let's see what the chat says here. I wonder what win percentage was if he played Henad and Dao instead. That's a decent question.
I mean, I can't imagine it's a better play. It's
Yeah.
like 17 points less or something.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing with perfect information here since we see both racks, but that's a decent question, wondering what the flat percentage is. Let's see what else. I remember Brett making a similar play at the World Championships just to be hit by Nigel's hushedly triple. Yeah, sometimes poop happens. Like, that's just the way it goes.
Well, and Brett was also on the winning end of one of those. What was the triple that we broadcast the 2016 Worlds final?
Oh,
I'm blanking on what the word was.
Oh, what was it?
Somebody else will know it, I'm sure, in the chat.
It was slightly obscure. Brackenid, yeah.
Brackenid, who? Yes,
Well done.
nice job by Jocko.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were commenting that Mark Nyman had some bingo and that Brackenid was going to play through it. And
Yeah.
it was the same position on the board too. It's the top right corner triple.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And yeah, Lewis, I agree. You can't you can't not play handed where he did. It's just unfortunate it played out that way from his point of view.
Yep.
Patchy says, I was brought up with VeggieTales too. I get you. Yeah. Can you sing the silly songs? Am I the only one? The lip song. I'm also thinking of that one right now. Again, if my lips ever left my mouth, packed a bag and headed south, that'd be too bad. I would be so sad. That's
What in
how
the
part of the
world
song
are you
goes.
talking about?
You don't know because you never watched those. And
Apparently not.
yeah.
Oh, Conrad's actually reaching for tie. Oh, he's playing Sooks. Oh, he's just playing Sook. Okay, interesting. So there's somebody outside playing the piano. If you guys can hear that on the stream, we will ask them to stop, but otherwise we'll just, I guess, let them go. Or maybe you'll just really enjoy the music. I don't know.
So it depends. If they suck, we might have to go and talk to them in theme with the last. Okay. They cannot play. They cannot hear piano. Good. Okay. 60% chance it is Josh Sokol.
There have been other. Jesse, you were playing earlier. I think
I was playing
caught a little
earlier.
bit of that, yeah.
That's true. Steve Pellingham was playing earlier as well.
Oh, nice.
Right, there's a very interesting defensive play here of Urf and Fugly. So that, okay, he's playing Curve. That's also okay. The only reason I said Urf is that it doesn't take the S, so kind of stops that lane from being used. But I think Curve is fine. It scores a little more.
Yeah, I mean, Kerp is the best play for points as well, so it's just all around good. 34.
Didn't boys forfeit a brilliant ladybugs in a similar scenario at Worlds?
I didn't catch the boys' Worlds.
David Boyes, yeah, that's
Yeah.
a while back.
I was like 13 years old
faintly
then.
recall. I do faintly recall something involving that. I just forget the exact scenario, so I could not comment on that. But I do recall that word coming up.
My knowledge of specific plays from late 90s Scrabble tournaments is like not A+ level. Barely remember 2016, so.
Lewis has remembered. He says yes, and it was to avoid pejorate.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
And Austin is slow on the blank, and you should see something like Invent It come down right away.
Yep,
Loads of options anyway, Invitee, Invent It.
for sure. So what is he's playing rows, just the R and the S.
He's creating some volatility.
Yeah,
and
Trouse,
options.
interesting, yeah. Unfortunately, Trouse is going to get hit by Austin right away. Yeah. Oh, or Vrows even. Austin can play Mini Vet or Unitive forming Vrows. So yeah, very unfortunate for Conrad that he creates an opening and it's going to get smacked right away by his opponent. It's just been that kind of game for Conrad. Oh, is Vrow a Dutch word? That's
Yep.
interesting.
VROUW is the original form.
Oh, it means good wife, which is also a valid word, good wife.
And of course, being related to German, Frau would be the version in German that relates to this word directly.
Oh, that's the same thing as Vrow. Oh, wow.
They're related to the same root word. And then, as is pointed out, Frau is Afrikaans as well.
Looks like Austin's also considering eviting and making grows. Yeah, really any bingo in that spot is just fine. You're going to be up by almost 150, or more than 150, excuse me. Looking like a blowout win for Austin here is going to improve to 8-4, putting him very much in the race for second place.
Fun fact for those who are talking different languages in the chat, I used to live in a city called Kelowna in the interior of British Columbia. There are actually quite a few speakers of Afrikaans who live in Kelowna, so they taught me a little bit. I'm certainly nowhere near fluent, but compared to Dutch, Afrikaans has a little bit less conjugation. So it is easier to work through forming basic sentences once you've learned a few of the primary rules of Afrikaans.
So Austin taking a lot of time here to pick which of his many, many bingo options is best.
Yeah.
Appears to be settling back in again on eviting.
My cousin Hosf. Nice. Very nice. Keelam guy's last name is Rao, just for those of you who don't know.
Oh, I just got the joke. Nice.
14 times 9.
So I'm not sure if Austin is seeing
Yeah.
Vrows.
Yeah,
I don't think he realized the V hook because he would have
Yeah.
known that that was the higher scoring bingo.
Yeah.
Not that it really
I
matters.
think merit in eviting is that it doesn't let something play parallel.
Oh, that's true.
Whereas-
Okay. Maybe his play was intentional. I'll shut up.
Adibus Knight says it's not as interchangeable as Dutch and Flemish. For example, my significant other is Dutch and she can't understand a lot of Afrikaans. Yeah, totally valid. Lines up with what little bit we covered in linguistics as well.
So the best play for Conrad is the bingo from the E, and he does indeed find it. Yeah, arrow team is very nice. You had other options available like remotes and meteors, but this one is the highest scoring bingo by far, 83 from the triple. And it looks like Conrad does commit that play and hit his clock, so it's going to bring him to 437 with 3 tiles still in the bag. He'll try to bingo again. But even if he does, I think he's going to come up a little bit short.
Ollie is wondering if maybe Austin was 100% on Vrows. No, he was.
He was.
Definitely. He'll know that word. Which is probably just a miss as far as...
Or it's intentional because the V blocks your opponent from bingoing in line 2. I think that's an interesting choice. He only gave up 7 points, which might be worth it to just prevent bingos. I don't know. So there's 3 tiles in the bag. So I think the perfectly natural choice here is to just play off 2 of your E's and leave 1 in the bag. Wouldn't be surprised to see Austin do something like that with a play like EE at the bottom underneath Axe or CEE from the C in Tesh East. You're going to score 13 or 14 with a play like that.
We'll have the letters from the bag up on screen for you shortly. Just to answer your question there, Goldie Fox, we're at the end of the game here, so we can definitely show those last bit of letters for you. It'll appear in the top right corner shortly.
And that is now automated. Thank you to Wei Bento for getting the automated tile pool going. He was hard at work last night writing a script to make this possible. It's really cool. I didn't type anything. Those letters showed up automatically. You love to see it.
Yeah, we have a lot of open source stuff going on here with knowledge being shared amongst people with varying expertises. I am super grateful for all of them for being so awesome. I get to just lend my voice, and everyone else gets to do the programming.
At 3 in their time, to be clear.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Wabin is dedicated. He's probably awake right now watching us, even though it's like 4:30 in his time now.
You know how there's those some of those animals who like have their eyes open, but they're technically asleep, and there's just like a different layer on their eyeballs? That's basically Wabin. And then Jeremy as well, with him lending his voice and services to us. And then to be clear, it is certainly not exactly a typical hour in India either. We're getting pretty late where you are, Aditya, as well.
Maybe he fell asleep.
Oh, he's there.
No, I'm just kidding.
He is there.
I'm definitely there. The games have been really gripping, so there's no way I'm falling asleep.
We love that dedication. I'm here for it. I am actually here for it.
You're literally here in Naperville for it.
Poor Rad, says Cesar. Yes, poor Rad. Sad. Pandorable says, yes, cats and their third eyelid pop up often when they are sleeping. Looks kind of freaky. Yeah. Rebecca says, lots of great features on this stream, in addition to the great commentators. Look at that, Evans. They love you.
Nah, they love you. You're so buff and tan.
Oh, well, I'm
You can
off
hear that in
screen.
your voice. You're so buff and tan.
We got 157 people watching right now.
Hey.
Ooh.
Honestly, they're all tuning in for the blue hair
Yeah.
and the triple triples. We're just kind of accessories. All right, EE, like I said, that is the choice from Austin. I think it makes perfect sense. Just preventing Conrad from bingoing out. Not that he even can do that, but whatever. I don't think there's. I'm going to check if there are any bingos possible. Oh, there is. Well, there's a few. Okay, Abulia, Woundily, Wabane. All right, there's stuff.
Gotta be careful with that side dog, as Stefan says.
All right, so Conrad down by almost 100, and there's just not really anything he can do here. I don't know if there's any kind of creative one-tile fish he wants to try. I doubt it would work. Obviously, if you're going to fish for a bingo against a player of Austin's caliber, you need to have a bingo that plays in 2 spots, because if it plays in only 1, Austin will block you.
Yep.
And it's going to be hard to find a rack that good fishing 1 tile from this. I don't think it's possible. Just play for spread, GG. Yeah, I would agree with that. Some of the best options for spread, you can play WAB for 25, WAB next to arrow teams on the right. You can also play a word like Nubia or Bunia in that same spot. Yeah, all of your best plays are going to score between 20 and 27. Not very exciting. Yeah, spaved is not a word. Thank you, bot, for pointing that out.
I'm entering that in. You know, whenever I see not a word in that like that, I picture Eric Tran.
Huh, okay.
You know, have you ever heard him when he's playing a casual game and he's a little bit more cheeky in an Eric Tran way? He's just like, that's not a word, as he pauses the clock and goes for a challenge. I just picture him in my head, my mind's ear, saying that. So did we finalize that next round matchup? We
Yes,
got that in?
it will
Okay.
indeed be
Okay,
Day versus
perfect.
Okasaga coming up. So
Excellent.
hope you guys are all looking forward to that. This is the third to last round of the day. This is round 12 out of 12, 13, and 14 coming up this afternoon. So 2 more games.
Nice.
I think we're going to have another special guest join us
Ooh.
later in the afternoon. Aditya, I don't know how much longer you want to stick around, whether this is your last one or whether you got one more in you.
Yeah, I think I'll do one more game.
Yeah.
All right,
Really
all
want-
right.
Really want to be watching Jesse today.
All right, so
Excellent.
it'll be me, Jesse, and Aditya watching Jesse Day and Sammy Okasaga, and then round 14 will be players TBD with a special guest TBA.
Excellent. Yeah.
Looking forward to watching Sammy work. We have not had any Sammy games so far on board one. So
And I
that'll be
love
fun.
watching Sammy play. His style is really, really cool.
Yeah, how would you describe his style? I'm curious.
Sammy's very intentional with the way that he thinks about how he's putting things on the board. Like he takes a bit more time at the beginning, I have noticed, on a lot of games. Like maybe not to the point or extent that a corn does, you know, with picking things up and putting them back down. But he does spend
Phony
a fair bit
alert.
of time.
Not to interrupt you, but if
Sorry,
Phony
let's
has been
see.
played,
Where are we looking?
Nubial,
Oh, I see. Ooh.
and it looks like it is unchallenged, and Conrad draws the final tile. Okay. Sometimes when you're winning by 100 in the end game, you just let your opponent phony because like you feel like too mean challenging. I've certainly done that. I've also been the person that takes advantage of that and plays the phony in that situation, being down 100.
Mhm.
All right, so Nubial's going to stay on, it looks like, bringing Conrad's score to 463. And with his rack of side dog. Oh, yeah, Austin didn't want the scoring to stop. That's a good point.
He didn't want it to stop for anyone.
Not even his opponent.
Yeah, what a gentleman.
So Conrad's got multiple places to play AW that are all pretty similar. Awe, parallel to Henna, is 22. And Awe at the bottom right corner next to Dolly is 20. So nothing really for Austin to block because his opponent's got multiple spots. So you just want to score as much as you can.
Yeah. Alex says he let it go, so Conrad needs to let Side Dog go in exchange. Fair. I can't argue with that logic. Pandorable says, impressive board and scores. Yeah, we're seeing a really high-scoring, high-quality match here.
Yeah, this was a game that was played pretty much perfectly. I'm trying to remember if there's been a single mistake.
Not really.
I can't recall any.
No, I think it's been really, really well played.
Yeah, I mean, Conrad made the correct play with Hennett and just got super unlucky. And that was really the turning point of the game. But yeah, both players played fantastic, except for Nubial.
And Stefan points out, Suck is obstructing Side Dong. No.
No, indeed.
Up dog, down dog, why not downward dog? Well, of course it's a yoga pose, but yeah, definitely not in Scrabble.
There's a discussion of a phony 2 GA. I'm not sure. Oh, never mind. I think Sidewinder was looking at the play. Doesn't quite work. Anyway, the best actual play for Austin is pretty boring. He just has odes for 29, putting the S on kerf to make kerfs. Not very exciting, but it is what it is. This might be the high game we've seen all tournament on board one. If he gets to 559.
Yeah, we've seen some 500 plus scores for sure, but both players scoring relatively high, and then the highest 500 score period. Yes, we're.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the score in Eldor Wapnick was. That was pretty high up there as well.
That was, yeah. Guy B is still waiting for a joke. Still waiting for a joke. He's saying we're not funny. This is sad.
We've been joking all weekend long. If you don't get the jokes, that's on you. Get a sense of humor.
There's definitely some inside jokes, to be fair. Maybe not everyone always gets those. We do try to have a mix of them. Some inside, some outside, some way outside, some out in left field.
And sometimes the puns are just really subtle, and you got to pay close attention to catch them.
That is true.
Why are we defining leopard skin? What's going on in the chat? You guys are going crazy.
They were looking for words ending in skin, and that was shortly after looking for words that contained dong.
All right. Y'all are out of control.
Oh, look at that. I enjoyed that. There we go. We get some love from Guy. Very good. Cesar, side dong? I have an immediate definition in my head, but I'm going to keep it to myself.
Everybody just calm down. All right. Awe is the play from Austin Shin, and we got ourselves a final score of Austin 559, Conrad 495. A combined score of math 1054.
Yeah.
That is what you call a lot of points.
A 1,000 plus game. Very, very good. We love
also
seeing that.
Just like flawless Scrabble from both players.
Yeah.
This was fantastic.
Yeah, we love seeing that.
Yeah.
To answer Zeb's question, this is being played just outside of Chicago in Naperville/Lisle. I think technically in Lisle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're saying Chicagoland, Chicago, Naperville, Lisle, all of the above. You know those multiple choice questions on those exams where they just want to screw with you and they have like 3 options and they put all the above, 2 of the above, none of the above? It kind of feels like that.
All right, I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay. So Evans is going off to do directorial things. And they'll be back with our next matchup in roughly 10 minutes or so. Let's just look at the chat here and make sure we didn't miss anything else. The commentary has been top-notch. Thank you for your expertise. It is our absolute pleasure. We love having a mix of people in here with different levels of expertise. Always happy when our super talented, ultra-expert players join us from all over the world. And at the moment, that is Aditya, who is joining us from India doing that. Super solid player. I have not had many chances to play him in person, but I probably wouldn't do that well in general, just because he's one of India's best. Very, very solid. We're lucky to have him here.
That's very generous, Jesse. But yeah, really enjoying the games, and yeah, really looking forward to watching Jesse Day. Hope he does much better than Todier. I'm sure he will.
Yeah, I think that's out of his system now. So on that note, we will just take a quick break here from Chicagoland and be back in about 10 minutes. Our producer will just switch to a wide shot and be right back. We will see you again here soon for our next round of coverage. Talk to you in a couple of minutes on the other side.
Glad that I should just play all my games on board one. One maybe mistake.
Was it Surge? Was it that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and which was like a small mistake.
Yeah. So have.
Welcome back to Chicago for the next round of coverage. You are getting a brief shot of us in studio and also of our guest commentator coming in from India. We'll introduce him first. We've got Aditya Yangar here from India, and then Evans Quincy and me, Jesse Matthews, in studio in Illinois. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a barn burner of a matchup here. Two Titans in their own right. Excellent players, Jesse Day and Sami Okusaga. Your thoughts, Aditya, first of all, on this matchup?
Yeah, I think both of them really good players, both of them doing really well. And yeah, I think looking forward to the game. We had a really high scoring game just now. For those that missed it, I think we breached 1,000 points comfortably. So looking forward to more of those games rather than the ones we've had, with the blowouts we had yesterday. So yeah, the higher scoring the game, the better it is for all of us.
Yeah, we like to have the more balanced games in general, where it's not decided in the first 6 turns or something like that. So hopefully that will remain on form. Let's just check the chat before we get to the game itself. Cal is asking, is there testing every day? It looks pretty tight on mask wearing. Haven't been to a UK tournament post-COVID, but would doubt that everyone will be wearing masks. Evan, since you were organizing this tournament, how about your comments?
Yeah, so it is a policy of the tournament that masks are required anywhere, basically anywhere in the hotel, whether you're in the playing room or in the hallways or anywhere. We are not requiring daily testing. We did put out a recommendation, a strong recommendation, I think was the wording, that players test once before the tournament and then once midway through the tournament on Monday or so. We're not enforcing that across the board. If everybody doesn't test, we can't make them, but we are recommending a couple of tests. Okay, we're going to be going to the board in just a moment. We're going to have Jesse Day taking on Sami Okusaga coming up right about now. I think I've set the scores to 0. Yes. Okay, good. We are good to go.
All right, so back to board 1. Jesse Day is taking his draw. All right, so with an opening rack that's looking, let's see that last letter. Okay. Without an A favoring. Even,
there you go. We know where all the A's are.
Yes. Sammy's got all the A's on his rack. That cheeky suggestion of pass and hope for the bingo. And then a question of whether this is the penultimate game of the day. And yes, it is. This is game 3 of 4 in the afternoon. Someone has looked up ARG without the H at the end and with 4 A's in the front. Yeah, I don't think that's one of the variant spellings. And then a cheeky aardvark with that lovely little V swap in there. Liking that creativity there as well.
So what do we like here for Jesse? He's got roving plus F. He's got vigor plus NF.
Cal suggests fog, vogue, or change.
There's also, you wouldn't need to exchange here. You have decent plays that score 24 or 26. 24 points is better than 0 points.
Yeah.
Gonif, Gonif is an option, keeping RV as a leave. The computer says all of these options are fairly close. There's no standout best one. Roving is interesting because it takes all the hooks in the front. Oh, only 2, a D and a P, droving and proving. Would have guessed more than that for some reason. Oh, Jesse considering a shorter play. He's looking at Vogue. Oh, actually, the sim is saying that a shorter play is not bad. You could play Vogue or you could play Vor. And most interestingly of all, you could exchange just the V.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. So
I would not have gathered that rack would have drawn into many
So
Bingo's.
throwing makes a 7 with any one of C, D, E, F, G, K, L, M, O, S, T. That is a whole lot of possible 7-letter words.
It is, and I think also part of the reason why that might rank highly is because it's right at the start of the game. There's 12 E's in the bag out of all the letters that are there. So by permutation, there are a lot more opportunities to draw foreign out of the bag as a 7, or have that E to play through other potential letters for an 8. So I can see some of the logic without considering the human factor as to why exchange V would go up fairly high.
The other interesting thing here is that Sammy's got an exchange rack of his own. So if you exchange 1, he's just going to exchange back, and then you'll probably get your 7 down a lot of the time. Anyway, Jesse doesn't choose exchanging the V. He chooses VOG.
Fox Frost says, is how I'd feel with Sammy's hand too. And it's like, yep, that's pretty valid. That is an kind of rack right there.
Yeah, and about gives the perfect spot for Feek, which is just what Jesse wants at this point.
Yeah.
So interesting choice by Sammy playing Ava to kind of fork the board open.
Yeah.
And yeah, Feek right away.
And he got feeked.
Calm down. Yeah, Feek is clearly best, and Jesse, to his credit, plays it quickly.
Was it? I'm actually trying to remember. Alec, maybe you remember. I think I may have played this against you playing TWL. I think I was playing as a last-minute player in New Orleans for a North American Scrabble Championship, and I was solidly playing Collins for the most part by then. I think it may have been against Alec. I played this by mistake, but you'll probably remember.
All
So
right.
that's a lovely 4-timer here for Sammy. That's something I see. Maybe there's more. It's a pretty common word.
I'm going to not cheat. I'm going to try to find it. A lot of things are not double doubles like tamarind and diet.
Oh, he's got 2 T's. By the way.
Oh, okay. Chat's saying diatrita. And it looks like Sammy's also going to play diatrita. He finds it quickly. And diatrita is going to block Jesse from playing misinfer. So pretty big swing here, as Jesse thought he was going to bingo, and now we'll see.
2017. There you go. I knew you'd remember Alec. I couldn't remember exactly where.
Oh yeah, so instead of misinfer, Jesse's going to have interims for way less points, only 60 points for interims through the T. So he does still bingo, but not as good. Props to Sammy for finding diatrita. It is the only bingo possible. So Jesse's lead of 58-8 was short-lived.
Yeah. Amphiroaster asks, is Sammy also known as an upside down player? Yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay.
I believe he is.
I haven't played him in years. I don't remember.
There are also some of the people who, just to be interesting and confusing, they will play sometimes upside down, especially if they're in a time crunch, but otherwise they'll turn the board on certain turns. Those are the most rare people of all, because I usually tend to see people either do one or the other. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Marlon says spin when he got it. I didn't remember him being outright upside down.
Upvote is not a word. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, upvote versus upvote. Not quite the same.
So for Jesse, interims is the only bingo here. I guess he's just being thorough to make sure of that, but I would be fairly confident that we're going to see interims eventually. Oh, and just as I say that, here it comes. What's up, Boat? Not much. What's up with you? All right, interims does come down. 118-90. Jesse retakes the lead, and now it's about pa for Sammy. About into the T in diatrita looks pretty natural here. There's also abattu, A-B-A-T-T-U. Seeing a lot of toady discussion in the chat.
Poor JD. But he did it to himself.
Yes. All right. So Sammy bingos with the first blank, but Jesse has drawn the second one.
Oh, and we're seeing that little issue there again with, am I saying this wrong? Or is the blank actually slightly off sideways on Jesse's rack?
Oh, yeah, it might be sideways. Well, if you put the blank sideways on your own rack, you're
giving away some
telegraphing
valuable
something pretty
information.
bad. Yeah, that's you don't want your opponent knowing you've got a blank.
Yeah. Very astute opponent might notice that if it stays that way too long.
Yeah. Ooh, uplooked. Nice work by Rusumov in the chat. Yeah. Ooh, there are 3 8-letter words with those 6 letters plus 2 blanks. Uplooked is 1, and who can find, not polka dot, good guess. Who can find one of the other 2? Kilo Pond, very nice from Joe Amokas, and there's one other that is pretty difficult. Probability order 38,439 is this last one.
Oof. Oof. Well within
range,
range,
type of
right?
bank loan. Type of bank loan.
There we go.
Drop lock is
nice
the
one,
answer.
Lewis.
Very nice by Sidewinder, yeah. So about comes down from Sammy. Good play, I think. Either that or Abatu. They're both good. And none of the bingos we just discussed are playable for Jesse. Sad face.
Something like Plukes would go really well, and it's very difficult to see that Plukes has that U hook in front. Like I've missed it once on a board.
Ooh, Plukes to
So it's a
up.
completely different word.
Cool.
That's a great little sequence if that works out. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so Jesse has Plukes hooking the L to make aval. Very nice play there. Scores 35 and keeps the blank.
Yeah, for our North American players who are not familiar, Ava does take the L hook in Collins. So I learned that one the hard way a long time ago when someone played it and I was like, I didn't think that worked. And yeah, that was not fun. Ooh, someone has looked up Pajki, and that's in reference to...
They've uplooked it?
Yep, nice. They looked up some of Sammy's rack there.
Ooh, yeah. Fun stuff for Sammy there. Pajki. Jesse taking his time. Yeah, Plukes is not easy to spot. And there's other candidate options besides Plukes. I mean, Cop KOP to the left of About is a nice scoring play there, 29. A lot to think about here if you're Jesse.
Oh, here's a fun one. Do any of you, before you look it up with the bot, do you know what Buzkashi means? I actually do. I want to see if anyone else knows for fun.
I hope it's not what I'm, never mind. I'm just not even gonna.
No, it's not that. Buzkashi, it's a really obscure definition. It's just something where you either know it or you don't.
A sport played with a goat's head.
Very good, Jeremy.
What, is that right?
Yeah.
I thought he was kidding.
No, he's not. Very good.
Oh, Sidewinder knows it too. Okay.
Now you can type the definition request in the chat. This was one of Matthew O'Connor's trivia questions in Albany last weekend. Sick. I didn't know that. That's really cool. Foundering says, save the goats. So yeah, poor goats. Or their heads, more specifically. Goat lives matter. Yeah, poor goats. Buzkashi is goated. Yes, and that is the national sport of Afghanistan. That is true.
Wow. I'm learning so much this week.
See?
All right then. Buzkashi, that is a crazy word.
It is.
I would definitely miss that in a Scrabble game.
It used to say head, now it says carcass. Yeah, no, it is played with the head. The definition mentions carcass. It is technically part of it, but it is supposed to be the head.
Okay, I don't think we saw this coming.
Oh, interesting.
No.
Plooped.
No. Not a thing. Not a valid thing.
All right, let us see. Is he actually? He hasn't hit the clock.
The suspense. He kind of straightens his tiles a little bit, thinks about it. Sammy's in his challenging stance. Oh my gosh. The drama. I can't take it. My heart is racing.
Oof. We like drama.
These are the most painful moments for us. We're just like
Yes.
sitting here waiting to see if he phonies or not.
Is he going to hit the clock?
He looks like he might challenge. Y'all are too much.
Oh, he's hit the clock. Sammy's going for an
And
instant
Sammy's going
challenge.
for it. Ah.
Yeah. He vetoed it. Very good.
All right.
They're looking it up on the phone. Yeah. Okay. So that will be a challenge. And
As Jesse minimizes the Wiggles Discord on his phone.
yeah. Solid challenge from Sammy.
You had plenty of time to think about it.
Aaron Bader mentions, did anyone catch Jesse's password?
Hey, Christian, can we clip that? Thanks. Just
You know
kidding.
what? I actually thought that in my head, Aaron, but I didn't say it out loud. But since you typed it. And copies and cha.
I've noticed that whenever Jesse has a phony challenged off, he puts the tiles back on his rack all askew and sideways. I think it's like a tilt thing. He's just mad at the tiles.
And Alec points out Capiz allows polka, which will allow him to score some.
Maybe that's why Sammy thought better of it. Interesting.
Yeah, he was starting to flick on Capiz and picked it up. So remember what I was saying before that early in the game, Sammy will sometimes put things down, pick them back up, and down, pick them back up. Now you've seen it.
So if you sim this position with the full inference of the rack, Quackle's recommending plays that block plukes. For example, you can play Pavs into the S. It only scores 17, but it forces Jesse to find a different play besides plukes to score points next turn. It's interesting. No one should allow polka.
Oh. And Jeremy, Capiz and cha is actually what Sammy was putting down before, but he picked it up because it allows Jesse to polka in response. And with perfect...
I think something like Zap would be quite well here. Because if Jesse plays Plukes after that, the board is just absolutely dead. Like there's literally nothing. I don't think Diet Reader takes an S. So
I think you're correct.
The board is dead and gone after that. Like literally nothing on there. So
Diatrita is the plural of diatritum. So you're saying Zap to the left of about, just killing all those eights. Yeah. Is that right? You're saying that, Zap?
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, Zap followed by Plukes, and then, yeah, I think you're right. That's interesting.
I think that's some of the, exactly, some of the human factor.
What's also interesting is that after Zap and then Plukes, we'd have an exactly tied score, 153, 153.
So it looks like Sammy has opted to play Spiv.
Okay, interesting. So he knows that Jesse can't hook an S making spivs because he knows Jesse's rack. That's interesting. And he's also blocking plukes like we talked about, so very interesting.
So it looks like JD is going to play Cop alongside About.
And that is his best play.
And this leaves both sides of the board wide open for him, holding on to that blank. Really just needs one semi-decent draw and seems pretty likely to bingo here.
All right, so updating the score, it should be 147 to 131, a small Jesse lead, but it is Sammy on turn.
Big Dig Blue says, hi. Hello, right back to you. Welcome to our stream. Hope you are enjoying what you have seen so far. So over to Sammy.
Looks like a little spin when you gotta just happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a have a look at the board and see what your next play is going to do for this board.
Yeah, he's lined up Sadik without the eye.
Yeah. I don't think that's a word spelled that way, but
Yeah.
best valid plays include ads on the far left making aha. That scores 38. You could also consider a better leave if you want to play DITZ, D-I-T-Z through the I in interims. That would be 28 points, keeping ACDE. All sorts of other options as well.
Alex pointed out that Jesse Day now has Marigold through the I and Spiv, if that does not go blocked.
Ah, very nice. Yeah.
159.
Looks like Ditz is coming on down to the board through interim, so that does leave the open door for Marigold on this next turn.
Very nice.
There might be merit in playing something like Mangold as well, along with Avil,
Yep.
since it doesn't give the S away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Similar score. Marigold is 78, Mangold 75. So both good options. There's also an 8 through the A. Can anybody spot that one? Not easy.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've seen it. Yeah.
see
It has a lot of variants.
Oh, is that right? There's a variant to that? Okay.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about that word is it doesn't take an S, but almost all the other variants.
It's a
come from it.
That's ridiculous. It's not anything like it. Whatever.
Of
Of course, it's obsolete. Thanks, Jezeva.
So I can tell you, those are all related to the same root word. Those are all Latin. So like malgré would be the word that you use in French, and the exact definition is what they show in Zizipa.
Mhm.
Malgrado, I don't remember using that anytime I speak Spanish ever.
Mhm.
But probably all related to the same root.
Well, Lord knows there's plenty of obscure words in all languages in the dictionary,
Yes.
so why would Spanish be any different?
Yep.
Ooh, looks like Jesse's going to miss his bingos here. Oh, or he's going to pick it up again and think a little longer. I don't think there's any reason to pass up bingoing intentionally. I can't imagine.
Now that we have more people in the chat, it's actually a good time to ask again. Where's everyone watching from at the moment? We definitely had a solid set of answers early in the broadcast. How about now? Where's everyone watching from today? All right, so we've got Liverpool in the UK. We've got Germany, Austin, Texas, Quebec City. Excellent. Bon après-midi, Francis. We've got Goldie watching from South Africa. That explains the talk about Afrikaans. We've got Chris watching from Vancouver. Very good. North of San Francisco, Ottawa, Ontario, Toronto. We've got 5:26 a.m. in Malaysia. That is some dedication right there. Nice.
Looks like Sammy's going to find his best play here of cabined, doubling the C and the B. Nice high scoring non-bingo, 36 points.
Very nice.
Best.
We've also got, let's see, we've got Australia, awesome. Seattle, Kansas City, Missouri, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, Hamden, Connecticut, Laurel, Maryland, Lagos, and Nigeria. Maryland and France once again. Amazing. We got people from all over watching at the moment. So glad to have you all here. And Kuala Lumpur. Van and only. Is that Vanita?
Yes,
I
it
was
is.
wondering for a while. Hi.
All right, looks like Dangles is going to be the bingo from Jesse Day here. 89, pretty high scoring bingo as Jesse takes the lead here. And he's going to hit his clock pretty quickly. All right, so Jesse gets the bingo down fast, and he's up now by 66. As Sammy reaches into the bag for 6 random tiles to go with the C that he kept before. We'll see what he draws.
We've also got, let's see. Atlanta. Did we give Sammy the +5? Good question. Did we do that, Evans?
Yeah.
With Kevin? Yeah, we do have that in the score, Stefan. Thank you.
Yep, he should be at 200, including the +5. Jounce is the best play here with the J. Yep, and he sees it right away. Nice job by Sammy to find Jounce, and that'll put him right back in it.
We've got 2 J names, 2 very common J names. And then, of course, Jesse, for me and my namesake, does not play on this board. But the short version, so the variant form of Jesse, works without the E as well at the end. And does anyone know the meaning of that word? Of course, I know because it's my name. But do any of you know what Jess and Jesse mean as far as the definition goes? Rebecca's so good. I am very, very impressed. Yes. Yeah, so it's to fasten a strap around the legs of a hawk, I believe is the specific definition. Very, very good. Yeah, Stefan, sure. We'll call it that.
All right, this just in, we've got our pairing for the next round. We're going to be watching David Whitley against Marlon Prudencio in the next round. That's
Very
gonna be
nice.
fun.
And we have a guest with us in studio for the rest. Pull up a chair, my man. We have got, he's not on screen, but you'll hear his voice in the background from here on. We have the one and only David Eldar joining us in studio.
Hey guys.
They can hear you. It's microphone's right in the computer like last time. So.
Okay, they can hear us, but they can't see us.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
We've got a very active chat this afternoon.
All right, great.
You already have one fan shouting out your name. You're used to this, aren't you?
Yeah, every day. How's this going? I figured these guys are going to be way behind schedule, so I'll come and see what's going on.
So there's suggestions that Uwu is 100% in the new Collins. I'd be happy with seeing Uwu. I think it'd be pretty solid.
Those are bad letters.
Yeah, these are bad letters, and he's down by 50. So not a great spot for Sammy to be in here.
We have demands for more Deldar.
Thank you.
We have a question of what happened in Eldar versus Dave Weekend.
I completely set the game on fire and lost.
Oh,
yeah.
Saddest of days.
I'm not sure what happened to my brain. But yeah. Well, yep. Now trying to sit here and mope a bit.
They're with best wishes of rest in peace for you.
yeah, that's what I deserve.
Jeremy Hildebrand suggests holiness. That one doesn't quite work yet.
All right.
How come he hasn't changed? Are there any playable words?
Not really. Play we, keeping Giiuu.
Yeah,
That's
so
not great.
What's he
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah.
He heard you.
That's a change of 7. Yeah.
I might change 6. Keeping. Oh, there's a lot of more E's you can draw. You don't need to keep any E's.
Wow, interesting. He didn't keep the E. Yeah.
There's 6 more of them. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. 2 E's is not the end of the world, but maybe.
Sure.
There's a floating E.
What if he gets 3? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could. I mean, that could happen. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
He'd be screwed either way, I guess, if you drew
Wow,
3s.
this looks pretty bleak for Sammy, right?
Yeah. Especially because Jesse's best plays now are, things like Ho parallel to G's that are going to block up a lot of bingos and make things even harder for Sammy. If anybody in chat has some brilliant ideas, how can Sammy come back here? Please do share them. But yeah, it's going to be tough.
Kyle's suggestion is Ho, EE, OE, and ES for
Yep,
next
that's
play. Yep, so that's
exactly
good.
what
But
I'm
then,
talking about.
but then
Or wait,
Sammy's
is
next
it?
play, I guess, is the
EE.
one that we're looking for.
I think he means Ho
So
and HE. Yeah.
Rebecca's suggestion is fish off an eye for epitaxy.
I think we're talking about the spot for epitaxy being blocked, though.
Yeah.
Like if Ho is played, that epitaxy parallel to Ava doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he plays HOE here. It would be pretty strange to do anything else, right?
Yeah, it's very straightforward. Like points, leave, and blocking up the things you want to block up. Like
Yeah.
what more can you want?
Ollie is wondering why Jeez is better than Josh in the position that
Jeez
Jesse was in
versus
last
Josh,
turn.
you say?
We have someone who can provide some amazing insight that's sitting next to us.
Well, it's not. Oh, wow. Actually, never mind. Pretty surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean the leave with.
Oh,
Josh
sorry, I
is
didn't realize. He had,
EES.
sorry, I didn't realize he had another S.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought his leave was. Oh, sorry, I thought it was this rack. I'm like his leave is EINE.
Oh, this is the term before.
Yeah, I think HOSE is significantly better than EEES, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's gotta be.
By like a really long way.
All right, so then Ho is coming down here for this current turn. Yeah, Sammy's definitely in a bit of a tough place. Yeti axis.
What's his? Oh, he's playing right.
Ditzy and Yeti, it looks like he's going for.
Okay.
It's points.
Yeah, it's 36. Pretty nice.
Yeah, except his left behind letters are A, I, and X.
Yeah.
And as is pointed out, Jesse Day has Saining, GG.
Oh, well.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's game over. He just plays Genies now. There's a Gneiss sign. It doesn't quite fit. Is that a word?
Not sure what next. I'm not sure. Yeah, but signing and engines.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, engines.
Yeah, signing clearly better because you don't want.
Oh, right, yeah.
Open
Okay.
up triples.
Well, yeah, there's literally no way to win from here for Sammy, I guess.
Kat says, looks like Jesse could be fishing here with his Saining net. Yeah. Huh.
Hmm.
Jesse looks like he's checking his tracking or counting something. I can't tell what he's doing with his hand there. I think he's just trying to make sure he tracked correctly.
Ice Cream says, lots of three-letter words.
That tends to happen in Scrabble. Three-letter words get played.
Yep.
Yeah, so only two possible bingos here for Jesse. He's got signing parallel to the HA on the left side of the board, and then engines.
Is Genies not a word?
Genies is apparently not a word. I had to check it too. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Genies is not a word.
Okay, cool.
So Saining
Jenny's.
comes down.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well.
All right. Signing is clearly the best play. You do not want to open triple triples, obviously. So yeah, Jesse makes the correct decision. And that should be lights out.
Yeah.
112-point lead.
He's got a good rack, but how many letters are even left? Not enough, I guess.
20 tiles unseen.
So,
13 in the bag.
Not enough for two bingos. in a row.
Time to focus on the less than 1% miracles. But
gonna see some triple triples blown
Can
open?
anyone even think of one? Well, I don't think you can. You can't open a triple triple because he'll just block it. You need something probably through ES.
There's a very nice play of it. I'm wondering if chat can spot, or if David can spot.
Whoa.
That
I haven't seen any.
scores in the high 60s and opens the board for you.
It's a
Oh,
perfect-
right, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a perfect eating plan, I believe, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, yeah.
Or a wholesome or holistic eating plan would be the way to look at it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But
Yeah.
I imagine that still comes in at about 0%.
Yeah, possibly.
Or very close to it. That's not completely zero, but
Yeah, so at the bottom of the board, turning ES into Orexis is what I would imagine is the best play, although I can sim it for
Yeah.
Sammy here.
the problem is Jesse has a really good rack still, orality.
Oh, yeah.
and he'll can just play probably above that word somehow.
Yeah. Quackle seems to think that after Orexis' Sammy is about 5 or 6% to win the game, so
Well,
not
that's
very good.
Yeah,
but not
and
impossible.
When Quackle says 5%, it's usually less because it doesn't predict that he's always going to block.
Yeah.
Which he will as long as he has the means to, and he does have the means to.
All right, Sammy's going to play X's instead. It looks like.
Oh, that's a bad one.
And orality for Jesse. So we can pull up the unseen tile pool, I guess. There's 17 unseen, so 10 in the bag. I mean, this is the kind of situation where Sammy wants to bingo twice, and it's not even a good board for bingoing once. So
Yeah.
not a very good position. But...
Almost royalties.
Oh, wow. Yeah, just off the board by 1 square, huh?
So, Aditya, if you are Jesse in this somewhat protected, comfortable position, what do you do to basically preserve your win here? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I just go for score here in outrun. So I see something like opacity. Opacity is a slick find.
Oh, pretty. Look at that.
That is a nice find.
Yeah.
P in the C. Very cool.
Yeah. But of course, at the other end, the only realistic bingo lane is the ES, I guess. So maybe you want to be doing something about that. But I don't really see much that you can do there.
So his suggestion just now, since it's in our ears, is he's pointing out the nice little fit of opacity, but otherwise just to deal with the ES spot. What are your thoughts there,
wow.
David Eldar?
Well, it's a very attractive play. But to win the game for Jesse, well, I don't think he can lose.
Yeah.
I think every play is 100% just about. So there's much of a muchness. Yeah, I
So
mean, it's not a fun. That's not a fun answer, but that's the reality of the situation.
So would you go for the flashy points there in this case? Since it doesn't
Well,
matter?
I mean, yeah, it depends if you're trying to make the maximum spread or win the maximum fans
yeah.
with your fancy words.
But you clearly have lots of fans, so we know what choices you've made in the past.
I think Jesse Day has so many fans already. He doesn't even need more. I mean, let's be honest.
That's true.
Topical. Whoops.
Oh, and this in the same sort of fit in there.
Oh, topical. Yeah, wow.
Oh, wow, nice.
Oh, making Ita. Yeah.
Yeah, so he has lots of fancy plays. But yeah, I think Queckle might even start showing 0% at this point.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, tough game for Sammy. Just got hit by a couple of untimely bingos, dangles for a big score, and then signing really just put this one away.
No. I think it's always interesting to see what Nigel plays in these situations when the game's dead. He always comes up with some really weird stuff. I actually think just YO here is best, isn't it? Nine and YO.
Yeah, probably.
Why wouldn't you just play that? I mean, you probably bingo a pretty significant amount through ES.
Oh, wow, interesting.
Like maybe 10% or something could be.
Wow, that sounds high for nines.
Really?
Well, I mean, first of all, you could draw like UW. And,
yeah, I guess you could be right. Maybe.
You also don't want to draw like more R's.
Yeah, could be right. Is there a way to check? You could probably. Oh no, you have to. You have to play around with it a bit to. You'd have to block out one line. Yeah. To get an honest result.
You were correct, about 11 or 12% to bingo.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But that probably counts on him opening a bit as well by mistakenly to the E.
True.
So I guess it's probably more like 5. So I think you were actually right. So more like 5% or something.
It looks like Sammy's played Wraith.
Although then stuff like that does.
Wait, hang on. Did we miss 2 moves?
Jesse, correct. Well, in my.
Oh, Yo, yes.
It was Jesse's turn.
Okay,
Yo
was
Jesse
there.
played YO. Okay.
And then
Sammy has REI and then arrow. Okay.
Yeah.
So Sammy doing what he can to open the board, but I think it's a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah.
So 12 unseen tiles, that means 5 in the bag.
Yep. And very nice play available for Jesse here of Gallo between the disconnected G and O in Vog and Jounce. 28 points. Pretty
Ooh,
nice.
that's cute. Gallo. Sounds like there could be some extensions to that. Take a look.
We have a question of what is the next game on board 1? Evans, do we know that yet?
Yes, we do. All right, we're going to have Marlon Prudencio and David Whitley coming up next. Two guys who are a lot of fun to watch play, and we haven't had them on table 1 yet. So
all
we're
right,
going to bring those two in for the last game of the day.
Okay, there's 2 long words that start with Gallo. Gallow. See if you can get them without cheating, guys. I think it's the kind of thing you might either know or not know. But I'm curious to see. Yeah, it's obviously Galloway. I'm not even going to bother quizzing you guys on that.
someone has put Galloween. Galloween.
Oh, Gallowing. That's not long enough. Let's go longer.
Gallows wife.
Gallo's wife. Oh.
That's a good guess. Reminds me of Housewife Skep. You know
Housewife
that?
what?
Skep?
Skip?
Skep?
Marlon says Gallowses.
Gallowses, yeah, but we're going to need longer.
What? What is that? Housewife Skip? Oh my gosh.
Gallow Bird, nice try. Gallowance, that's a good guess.
Oh, allowance takes
One,
a G.
one is a bird that's, yeah, one is a household item. And one is a descriptive quality of the gallows.
So Gallows like.
Getting there.
Gallows-esque.
Gallo, good guess. Gallowness, so close.
Gallowless?
Gallowsness, guys. Gallowsness, not gallowness. That'd be ridiculous. And the other answer was Gallo Glass.
Oh, wow.
Gallows Stage, that was a good guess too. So Gallo Glass and Gallowsness, unless I misread.
Oh, and nice job, Jesse. He does find Gallo, which is the best play. Good work.
All right, guys. I'm going back to playing.
This was fun. We enjoyed it.
Thanks.
of luck.
Nice to see everybody and enjoy.
All right, see you later. Thanks for popping by.
Sure.
It's a fun little quiz.
That was fun.
That's one I did not know at all.
I already forgot. Gallows Glass. All right. Orf is the play from Sammy. And a good old uwu turl for Jesse here.
Woo.
So Jesse is comfortably ahead in the end game. Looks like he will improve to 8 and 5. Taking a quick peek at the standings. It looks like Dave Wiegand has won again. He is now
3
12
games.
and 1.
3 games clear of the field.
3 games clear of the field
That's
and
sick.
spread.
That's sick.
Oh, he's only 2 games clear. Excuse
Okay.
me. Evan Borowski won, so he's 10 and 3. Evan is 2 games back from Dave.
Okay, so 2 games clear of him, 3 on the rest, but he's still like 300 spread up on Evans. That's impressive.
And check out the surge from Ben Schombrun, who I think was middle of the pack earlier today. He is now 9 and 4 in 4th place
Very impressive.
overall in the field. Actually, he's 9 and 4 with a spread of 50.
I was gonna
So
say, he
a lot of
obviously-
close wins, I'm guessing.
He obviously had a rough go spread-wise based on it being so low while being 9 and 4. So nice recovery. Clearly a spot hard to come back.
Yeah, it looks like Ben has wins today over a bunch of people. Oh, if I can get this to work. I'll find them. It looks like he beat Thomas Reinke in 1 game, and Femi.
Okay, this has to be Tim Weiss based on these comments. Is Ben still wearing that sad toupee? That has to be Tim Weiss.
If you're referring to his Guy Fieri hat, that is not a sad toupee. That is a very happy toupee. You take that back, sir.
Matthew Tunnicliffe says Dave Wiegand once found a bingo in a bowl of corn chowder. I love it. Wheato. Yeah, that's got to be Tim. So let's just make sure I haven't missed anything. So was played, and then Tar, and Ruliest is being played to empty the bag here. I'm not empty bag, empty his rack, pardon me, and thus end the game.
All right, so we got we got Tower, and we got Ruliest to end the game. All right, a final score of Jesse Day 475, Samuel Gasaga 406. Nicely played.
Excellent.
Props
game.
to Jesse on the win.
Yes. So, Aditya, any comments? Obviously, we got another game that, despite the scoreline being, 70 in the difference, which is not huge at the end, definitely was decided for a little bit of time here. What are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I think Jesse played really well throughout, despite phoning once. We all do that most of the time. Like, he spotted stuff like Gallo. That was really good. And yeah, I think Spiv is something that really strikes me. I'm not really a fan of that. So maybe that would have been the changing point. It's difficult to say. But yeah, like playing Spiv when the opponent has a blank, maybe that's something that I would have thought about again. But yeah, overall, I think great game, pretty high scoring once again, as we expect from Table 1 game.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty well played as well. I would agree that I'd look at the turn that Spiv was played. I don't know if I'd point to it necessarily as a right or wrong play, but definitely this position is one that would and did garner some discussion, given the inference of what Jesse Day's rack is, what you do about that. I think there's lots of ways to look at it. I don't know if I would have played Spiv either, but I bet there's a lot of really interesting logic behind why he did. Clearly to block Plukes, was the primary objective, but I'm not sure I would have played that either. Evans, what do you think? Would you have played Spiv in that position?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was a situation where Sammy sensed that he was an underdog in the game, seeing as his opponent has a blank and has a strong rack. And I think he might have played Spiv, first of all, to block Plukes, which was the best play. And second of all, to create some volatility in the situation. So I understand the reasons why Spiv might make sense. Me personally, I might not have done it. It's a little wild, you could say. Okay, we're going to cut away.
Yeah.
All right.
We're back in the studio here very briefly. We're getting ready for our final game of the day. It looks like there was a request in the chat again as far as who is going to be on board one. So that would be Marlon Prudencio on one end of the table. And I'm forgetting who his opponent is.
The Whips themselves,
That's
David
right.
Cool Whip Whitley.
That's right.
Yeah.
David Whitley along there. So on that note, we do have our final remote commentator who will be logging in with us very shortly here. So I would like to thank Aditya once again for joining us for these last couple of games. Always a pleasure to have you, and we're looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow when you rejoin us.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, guys. Really wonderful games. I'm also looking forward to watching Marlon the next game. I had a few wonderful games with him in Bangalore a couple of weeks back. So yeah, really looking forward to watching that game. I'll be in the chat. But yeah, that's my time. Thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, see you tomorrow.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Thanks once again. See you later. And on that note, we're just going to get ready to bring in our final remote commentator of the day. We'll just wait for our cue from our producer before bringing him in. So let's have a quick look at the chat here, just to make sure I haven't missed anything else. Everyone's passwords being exposed. I've been very protective of mine. Oh, you're talking about when I was looking at the board one. Right, yes.
Yeah, players keep taking out their phones and then looking at their phones when they're challenging a word or something.
Indeed.
And
yeah, doxing is the least of their concerns. There's password issues going on here.
Cyber attacks happening on twitch.tv/Scrabble. Who knew?
Oh boy, we're done for now.
I know, right?
Petition to bring back Deldo. Yeah, I have a feeling Deldar will come into the studio whenever he is not
Well,
playing.
let's
just
clarify.
like
Do you mean as a player on the stream or as a commentator? Because we've had a little bit of both.
I mean, I'm a fan of both.
He's been entertaining in both regards.
Yeah,
So yeah,
we're definitely always welcome to him being on the broadcast, either as a player or as a commentator.
definitely.
And it looks like there was a check for Deldo.
Dildo is not a word. Yeah.
Yeah, big sad. Let's just shake a little further up, or scroll a little further up, pardon me. No, I think we have caught up on all of the chat there. Do you have the updated standings there as far
Yeah, I
as...
was checking on that. We've got like kind of results trickling in, so I'm not entirely sure that they're all in. Let me do some quick math and add up how many games these people have played. 13, 13, 13, 13. Okay, we're good. So we're through 13 rounds and head and shoulders above the entire field. 12-1 plus 1,070 is Dave Wiegand. He has just been crushing it all day long, undefeated today. He's just been playing fantastic. Second place, 2 games back at 10-3 is Evan Borowski. And then 3 games back are Jeff Teveno and the big success story of the day, Ben Schomburn, surging into 4th place at 9-4 with a spread of 50.
Yeah.
Then a whole bunch of 8 and 5s. We got Eldar, Webb, Conrad, Austin, Lipe. So bunch of players in the mix and a long, long way to go. We are through 13 rounds with 18 still to play. A whole lot of Scrabble still coming up. But right now it is Dave Wiegand's tournament to lose.
Indeed. Request in the chat for how many UK players. I don't know off the top of my head. We've seen a few, of course. David Webb was featured on camera today. Depending on what you consider Austin Shin, he is a former UK player, lives in the US now. It gets a little bit fuzzy when you try to decide where everyone's from. But yeah, I'm not sure of an exact number as far as UK players that we have.
Yeah,
here.
I don't have the number on me. I think there's a spreadsheet I have somewhere. I can't find it. But yeah, David Webb, I think you mentioned. I think probably people in chat can help us out. How many Australians? I think just the one. I think just Eldar.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly. It's a big field. It's hard to remember where everyone's hailing from. But as far as I can remember, it's just the one Australian.
It looks like there's still laying claim to not Eldar, pardon me, Austin as a member of the United Kingdom.
Oh, Femi. Femi's from the UK.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm still looking at the spreadsheet, trying to find more names for you. We mentioned David Webb. That might be it. Oh, Fidelis Olotu lives in the UK.
Has Australia got is that playa or playa, like the Spanish word? Because Australia's got lots of playas. There's lots of beaches,
Yeah.
exactly. But if Australia's got a playa, yeah, there's exactly one player here.
David Eldar is definitely a player, let me tell you. All right, so I'm going to get the next game queued up. It looks like Marlon Prudencio is going first and David Whitley is going second. I'll get those names ready to go.
So since we're pairing based on the penultimate round, we can kind of already guess potentially who would be tomorrow morning's matchup. But we'll look at that in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm guessing that starting tomorrow, we're going to start to pivot more towards showing like the actual table one more often. So we're going to get a whole lot of weekend, which I'm sure you guys will enjoy.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever complained at Dave Wiegand being on stream.
Of course not. Yeah.
And that's part of what the logic was from some of the previous picks, is knowing fully well that players like Dave will be on stream a lot.
Yeah. Let's hope that this stream.
So on that note, we have our final remote commentator of the day who will be joining us in studio. We have been looking forward to this for a while. We are being joined for the last round of play today by the one and only Sam Rosen, joining us from the United States of America.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, great to be with you and the chat and everyone remotely from the East Coast, not in Chicagoland. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah.
We're just getting Sam's mic sorted out here so we can hear his voice loud and clear.
Sounds like we're hearing it less than we
Yeah,
were 5 seconds ago.
we're hearing a considerably lower amount of Sam's voice, as in. Alec, question.
How's my audio?
All right, we have audio for Sam now. Very good. Alec asks, why couldn't Sam Rosen commentate for Sammy's game? That's an excellent question. Why couldn't you, Sam?
I was just. That is an excellent question. I think maybe I'll be Sammy Rosen. He can be Sam Okasaga for future games, and so that's just to make that connection.
Well, Jesse, aren't you going to field the other question
Well,
chat from this user Johnny 1977?
I was leaving that for later. It's all about Sam Rosen.
Or we could
for
ask
a
Sam to
second.
field that one. I don't know if he has any opinions, but
Johnny 1977 asks, can Jesse Matthews be any more hot? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I thought you were going to say challenge accepted.
I mean, I guess challenge accepted works. I'm getting into bulking season in the fall.
There you go.
Right now, it's all about the leanness and showing off the gains at the beach between rounds.
Okay.
Speaking of the gains, I am working out with the one and only William Anderson at the gym before we start playing. Well, I don't play games. He plays games, but we're going for our workouts. We had a solid one this morning. It was chest day, which is usually on Mondays, but we had it today just to switch it up and not do the same thing as the rest of the world. Because for those of you who are gym bros, Monday is usually chest day.
Like I've been saying constantly, I've been learning so much all non-stop learning with you.
Alex has at least.
Who knew there were specific days?
At least Jesse commentated for Jesse Day's game. There you go. Fair enough. Let's see. Jeremy Hildebrand says, from my point of view, everyone has good audio. Okay, perfect.
I see Twitch, the Automod is saying, held a message for reason, sex-based terms.
Oh.
Good job, Automod. Probably want to hold that one.
Oh.
I'm not saying what the message is. I'm just saying it's funny that they're, never mind.
Okay, fine. Now you're just like dangling the carrot in front of them.
Nobody's dangling anything. Just calm down. Anyway, we're waiting on Marlon Prudencio and David Whitley. We're going to have some Scrabble being played.
We will eventually.
Which is the entire point of this stream, lest we forget.
Really? There's Scrabble happening here? I wasn't aware of that.
Yes, there is.
So, Sam, what has been going on in your end of the world? We were expecting you to be here yesterday evening, but you could not be. Tell us, what was happening in your life?
Yeah, no, thanks for it's nothing too interesting. Well, I did recently get married, so that's some exciting personal news, and I'm in a graduate program. So, and then in the New Jersey, where I am located, is there anything interesting here? I don't know, just summer weather and good vibes. So Marlon Prudencio and getting the chance to commentate on Marlon Prudencio and
David Whitley,
his opponents, David Whitley's game. I'll be more attuned to it when it happens. But yeah, no, nothing too out of the ordinary otherwise.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's so yeah, I guess I've only sort of seen Chicagoland right now through the lens of streaming mostly, and the table one and the wide shot. Is there anything to catch me up on anything? I've been lurking in the chat, but I haven't been present for 100% of the stream. Have there been any specific games or anything that have been really notable?
Which have been our favorite games? I'm trying to remember.
That's a good question.
I mean, probably the most entertaining game would be the one where Jesse Day played Toady.
That was yesterday, though.
Oh, yeah, that was yesterday. What was today? Oh, we had that awesome
today.
game between Conrad and Austin.
Yeah, definitely the triple, while painful for Conrad, was certainly entertaining for all of us to see.
Yeah, we'll post all the GCGs later and people can click through the games, but definitely can't miss that Conrad Austin game. That was a verifiable banger.
Yeah.
Crazy surprise H triples and just all sorts of fun stuff.
Yeah, well, hope to get to see something as wild as that, I guess. But yeah, I'm glad to be able to join for today's round, definitely.
Yeah, happy to have you. And hopefully we'll have some Scrabble coming up soon. I don't know what the status of Marlon and Whitley is, but it looks like we have a very blurry picture right now. I can't see who's on the screen there. But yeah, hopefully we get those guys ready to play soon enough.
Looks like based on what I can see in our off-screen shot, production team is just quickly updating, figuring out who's playing on each side.
Okay.
Because I can see they've got Marlon's information set up on the left side. So I'm assuming Marlon Prudencia will be going first.
Okay.
On that basis. The question is, where are the whips? That is a good question.
What is a whip in this context?
So I think it was Conrad who gave David Whitley the nickname of Cool Whip, which has for some reason stuck. I don't really understand how that happened, but yeah. So he first he was Cool Whip, and then and then there's on cue Tim Weiss in the chat saying, "Oh, the whips," which is he just started calling Cool Whip the whips. It's a whole thing. It's hard to explain.
Does that have anything to do with the whole Family Guy sketch from a long time ago, where Stewie is doing the thing where he's like, "Cool Whip," and then they're trying to correct it and say, "No, Cool Whip, Cool Whip." Does that have anything to do with that?
You'd have to ask Conrad or Tim or somebody that's not me that question, because I don't.
I think it goes along with the sort of the Britishism of like, are the whips. He's like a band, he's like a one-man band or something that he gets the R, like he's like a British band, I guess. So, and then that accent is, well, all the whips. Like maybe I'm not doing it as well as you can, Jesse, but maybe that's, I don't know if I can get into the nicknaming.
Who knows? Who knows?
Ooh, lovely little extension of whip there. Whippersnappers.
Whippersnappers, nice, nice. I wonder how many words start with whip in total. Who wants to guess the number?
I feel like, Sam muted again.
How about 100?
I like 100. That sounds good. Anybody in chat want to guess how many words total start with whip? WHIP.
I think they can actually type that pattern in the chat. They'll probably cheat.
Yeah. Oh, 94. Pretty good guess. Yeah, it's not 300. That's too high. The answer is 72. And whippersnappers, plural, is the longest one. Let's see what else is. Oh, whippoorwills. That's pretty cool. Whipple trees.
Very nice.
I've heard of
whip poor Will. That feels like one of those like commanding sentences.
Oh my gosh, you can whip poor Will.
All right, we're gonna whip poor Will. And in the theme of what Alec has written in the chat, no, watch me whip. Now watch me nay nay. He's actually got it. He's got the nay nay spelling that's Collins only in the chat.
Oh my gosh. We should have a list of like the top 10 puns that have been uttered each day in the chat. There'd be a pretty good list.
I'm assuming that's what happens to Jesse. To Will when he has to work out with Jesse. He's like with.
Oh.
Yes. You'll have to ask Will about the workout today. Maybe that's true.
It's also what a lot of players have been doing in this tournament is whipping poor Will. Will is 6 and 7.
Oh, poor William.
Yeah. Actually, I think 6 and 7 is an improvement. I think he might have been 4 and 7.
Lucky.
It looks like Josh Sokol is asking, why is Sam Rosen retired from Scribble? That is a good question, Sam. Maybe you can answer.
Oh, I'm not retired from Scribble, Josh. I'm hiatal.
There you go.
Just haven't recently. I played a lovely tournament in Charlottesville, hosted and directed by ours truly, Evans Clunchy, and that was less than a year ago. So I'm not able to make it to Chicagoland this summer, but maybe I'll be at a Scribble tournament.
Yeah, I was both the director in Charlottesville and the victim of Sam's thrashing. So just to be clear on what happened there.
But were you a willing victim?
All right, I'm hearing we're going to cut to the board and we're going to actually see some Scrabble get played.
All right, that's enough of us on screen. Let's focus on the star attractions. Those are the players on board one. We will see them getting ready to start their games.
I thought the star attractions were your biceps, no?
Oh, well, maybe for a few minutes. But back to the players. That's what matters. This is the Word Cup. We're all about the words today. Let's see. Hi, hate us, says Goldie Fox regarding Sam. Look at that.
I would never. I wouldn't hate box.
Oh, I guess there's a few people who perhaps either haven't seen it before or haven't seen it in a while. Yes, Marlon Prudencio uses a Lego rack for his tiles.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Yeah, I haven't played Marlon in a few years. I think we played at Alchemist Cup in 2018 because I was on the US team and he played for Singapore. But yeah, I haven't seen that Lego rack in about 4 years.
Yeah. Yeah,
Forgot about that.
There's all these amazing little tiny quirks and nuances and singularities that we have with so many of our lovely players.
I also just love the outfit. Does he have a branded hat with the MP logo on it? Is that the
looks-
Marlon Prudencio logo?
I think so.
That is sick.
And to open up this game here, we have Flatted.
Opening bingo. You love to see it.
Yeah, solid start.
80-0. Marlon's on the board.
And have viewers, or Overlush more specifically, is what Alec Sheholm. I probably said your last name wrong. I'm so sorry, Alec. Please correct me. I know I said it wrong. Overlush.
Oh, nice. Overlush. What a start to this game. Whew. Bingos are flying. Notable that Overlush was not the only bingo playable because Have Hours through the A was also available. But obviously Overlush is far better.
We like points. Yeah, lots and lots of points.
38 points more.
An excellent strategy in general is to score more points.
Yeah. And Marlon draws the blank.
Marlon's taking the same strategy, which is to challenge Overlush. It's probably not a successful one, from the sounds of it.
Yeah, Overlush is good, so +5 makes it 111 to 80. Nice start for David Whitley. All right, so some candidate moves from Marlon here on move number 2. You can play Boney or Coney up top, making yo. Each one of those are 34 points. Ooh, you can also play Scooby through the O. I'm not saying that's the best play, but it's fun.
Speaking of which, there's a little bit of leftover snacks from lunch where there's a couple of the DoubleTree cookies, which are the closest thing to Scooby snacks we have in this room. So I might have to go and grab a Scooby snack.
Nice.
Might abandon you for just a few seconds here while I get my Scooby snack. I'll be right back.
All right, Scooby, do it up.
Oh, I love the definition of Scooby before I go. A clue, as in the phrase, I don't have a Scooby-Doo. Who do you know that says I don't have a Scooby-Doo? I have never heard this in my life.
Chris Life.
He
That's
says
that's
this?
who I know who says this.
He says I don't have a Scooby-Doo. Really?
Yeah, I think it's like a Cockney rhyming slang thing.
Really?
And
Wow.
of course, you know, Chris is weird like that. So.
Yeah, look at that. Rebecca typed that right on cue. Wow, very impressive. Okay, I'm going to go get my Scooby snack. I'll be right back.
28, 56, 106. That can't be right.
Is this like a courtesy draw happening? What's going on? We still don't see any tiles on Whitley's rack.
9, 10, 14. 14. God, this is so embarrassing.
I guess they're recounting the score of David's bingo.
111. 111. God, I have played Scrabble before.
David's looking away as if to like get a second opinion on how many points his bingo is. Okay, they've decided that it is 111 to 80. Yeah, to the person in chat asking about 106. It was 106, and then with the challenge, there's +5. So 111 is the total score for Whitley. All right, so after a dramatic pause, we're going to see what 7 tiles David Whitley draws. The suspense is killing me at this point. All right, so Marlon taking his time here and thinking about his options. It sounds like we got a little bit of a difficulty with Sam, who's trying to get his Wi-Fi speed fixed, but we'll try to get him back as soon as we can. But in the meantime, Jesse will just we'll keep it afloat, the two of us. And
All right. We'll do our best.
I was just talking about how I think Boney and Coney are two of the more obvious plays for Marlon here. Just up top making Yo. Either one of those would be 34. I'm not really seeing much better than that.
Okay. So it looks like some confusion regarding challenge and exchange and possibly drawing out of order. Technically, from what I recall, you are perfectly capable of drawing out of order. It's generally like a faux pas as far as like a cultural thing, but you're not technically penalized for drawing out of order. I've seen none of the rest of the context, but that's my thoughts without having seen everything that happened. These things that happen when I leave to go get a Scooby snack.
Oh, there's a question in chat of what was the phony played by Jesse against Sammy. That would be Pluked. Yeah, you guys got it in chat.
And also Nubial came down.
Nubial was the previous game. That
Yeah.
was Conrad Phony and Austin Shin. And he got away with that.
He did.
But I think it was a pity acceptance. Like, oh, you're losing by 100. You could have your phony.
Yeah. Let's see. Chris donates a lot. Mentioned Beyonce's. What's better than one Beyonce? Because we stan our queen. 2 Beyonces.
Oh my gosh, Beyonce's is actually playable. Not a valid word, but it is playable with these styles.
Do we have any members of the Beehive in the chat? I'm definitely, I wouldn't say I'm a hardcore member of the Beehive, but definitely part of the Beehive.
Yeah, this is the kind of rack where obviously you and I know there's no bingo because we have computers and can look these things up. But if you're Marlon, it is not easy to be sure that you're not missing a bingo. There's all sorts of like low probability stuff that this like kind of sort of looks like.
Yeah, and like the SYN words, like SYN in particular, like you could have something odd like that. Anything ending in NY possibly that's a little bit more obscure. Or sync, like SYNC. There's some less typical
like a boy
combos.
word, like
that's true.
Yeah, conboys. You could have some ridiculous alternate spelling of baby chinos. Just all sorts of stuff. It's just you never know.
Anything is possible.
So yeah, Marlon taking quite a while here, but I think it's just you got to make sure there's no bingo, and then I think once you make sure of that, Boney looks pretty straightforward here. I guess you could play a shorter play like just buy if you think that CONS is like a really, really good leave. But I think it's worth just taking the points with Boney. I would be surprised to see anything but Boney here. Well, with Marlon, it could be a ridiculous phony that he nicks up. You just never know.
That's true.
But yeah, I think Boney's the best play.
Marlon was trying to talk about his phonying coming up at random in games because, from my understanding, it's more of a Ricky Purnomo kind of thing as far as like really random kind of ridiculous phonies that come up in certain games.
Jello-Mocha's in the chat says the options are Boney, Coney, or phony, which is a pretty good summation of what could happen here.
Very good.
Yeah, Jucko says that SC is a better lead than SB, and I would have to agree.
I would agree, yeah.
Yeah, Quackle's saying that it's about a 4-point mistake to play Coney here. So not a colossal error, but a little bit of an inaccuracy.
Coney 2012? Has it already been 10 years since that?
Apparently, according to math.
Wow. This is the valid Coney on a board. And all these different trends that have come and gone in the last decade.
Very nice play by David Whitley. He finds the best play of Ecurie through the C right away, and he slaps that down. Nicely done. So a good start for Whitley. Over to Lush for 111, including the challenge, and then a nice play of Ecurie to play through the vowels.
And I believe Biphasic does work if there was an open A, right? The A
yeah,
is blocked.
biphasic is a word. Yeah, I think there might even be a 7 in it. It looks familiar.
Yeah, someone in the chat has mentioned Sib ship is good.
That's what I was trying to think of. That's the one. Yeah.
That would mean, I would presume Sib ships must be a word.
Yep. I think it means the state of being siblings, right? Well, yeah. Okay, kinship, like a family relationship. Yeah, so the best play here is just Sib ship in row number 2, right below Ecurie, because it triple doubles the B for maximum scoring. So Sib ship for 90 would be pretty awesome here. If you don't know or don't see the word Sib ship, you can also just play hip, because keeping BIS blank is pretty fantastic, and there is a way to play hip for 34 at the bottom. So it's not the end of the world if you don't know the bingo, but yeah, Sib ship for 90 would be pretty awesome. Marlon is playing the lesser scoring hip. I'm not sure why he would play that and not the one forming SH that scores 34. All right, hip comes down though, and it is back to the whips. Who's got himself a new tong? I guess he didn't like his old tong.
And Matthew Tunnicliffe points out biochips was blocked after Ecurie.
And Ween for 32 is the best play possible, and David Whitley finds it. Flawless play so far from the whips.
Yeah, am I back in the air?
Oh,
And, yeah.
we just heard a Sam voice that was kind of like slow and laggy, I think. He's like almost here, quite.
Apologies, maybe my Wi-Fi does not have the bandwidth to stream fully over, or it could be my AirPods.
Oh, it's getting a little better. It's getting a little better. I think it was just laggy when you first got there, but then it's starting to straighten.
Right. Well, I want, hopefully I can make it in time for. Well, I was hoping he would play Whip for the, for his name of the Whips, but I guess he didn't hook that with. I don't know if he could have picked up another E for tween or something.
Unfortunate. All right, so Marlon, he almost has biochips, but not quite.
Be something like Bionics or Biotics.
Biopics, well, yeah.
Oh yeah, biopics.
That's nice.
Biotics, bionics, yeah, those are all words. Also Bitcoins.
Ooh.
You think they'll delete that once it just crashes all the way to 0?
I mean, like, we've already seen one cryptocurrency completely cease to exist. That was Luna, I believe, was the one, if anyone's following that closely. So yeah, in theory, you could say goodbye, Bitcoin, if that were to crash as well. I don't think it ever will. Maybe the other ones, but I am not invested in Bitcoin whatsoever, nor do I endorse investing or selling any sort of cryptocurrency. That's my disclaimer here.
I like real money, but that's just me.
Yeah, I kind of like having money in my hands.
All right, looks like Marlon is going to play bio. We're going to need a blank check.
Yeah.
Bio something X.
We'll have our producer clarify whenever possible.
It's either a P, N, T, or phony.
We have options. Excellent. We have had clarification. It is a T as in taco, to quote our producer directly.
Unless he said P as in Paco. I'm not sure. I'm just kidding.
And I think, I'm thinking like Eric Tran. He has a really fun pronunciation. He says taco.
Taco. Yeah.
Looks like we have feedback in the chat that you folks, so the plural, all of us, are breaking up, just for our producers to know.
I'm not sure what our producers are able to do about that, but
just so that they're aware.
Yeah.
Did you say 84?
Doing the best we can with the Wi-Fi at the Hilton Doubletree Naperville
Lyle
brand crossword game.
In the meantime, the Whips has drawn into a bingo rack, Agnation through the I in Biotics.
Very nice. Yeah, that is the play. Very nice. 61 would be the score for Agnation. I imagine he'll be able to spot that one. We got ourselves a game here. Let me just update the score if I can get the Wi-Fi to allow that sort of action. The score should be Marlon 223 and then David 167.
Maybe some sort of religious term and an agnate. Don't know what exactly it is, but I thought that might be the etymology.
Huh. Yeah.
Or the topic.
Zizima says an agnate is a relative on the father's side, but agnation. Oh yeah, same thing. Agnation is a relationship traced through the male line in your family.
Don't listen to me, everyone. I think the thank you, Scrabble Kitty, can define clearly much better than I can.
Verbelope suggests all the hotel guests are back in their room streaming movies, or maybe everyone's quackling for those who have finished their games for the day already. This is all very possible. HD Gens has pointed out, wait, the board rotates. Yes, if you're not familiar with the tournament Scrabble scene, there are custom boards that have been created by varying either vendors or people who just enjoy making them because, and these boards are often for sale at major events. Just because some of the features of these boards is, as you mentioned, they rotate. Another one is there's sort of a grid so the tiles don't fall off the board like they would in a standard Scrabble set where it's just flat.
And then the other innovation is the pro tiles that you can't actually feel the I guess the edges of the tiles the way that the standard Scrabble set you could feel like the blank tile is flat and the other tiles have the ridge. So these tiles are all unridged. Yeah, the Lazy Susan definitely a positive innovation in the by whoever came up with that decades ago.
And pardon me, I can't even talk. Verbalo points out Latin root for lamb of God in reference to agnation. And I think about that in the French context. Agneau is the French word for lamb, so that makes sense to me. Cool, learned something new. So Goanna is going to be played alongside of Biotics.
Oh, sad. No agnation. Oh, is it Goanna and then QI right away?
Yeah, so QI was played relatively quickly by Marlon Prudencio, keeping Pafrig. And we're back on to David Whitley, who I believe may have exchanged. No, he did not. I'm sorry. I think our stream is potentially lagging.
Sorry, I left the room so I could ask the person on the piano to keep it down.
Okay, so Goanna was played.
So Goanna first, and then QI Pafrig.
Yeah.
All right.
QI was played.
Okay.
And then this is David Whitley's current round.
Got you. All right. So your score is being corrected. It should be 263 to 194 in favor of Marlon Prudencio. And what in the world is David going to do now?
It's funny.
Oh, Joanna is a piano. That's funny. The irony.
Looks like David, it looks mostly hopeless, but he does have vexed to the T and flatted, so that might be one way to sort of play through this this rack and try to get some points out of it.
Looks pretty good.
Alec has pointed out Ext/tax versus vexed as points of debate.
Oh, that's better. I didn't see a word starting with X to use that biotics spot.
Jeremy, it was declared a T as in taco for the blank in that word.
Marlon has arranged a classic Marlon phony on his rack. Fire Gap. I'd say there's like a 30% chance he's just going to play it.
Mind the Fire Gap.
I guess it's lower than 30%, seeing as Fire Gap currently doesn't play. You would need to make a phony hook and a phony word.
I mean, that's keeping on theme. It's
Double your Marlin, double your fun.
Yes.
So David is taking his time here. This is not the easiest turn. Yep, seeing more suggestions of Xed and Vexed. Yeah, those are the plays he's probably considering here.
And it looks like he's not going to go with X, going with verb, keeping T, X, and D.
Interesting. It does maybe make it easier for him to bingo for a bigger score next turn. Like now that that triple lane is open, it's kind of goofy, but maybe it's got its merits.
Bridget is asking about tav. Yes, so the word that's been played that verb hooks on is tav, and that would be a letter in the Hebrew alphabet, I believe is the definition.
It's funny though, because we were wondering whether it would be a P, N, or T. And it turns out it doesn't matter because nav, pav, and tav are all words.
Yes. Although they're hooks from here forward.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. There are hooks, so it does matter.
Yeah.
Although, wait, no, they don't all take the same hooks because tave is not good and tava is good. Okay,
Yes.
never mind.
The hooks upon hooks in this case. Yeah.
Hooks on hooks on hooks on hooks.
Looks like Marlon might be considering Tava with fair or pig fair.
Or pig fair, yeah.
He has it lined up. I don't know that he'll actually. He probably won't go through with that.
Some people fear the beard, or as Chris has pointed out in the chat, some fear the pig.
Yeah, fear looks like a pretty strong choice to take out that triple and score 36.
There is the suggestion of fair and tava to play down alongside verb.
Yep. Very similar, 35. I guess fear opens the S hook, which you probably don't need to do when you're up by a bingo. So I guess fair is probably better for that reason. Grapeify is very creative. Another vote for fair in the chat. So Marlon taking his time here. You definitely don't want to open any bingos if you can help it. You are up by a bingo. Nice little 69-point lead.
Yeah, looks like it will be fair here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great play, I think.
QPR mentions keeping RK for work fair.
Ooh, work fair.
And that's an answer to the earlier question about will we see a front extension of fair in the remainder of the game? You never know.
Work fair is a nice find for somebody at 4 in the morning. Aditya is true to form, just staying up for all the games. Yeah, what other extensions for fair are there? There's probably a bunch. All right, who wants to guess? How many words are there that are blank, 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 blank fair? Let's hear some numbers. Oh my God. The answer is 1. Work fair is the only one.
Cheekily sad.
The answer is about 1/38 of your guess, Chris. Yeah, it's just 1. Work fair is the only one. So nice job by Aditya to call that one out.
Sad.
It seemed like there would be a lot. I don't know.
It does seem like something that should have more compound words.
I thought 38 was a good guess until I checked.
Maybe after fair, because there's things like fair box.
37, not in a row. Sorry, that was a reference that Key Lime Guy and about 2 other people got. All right, what's happening here? He's playing Tisk, keeping DMRX. Jeez, this is painful. It is the best play, though. Second best would be exchanging. All right, updating that score now. It's 298, 245. So still about a 1 bingo-sized lead for Marlon here. Basically, all you're trying to do if you're Marlon is just continue to score and don't unnecessarily open anything up for your opponent.
Yep, and he's doing that with Pygmy.
Oh, very nice. Yep, that looks like a strong play, just what I was talking about. Yeah, the 2 best plays here are Pygmy and Piggy. They are very similar. They both score around 40, and they both keep an okay leave. So he's just going to go ahead and take the points, pick the 42-point Pygmy. And it's back to the Whips, who are starting to get whipped pretty hard here. Looks like DMR ENXR. Okay. So it's important to notice that there is an X hotspot next to Over Lush and Ween. There is a spot for Rex. You can play next there for 43. Looks like Whitley's not spotting that one. Yeah, he's going to play a lower scoring Rex. At least that undoubles your R's. It does have that benefit, but you are giving up about, 15 points. So
He's been staying in,
yeah,
he's been staying in striking distance, but looks like Marlon had Sagitta lined up, so that might change the contrast of the game a bit.
Just a wee bit.
yeah. If you are David Whitley, you hate to see it. That's pretty painful. That's going to put Marlon up by over 130. Hey, Net Donna with the raid. Thanks for joining us.
We love having the raids. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yeah. To everyone just arriving, you are watching the Word Cup tournament. This is a major Scrabble championship for players in North America and all over the world to compete. And you're watching round 14 out of 31. We're going to be here for about 4.5 days in total. This is a long tournament. You're watching Marlon Prudencio, one of the best players in Singapore, against David Whitley, one of the best in the U.S. Doing battle right now, and currently Marlon is getting the better of David.
Yeah, welcome to Milksea. Welcome to Net Donna. Nice to have you here.
So David is drawn. I don't think there's any bingo in that, although it does kind of look interesting. There's, ooh, yeah, he needs an A for Moonward. I just had like a spidey sense tingling that there was some kind of word with that rack, but yeah, it's only Moonward if you have an A for an 8.
Hello there. Is it Liari or Liar I-77? I always have fun trying to figure out what the intention is with the words, so I'm just guessing. I'm saying Liari, but I'm probably wrong. You were here, but came with the raid too. Hey, twice. We love that. Hopefully you stay. Otherwise, we're not entertaining enough. We are trying. Net Donna says, interesting board. Yeah, if you haven't seen a tournament Scrabble board before, it might look a little bit different than you're used to seeing as far as the configuration or the look of the board aesthetically. These tend to branch out into more of what we would call a spider configuration as far as how the board looks, just because you tend to have this sort of nucleus that starts in the middle, since we start in the middle, and then just long words make it spread out in all sorts of directions. So we call that a spider configuration. as opposed to the staircase, which is something that we can sometimes see where they're all stacked on top of each other. Coming down from David Whitley's rack, we have a down, appropriately be playing downward.
Looks like a great play. You're scoring well, and you're also opening up that part of the board.
And he needs to, given he is down by a solid amount here and needs to have something magical happen to get back in this game.
Wormwood is toxic, you believe? Oh, yeah, that's... Probably don't want to go near any wormwood.
The bitter plant Artemisia absinthium, formerly used as a vermifuge. I'm assuming that's something that would be killing worms, if I'm really guessing, based on the structure of the word vermifuge.
Ooh, David Whitley has drawn a 7-letter word, I believe. I think diadrum is a word, but he's going to have to get lucky to have a place to play that. Not a great rack here for Marlon Prudencio. Whole lot of vowels. Can't really do much in the way of scoring points with a rack like that. Oh, actually, you can. There's a nice 6-letter word from that K in the bottom right corner. I'm guessing chat's going to spot that one pretty quick.
Rebecca says, wormwood is what absinthe was originally made from. That's cool. And then we got a definition formally for vermifuge, medicine or substance that expels worms from animal bodies. Okay, cool. Actually, that makes sense given the word refuge. Cool. I totally get it. That makes sense. The Kelly C. Haven't played in a Scrabble tournament since Nationals in 08 when I was 16. So that's Orlando, for those of you who didn't know. That's where that happened. Awesome to see it growing here on Twitch. Love Louder Everything too. Wish other board games would adapt this commentating board display. That's awesome. Thank you for your feedback on that. We're trying to pull from some of the other Twitch broadcasts that we do see. Chess is definitely one that we borrow from heavily, given their presence that we see on Twitch and in other communities. But yeah, your feedback's always welcome. We appreciate that positive feedback. We have an awesome team producing for us that have brought lots of amazing things to us as far as our ability to provide commentary and insight. So thank you for that.
And thanks as well to the team at Scopely, who are the producers of Scrabble Go. They've given us access to the official game's Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Scrabble. It's our first time broadcasting the World Cup on the official Scrabble Twitch channel, which has been cool because I think a lot more people are finding the content that way. And so we're getting to bring some new players into our audience. And hopefully you guys are going to get hooked the same way we did when we first discovered Scrabble.
Oh, yeah. Net Donna says, be right back, getting coffee.
Enjoy your cup of joe. All right, what's going on? Kaolin is the play from the K I was talking about, and Marlon does find it. Nicely done. That's going to give Marlon a pretty big lead here, 441 to 306. He is in total control of this game unless something really crazy happens. Looks like a fairly solid winning position. Yeah, nice job to all of y'all in the chat who are finding diadrum. The unfortunate thing for David is there is a place to play it, but just not as a bingo.
Yeah.
The highest scoring play David has is diadrum as a non-bingo through the O in a down at the bottom of the board. Droid man droid. Y'all are great.
I'm just thinking of the android from Simpsons. Again, we're just thinking about all these Simpsons things. And if you're David Whitley, you're probably thinking, worst game ever.
Nice. Just letting you know, Foundering, you got your chat auto rejected for reasons.
Reasons.
We're just gonna let that one go.
We're gonna call that choices to use that from yesterday again. I still haven't explained that to you. I will have to.
We'll talk later. We'll get some bacon wrapped chicken later, and we'll talk.
Is there anyone watching today, perhaps from the raid or from someone else, who understands when I use the exact inflection of choices? If you know that little cultural reference.
We got 132 people. One of them's got to know this, right?
I feel like it. I feel like they should.
Define reasons, says Foundering.
Because reasons.
Just because reasons. You just gotta, yeah.
Johnny, oh my God, yes, I am very happy to see that.
I think that's the same Johnny who was asking if you could be more hot. So. I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, we're definitely referring to, when Tatiana, absolutely.
Take your turn and my clock is running. You don't say anything. Oh, you don't say the score. Oh.
believe that David was fishing for Modiolar, and I believe that he got it.
Yeah.
Very nice. So yeah, playing off OD and drawing
Oh.
OL. Or yeah, OL.
Oh no, he is not
Oh, it's being blocked.
eulogizing. Yeah, the other issue is that I think he had eulogized, did he not?
Oh wow. Oh, that's why somebody said in the chat, eulogize Jesus. I was very confused. Why were you
Yeah.
eulogizing him? But that's not what was happening.
Yeah. Henny Blanco one says, I'm going to guess the choices is from Drag Race based solely on the word and intonation. Exactly. Thank you. I said it. I kept on pointing to the inflection specifically in the pronunciation, because even if you haven't watched Drag Race religiously, and the meme, exactly. Yeah, that's a reference from rainbow culture for those of you who are not familiar.
So it turns out that eulogize is actually not the best play. His choice of ZE was better, speaking of choices.
Interesting. All right, tell me about the choice.
Well, I mean, it's choosing between 70, burning the blank, or 47, keeping the blank. I mean, it's just math. Like the GLEU blank is more valuable. Yeah, I mean, he's also closing the board so that David can't get a bingo of his own down. He's just in total control after a play like that. He's already at a score of 488, and he still has his blank. Pretty dominant for Mr. Prudencio, up by 160 and holding the second blank.
Eulogize or eulogize snapbacks are usually pretty big, says
Also
Matthew
that.
Tunnicliffe. Yeah, that's valid.
So let's see here.
Alex says, and he sets up the J. Wait, no, he doesn't.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I got you. He does set up the J for Jewy through the EW as a 5-letter word.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fish? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's the same meaning as Jewfish, I think.
Yeah.
But of course, David will take that spot. It probably will want to score in that spot as well.
I happen to know that David has been known to occasionally forget to challenge on one of the expurgated words. I happen to have, by accident, played one on him a couple weeks ago, and he, by accident, let me do it. So I hooked a letter onto the front of ES, not realizing that wasn't good anymore.
Oh.
Sad indeed.
Local time, Big Dig Blue has asked, what is your local time? As in, are you asking us or the chat? If you're asking the chat, cool, they can all answer. Here in Chicagoland, it is 5:45 p.m. Sam is on the East Coast. It'll be 1 hour up, 6:45 p.m. And this is our last game of the day before we come back at 9:30 a.m. local time tomorrow for another 7 games. Oh, interesting. I wonder if the bot needs to be updated for definitions.
Oh, was not aware of that.
Yeah. Very interesting.
I'm sure we can talk to Will about that.
Yeah, that's actually worth noting. I guess the bot also has to be accordingly updated.
It is worth noting, and it is notable. All right, what just got played? We got a little bit of a blurry connection here. It's kind of hard to... Looks like AM.
Yeah. Hello, Special Serial. It is nice to have you in the chat. Welcome to our broadcast of the Word Cup. Henny asks, what happened with the expurgated words? They were expurgated. They're gone. Well, at least in one half. In the other room,
basically the powers that be decided to remove some words that were deemed offensive from the dictionary. So words that we used to have available to us for play are no longer. It's only a few hundred of them. It doesn't make a huge difference to only delete a few hundred words from a dictionary that's got over 100,000. But there are a few words that don't come up the way they used to, including one that is a front hook on EW. I'll let you guess what that is. Actually, you know what? I will not let you guess what that is.
No.
Let's not do that.
Well, it's Jew. It's not an offense. Well, the words were expurgated because they were offensive. I think we should probably give that context, and so that's why they've been removed from play. Though, and that of course, Jew has a non-offensive capitalized meaning, as we all know. But but was removed for its offensive lowercase meaning. So anyway, that's
There you go.
the reason for the expurgation.
Yeah, that's the short version of it, basically. Henny, I'm guessing you've been away from the scene for a while. A few things have happened in the last couple of years, and Sam essentially summarized it. But yes, once upon a time, OSPD was the separate version from TWL that had a slightly smaller list without the offensive words. But due to a sequence of events that happened in the last couple of years, that became standard for NWL and eventually CSW.
All right. Ooh, Jungly. Very nice play. So Jungly for 58, using the blank for a very nice score. Define offensive. That's a very deep question. How do you define offensive?
Like it probably gets at Jesse's point that my version of events was shortened and not as there's a more to the story. I think it was partly covered in Sports Illustrated, so I don't know as much as probably commentators or that version.
Yeah, I figured I would go for a somewhat truncated version that was as neutral as possible. So we'll leave it at that. We'll just say a series
Sounds
of
good.
events
Let's do
happened.
that. Anyway, very nice game for Marlon Prudencio. He's going to be over 500 by quite a bit. Generally brings him to 546 as we start to play out the end game here. And it looks like we're only a play or two away from being done for the day here. Best play for Whitley in this endgame is Lido. Ooh, that's a nice fit. Lido through the D and a down, making some overlaps there. Lamb and size and go.
Goldie is headed to bed. Says good night. Thanks for the commentary. I wonder who the uncommentary is. Have a good rest. Sleep well.
I don't think Terry Kang is common at all. I think she's a rare gem in the Scala community. I say this because I'm invited to dinner with her, and I don't want to get uninvited. Like I gotta be nice.
Sleep well, Aditya. Thank you for your feedback. Much appreciated, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Looks like Durian is coming down. That place stinks. I'm just kidding. It's a fine play. The Durian
It
stinks.
reminds me, you said Marlon's Singaporean, right? That's where I had my one durian, so it's appropriate play for in a game with the Singaporean. But that's nice. Another good pun.
All right, so not anything super interesting here for Marlon. Bunch of places to
Durians
play
are actually
T or
banned.
Oh, I think we're losing Sam. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I was just telling a story of durians being banned from the hotel in across the causeway from Singapore at the World Championships in I think 2009. So I hadn't known. I hadn't been in a hotel before where a fruit was actually banned, but once I smelled it, then I started to understand that it was, the reason.
Yeah, durian is rank, absolutely. So you do see those signs in certain places. I'm assuming you're referring to Johor Bahru, as far as where you would have seen that signage. I recall seeing it there for a smaller event that wasn't, only smaller compared to the World Championship. It was still a very large event hosted by Michael Tang. But I do remember seeing the signs when I went to that hotel in Johor Bahru. To answer Matthew Tunnicliffe's question of where is dinner, we're going to Fogo de Chao. We're going to have Brazilian barbecue. I am going to be having all sorts of red meat. I am very, very happy with that.
That's what you eat anyway. And if you're going to have red meat, you got to have it at a red meat fest kind of place.
Mm-hmm.
Durian needs to take a shower, says Henry Blanc in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy Hildebrand says meat sweats.
That is
yeah,
absolutely
that will
something that's in
probably
our future.
happen.
We'll let you know if Chris Light passes out and paramedics need to be called. I hear that once happened at a Brazilian barbecue trip.
Oof. We need a Brazilian barbecue place in Ottawa. I agree, Matthew Tunnicliffe, and I will gladly go there with you for dinner if I have a layover in Ottawa and there is one of those places. Jeremy Hildebrand says we had one in Gatineau. That's good to know. Interesting. Which part of Gatineau? Is that far away from the downtown core? Because if I can walk there, I will go.
All right, so perfect end game from both players with Marlon playing T and David Whitley playing Lore. And so they're going to play out, and that's going to give us a final score of Marlon Prudencio 560 and David Whitley 401.
Oof, that is a
very
big old game
nice
there.
win for Marlon. He just scored well every single turn throughout the game. Opening bingo of Flatted, Biotics for 85 as well. QI and Pygmy, like both in the 40s, and then just kept on bingoing more after that. Just domination from start to finish for Marlon Prudencio.
Yep. Excellent game on his part. That wraps up the Scrabble action for today as far as the games go. Sam, are you still there with us?
Yeah, it's been great to be here. Yeah, and see some great wordplay there. Overlush, Sagitta, Cowlin. So yeah, I am still here.
Excellent. Wanted to make sure we had a chance to let you throw in your 2 or 3 cents before we go off the air for the evening. Sam, hopefully we can have you join us for a couple more games tomorrow. I know for sure the last one, but we'll see how that all goes. Until then, I think we're probably going to sign off because we have a little bit of stuff to clean up and get ready before we head out for our Brazilian barbecue meat fest.
Yeah, enjoy the steaks and the Brazilian seasoned red meat. And yeah, it was my pleasure.
All right, Sam, we will look forward to seeing you again tomorrow evening. To clarify for people asking, it's 2 more full days of games, and then there are 3 games on Wednesday. Again, that will start at 9:30 a.m. on all 3 days. We have 7 tomorrow, 7 more the day after, and then 3 games to wrap up on Wednesday. But otherwise, that's all for today. Thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in. We will see you later. And Johnny, I'm so sorry I'm not a vegetarian. I am the legit opposite. I am a carnivore. But, no one's perfect. Have a good night. Pardon me, everyone. Take care.